And the deeper it goes, the darker it gets. But in the darkness of this universe, stars shine the brightest. Ladies and gentlemen, only the most victorious team will touch that holy grail. So it's about time to open the gates of hell to find who prevails as the king. It is going to be the Surge Pro League. Emea Season 1. It's going to be me, Scared Yet, and alongside me we have Warren up and ready to kick things off for the first best of three. But before that, Warren, the year is going to start and on a pretty fiery note. So how excited are you?
I don't even think that the word excitement gives justice to how energized and fired up I am for this whole full year of a lot of stuff happening, and this is just the start. But what a start it is, because I think everyone already had it in their head, but with your lovely introduction, actually with your epic introduction, I think everyone really has the tone nailed down. They really know which notes will be playing.
I mean, I am just super excited about every single team, right? But I kind of wanted to start things off on a note where, tell me, Warren, what happens when the greatest conqueror in history takes on the strongest emperor of the day?
I mean, is that a lesson in history? Because I was always bad at that. But, well, I can tell you that a big battle will come from that for sure. Because no one is going to give it for free. On one side, you have the perfect attacker. On the other, you have the perfect defender. So who's gonna really prevail? Is the same story with I believe it was Gilgamesh, or we tried to move him out, right?
That's you're picking up on the right stuff, man. Picking up on the right stuff.
I feel like today is going to be a lot about the mountains. But honestly, I don't even know who would the Gilgamesh be. I feel like today we just have the mountains standing in front of each other, trying to stare in each one's faces. Who's gonna fall apart? Yeah, that's the big question.
Yes, it's Emea Shiro versus Gilgamesh, man. It is going to be extremely slay, taking on none other than Boars Gaming. So now you understand those references, right? The strongest conqueror in history, that is extremely slay, who've been known to be one of the biggest champions in Europe, will take on the greatest emperor right now in the present. That will be Boars Gaming. But that is not it, ladies and gentlemen, because we have the brackets full of demons here. Falcons as well up in the same one. We also have Team Spirit, Aurora, Furt. Quite a lot of these teams which you might not want to miss out on that action for, right? Because let's be honest, my man, the Axe Okami, Verso Time, even these are the teams that we've seen play so many times in the previous, you could say, past. We have been following multiple areas of Mlbb action as well, and we know that it is going to be one of the toughest battles that Europe will face this year.
Oh, absolutely. It's right in the beginning of the year. Well, not perfectly the beginning, but it's the early time of the year. And it's like they say, you start with the hardest thing, because if our European team, either Extreme Slay or Boa, of course, we will know after their clash that comes soon enough. But if one of them will prevail against those Titans, man, that would be a great day to be European, man. I mean, I would definitely be proud, but that's still a song of the future, because before all that, before they will be able to go through the gates and fight the demons, they still need to fight themselves. As you mentioned, it's Extreme Slay against Boars Gaming. Both of those teams we know very much about, but there is one unfortunate thing on one of their sides, right? But I think we can keep it. We can keep it for a little bit longer, because we will not unveil it just now, but one of the teams will have it today a little bit harder, or maybe in some eyes even a little bit more hard, actually. Because, well, a little bit more on that later. But I want to talk about Boars Gaming, because they were a truly roller coaster ride for me. because I've grew to like them like a lot of people did in last year when they were the machine. They were extremely flawless. Like the precision was there, the like
Mhm.
everything. I just wanted to make a list, but the list started to get too long, so I'm just gonna cut it short. They were just mechanical.
Yeah. I absolutely
But
agree, right? Because that has been the big thing out here, Warren. And I know that we've got to get ready for the things. We've got to be super excited with how things are going to start off in the Surge Pro League. A lot of things that we really need to talk about. But this season one is absolutely going to be epic. We're super ready for all the excitement, ladies and gentlemen. So we're not going to waste any more time and we'll throw it down for the beginning of the Surge Pro League season one.
Now that's how you dominate. Now Team Spirit comes back into full.
Being a constant nuisance. Hiko finds an angle to find a finishing touch. It's a 5v4 now. Ye jumps in with Alice. Oh, through the ruin there in the back. Oh, Pogu makes the play.
How can you not get fired up after watching that, ladies and gentlemen? Because this Surge Pro League is going to be epic. We've got 4 different regions right now playing against each other. First one's going to be Turkey. You've got the Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and we've also got MENA. A lot of teams with a ton of experience, but quadruple the fun, Warren.
exactly, quadruple the fun. The viewers, they just want to see big names fighting it out, and this is probably the biggest names that you could have wished for.
Yes.
They all ring a bell. You know all about them. If you are just watching the stream and you just realized how big this whole thing is, man, I envy you honestly, because the first moment when the team started unveiling and I got privy to the information about the first team, then the second team, man, it's unforgettable moment, honestly. If someone would ask me, I can delete some of your memories and you can live it back, those would be one of them. Those would be definitely one of them.
True.
And oh man, we are here at the dawn of a new age, you could even say, because all this can mean so much. It already means so much, but now it's in the hands of the players.
Yes.
The European players, they can prove or they can falter. But yes, as we said it multiple times before, they have to fight between each other. And well, scared.
Yes.
I sneak peeked something a little bit. Do we talk about it now? Do we talk about it later? How are you feeling?
I think so. We'll keep that one for a little bit longer, right? We need to keep the people attracted to the stream so that they hit those likes, they hit those subscribes, they also hit those follow buttons on Instagrams. And obviously, people, you do not want to miss out on the action of the Surge Pro League. And if you want to be a part of this extravaganza, make sure you join the Discord as well, because all the updates are dropped on Discord and Instagram. Do not miss out on any of that stuff. Now, coming back to the same point that you mentioned, Warren, it's about time. It's time for us to begin the Holy Grail War. It's time for all these teams to bring out their noble phantasms and show us what they've got. Because, as you rightfully mentioned, one of the biggest stages for Europe, they can either rise to the top or they could eventually falter. But since we've been already on this topic for a while now, let's have a look at today's schedule and see the games that we'll have as Extremely Slay will kick things off against Boars Gaming.
And then we'll follow through with Aurora Gaming against Foot Esports at 19. That will be your standard European time, I think CET. So yeah, check your clocks. But honestly, if you just stick to the stream, you will not miss any second of this great fun that's ahead of us. A great competition, I should rather say, because it will be competitive. Team Spirit will finish things off against Versatile, but they are definitely not least, even though they are last. We will be ending with a pretty explosive matchup as well.
I mean, it's Western Europe versus Western Europe. We have got Turkey versus Turkey, and then the Eastern Europe taking on the Eastern Europe team. So it's all action-packed out. The only thing that we're missing out today is going to be MENA versus MENA. But here's the thing, people. If you receive all of the action on the day one, then you'll not really have a lot of fun things left on the day two, right? And then the day three, which will also feature the grand final. So you don't want to miss out on all of that fun. So we've perfectly divided the entire schedule in such a manner that you'll be feasted with treats every single day. And all of that is going to be available on Surge Europe. So don't miss out on that fun. And a huge shout out to them for making this entire thing possible. Now let's talk about that first matchup that you're super excited about, Foreign. We remember Extremely Slay. We remember the 2024 runs. We know how this team used to play. And guess what? It's about time for them to reclaim the throne that was taken away while they were out, maybe conquering other lands. And right now, the person who sits on that throne is definitely Boars Gaming.
Yes, and they are sitting pretty confidently, at least lately. For some time, at least in the beginning of the year, they were kind of shaking in their boots. There were some teams that were giving them tougher battles, but I guess it was just Boars Gaming getting prepared for the real competitors and kind of trying out new stuff, maybe. Well, on the note of new stuff, how is the new patch treating you, Scare?
Don't talk about it, man, because Marcel has been super annoying, and I really wish to see Boars Gaming also revolve their draft around Marcel, right? Because once you start to utilize that absolute broken of a hero pick, that's when you'll slowly and steadily understand some of the counters, which will straight away impact in your entire draft. But since we're already on that topic, we know how strong Boars Gaming are. We always wanted to see how this team is going to pan out against the rest of the world. That's where we have now got that opportunity that the winner of this game will eventually have a chance to take on the fight against the winner of Turkey. So the strongest in Europe taking on the strongest in Turkey. It's going to be fun to witness. And that's where we've got a slight bit of a hurdle in the name of Extremely Slay, where this entire roster, and we have seen all these boys born in the past, it's been brought back up with a few changes, with a few updates, and they look stronger than ever.
They did. It looked like they had renewed vigor. Maybe the holidays fit them well. Lito came back. The other members came back as well. They were not having the traditional holidays where you just sit on the beach, drink some margarita and something. No, they were pumping iron on the beaches, actually. That's how their form looked. But yeah, amidst all this and all this quality gameplay that they were delivering, there is a shard of glass that's kind of ripping the whole package apart, isn't it, Scare?
It always has been like that, man. You know, those shards of glass stopping you from moving all the way up front. But now, since we're already on those topics, right? You talked and touched about Lito being back. We've always known about the duo of Kingstar and Wicked. And here's the thing, we did see them all the way back in the qualifiers, wherein they won their game 2-0, eventually move up forward. The performance was pretty solid. But we've always had this debate going around where who would be the best gold laner in Europe? Will it be Pelmetronio once he faces off against Wicked? So that has been the topic of discussion for most of the time. But I think so it's about time that we change the narrative slightly, right? Maybe we should discuss a little bit more about how well Laito will face against Bob Rusik. Because let's be honest, with how the EXP lane meta has been going around, I would say Laito might have an advantage in terms of the pool.
Maybe he always was a little bit a bigger fan of some of the tankier picks that you see a lot of. Whereas Bober was always this hammer that was being thrown at his opponents. Though there is one thing that's definitely fitting him well, and that is that Favos, he is quite back. He is so back. I mean, I'm feeling like I just started casting because this right now, it's probably like 1 year ago. But before I yap over that, let's talk how it all works, right, Scared?
Yes, I mean, it's about time that we actually discuss the entire Surge tournament layout, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look at the entire explainer video about how things are going to pan out.
Surge Europe is taking over. This season, we're hosting 4 massive tournaments with an €18,000 total prize pool, including 2 direct tickets to the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. We are also hosting community tournaments every 2 weeks for our players out there. Whether you're fighting for your country, your region, or a global ticket, here is what's coming up. We kick off things with Surge Pro League, aka SPL, where the goal is to give European teams opportunity to face tougher enemies outside Europe, and also other regions to face each other. 4 regions fighting for €3,000, clash between Europe, MENA, EECA, and Turkey, starting on 23rd March with 2 European qualifiers. We will invite 2 teams from each region, but European ones have to fight for their slot with winners of European qualifiers. On April 3rd, the playoffs ignite with 4 high-stakes BO3 quarterfinals. The intensity rises on April 4th for the semifinals, where the winners move into 2 grueling BO5 series to secure their place on the big stage. It all culminates on April 5th with the 3rd place match in a BO5 format, followed by the massive BO7 Grand Final to crown the ultimate regional champion. Everything will be live on our YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok from March 29th. Links for registration are in bio. So, what are you still waiting for? We are going straight out of Europe, and you can be part of it. Next up is SNL, the Surge Nations League. This league is all about building the grassroots scene in every European country. 8 countries from all across Europe, Spain, Portugal, Romania, Italy, Germany, Greece, Ukraine, and France, will battle through dedicated national qualifiers to decide who rules their home turf. There is a €3,000 prize pool on the line, and the action kicks off with national qualifiers running until April 5th to find the best representative for each territory. On April 17th, the 8 national winners meet face-to-face in a BO3 quarter-final. The winners move to the BO5 semifinals on April 18th. The grand final happens on April 19th with a massive BO7 to decide who rules Europe. Next we have MEC, Mobile Legends European Championship Season 2. Europe finally has a wild card slot for EWC, and MEC is your first ticket to $3 million. Everything starts with 2 single-elimination open qualifiers from April 10th to 12th and April 24th to 26th. Only the top 6 teams will survive the grind to advance to the next stage. May 9th to 17th, the qualifiers join 2 invited teams for the regular season. It's a BO3 group stage round robin, where every win matters for your final playoff seeding. The stakes peak from May 28th to 30th. We move into a double elimination format, meaning you have to lose twice to be out. These matches are BO5, and this is where the finalists are decided. Finally, on May 31st, it's the grand final, a massive best-of-7 marathon to crown the champion of Europe. The winner takes the biggest slice of the 10,000 euros prize pool and the legendary MSC wildcard slot for the EWC. Registration is open now. Link in the bio. And for our female pros, the SVC is your stage. Surge Valkyrie Clash is a direct ticket to the MWI at the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, with 2,000 euros and global glory on the line. Everything kicks off May 1st, with high-stakes single-elimination open qualifiers. On May 25th, the top 8 teams meet in a BO3 quarterfinal. On May 26th, the pressure rises in the BO5 semifinals, culminating May 27th with a massive BO7 grand final. The winner takes the trophy and the legendary MWI slot at EWC to represent our region on the world stage. Show the world your strength. Registration is open now via the link in our bio. We also host community tournaments every 2 weeks, where you can show off your skills and grab yourself diamonds and skins even just by participating. Think you have what it takes? The road to glory starts now. Head over to Battlefy to secure your spot in the qualifiers and make sure to catch all the action live on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. See you on the battlefield.
Time for us to move on to that battlefield, because this has never ever happened in the entirety of Europe, Warren. I can see your smile. Talk to me through the emotions that you were going through while you watched the entire format. Explain us.
Well, first of all, it's absolutely lovely seeing all those formats come to life. I mean, I myself had a strong sensation to just run off from the caster deck and just go grind some ranks, pick up a team, pick up a squad, and at least try to attend.
Yeah.
Because, man, what a time to be an Mlbb player, and especially for a European Mlbb player base, which, let's be absolutely honest, we didn't have that much laugh like ever. It's now, oh my, I cannot get enough of it, and it will be so scared. It will be so scared. So on note of emotions, I believe I settled it for you. I think I explained much enough. Well, before I go overboard with my emotions, should we focus on what's coming? Or should we talk a little bit more about all the chances that they have? Because there's so much, right? It's not just today.
True.
It's the Valkyrie Clash. It's the every 2 weeks there's a tournament. The diamond giveaways. Then you have the MEC. Oh man, like you all saw it. It took 5 minutes. We had lovely explain video for that. I think you caught all that.
Yes.
And if you are worried that you didn't, just drop a follow, subscribe, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. You will not miss a beat if you stick to that.
All you need to do is join the Discord and follow the Instagram, and also follow the other social media platforms, and you will always be updated about everything that's happening. We talk about the pro teams. We talk about those tier 1 teams, which we've always seen, right? The ones that we will see in the Surge Pro League themselves. They have the opportunity. You talk about the teams who have not made to this stage yet, who are still trying to fight at the grassroots. We have got an opportunity for them with the SNLs, and then MEC Season 2, you mentioned it already. We've got SVL. I mean, every single thing is included in this entire first half of the year, and it's only till May. We still have got a lot more things for the later on. We'll talk about that. We'll touch upon those things. All you need to do is keep on that follow, ladies and gentlemen, because for now, we'll have a look at the roster of the strongest emperor currently, and it is Boars Gaming. We've got Pelmetronio, 812, Boborusik, Rise, and God Believer.
Man, just as you mentioned, the grassroots, the boars are here. Well, they thought it's a nice snack, so they came. Well, to shake everyone's confusion, don't worry, 812 is, of course, Leave Me, just renamed. Here we can see all their lovely faces. They are setting in. And of course, Rise is Dub. And don't be confused, God Believer, he just regrown his hair. A lot of people might remember him with much less hair on his head. But don't worry, it's still all same. It's still all same, God Believer.
When is that gonna happen with you, Warren?
Never, probably. Or maybe
Hey,
maybe actually, if I attend and I win the 3,000 euro, I can go to Turkey and then I will have a hair like you. But that's still in the stars.
All
What
right.
is not in the stars is definitely the roster of their opponents. But before we see it, we should mention the little bit of an unfortunate surprise for all the fans of Extremely Slay. Scared, would you do it justice?
I mean, do you really want to talk about it right away, or do we actually wait for the roster to show up and then we see the people on the cameras? I think so. You know what? We'll keep that news for a little bit longer. And we've been holding it for the past 15-20 minutes, man. Just the next 2 to 3 won't really hurt. But before we talk about Extremely Slay, just want to slightly touch up about how you mentioned 812, previously known as Leave Me, still sticking with the roster. All of them performing pretty good, including Rise, whose again previous name was Dub. When all of these players showed up for the very first time under the roster of Metashift, I still remember in that particular event, it was the open qualifiers. We all doubted them. And then they made their way up to be sitting in that Iron Throne. But the ones who will finally challenge it will be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Extremely Slay, because this team has been the strongest challenger in the entire history of Europe.
And we have Hanji, Walkie, Lito, Kingstar, and Malfurion, the uncrowned king of mid lane. People keep talking about this guy, and I think they are right on the money. He has been the linchpin of the Volt team. Like, no, I don't wish to throw any shade on any of the members. They are all stacked, but Malfurion, oh man, I'm already envisioning all the gameplay he's gonna deliver. But I glanced over one of the facts that should have been mentioned. I've been teasing it.
Yes.
Scared wasn't letting me tell you right away. It's here. Unfortunately, Wicked is not able to attend today, so he will need to be subbed by one and only Hanji, who will be delivering instead of him on the gold lane. So the aforementioned clash, the aforementioned battle for the title of the best gold laner in Europe will need to wait. It will have to be postponed for a later time. But I believe that Hanji will definitely not give any space to Pelmetronio for free.
I mean, it is Hanji versus Pelmetronio, it is Lito versus Boborosek, Malfurion versus Godly Believer to find the strongest in the mid lane. You've got Kingstar taking on Rise to see who gives better sets to the entire team. And then the jungle battle, 812 up against Walkie. We've always known Walkie to be that one confident guy who's always very vocal about how much he believes in his team. Yes, there's always certain issues that keep on happening, but the strength, the unity that keeps this team together is what needs to be checked up right now, because they have always been so on point, so very good whenever it came down to those coordinations, trusting on each other. And those are basically the key plays that kind of makes that difference, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, from the last year, we can even speak about Volky with his role swap, right? He role swapped for a bit. He was a gold laner, and honestly, kind of decent at that. I think even stronger boards could be used, because he made it with his squad. I believe I should be correct with this, but they made it right into the top 3, and only team that had stopped them was the Boars Gaming before the rename. It was Metashift.
Yeah.
They beat them down and then they themselves matched up into the grand finals. So
True.
Milwaukee is a man of many talents, and especially if you see a player like this who is able to swap so skillfully and really deliver on his skill expression that he has in the jungle as well in the goal lane. I mean, he is a man of a lot of talents.
I just have to say that it takes a lot to be on this stage, and then being so capable into multiple roles, it increases the way how you understand the game itself. Because normally people are tunnel visioned about what they want to play, how they want to play. But when you are so much mastered in multiple roles, you have got that eagle eye views where you understand what your teammate wants. So you try and adjust and adapt your play to make out the best of your team. It is something along the lines, if you've watched Kuroko no Basket, how Akashi Seijiro makes his team play, while on the other side you've got Kagami standing up and Kuroko the one who's supporting him, and all of these people have got defined roles. But it takes Akashi Seijiro to eventually bring out the best in the entire team. And I believe that is kind of what happens in Extremely Slay, which is one of the big reasons why they are here.
I mean, it wouldn't be you scared, would it? If we had a cast of you on the desk without at least one anime reference. I mean, ladies and gents watching, you definitely should pull out a bingo card. I don't know if any was made, but the first thing you have to put on the bingo card is definitely anime reference coming from Scared. That has to be maybe put it even like 3 times on the card, because that's a staple. That's a staple. But Scared, what else is a staple as well of this Search Pro League? Even with this first BO3, I think we all can definitely get behind is that it will be a great Mlbb, and as we mentioned it before, absolute bonker start into the year, because this will be such a high level of Mlbb. Doesn't matter who gets through, doesn't matter who ends up winning it all. That, man, if I was in the chat, I would just have notes and I would write it all down.
I agree, man, because before we move towards Surge Nations League, this is the matchup which will define the best in Europe. Because the winner moves forward to face up against the winner of Turkey. So, yeah, you can place your bets here, right? Extremely Slay, Boars Gaming, both of them have proven themselves. One in the past, one currently, one of the best rosters that probably Europe has ever seen. It is going to be pretty fun to witness who wins out the best of 3 against them as we move towards the map, people. And it's one of my favorite. It's Expanding Rivers.
Ooh, those rivers will be expanding, and I can already tell you that it's kind of benefiting both of those teams, because on one side we have Boars Gaming, who are trying to attain a lead through their skillful mechanical expression on their players and coordinate it into a team effort to get some lead, get the gold. And Boars Gaming, they are probably the deadliest team when it comes to giving them gold lead. You give them 200 and they double it. They have 400, they double it. And they end up with like 5,000 gold lead in no time. Valentina being banned is a wise choice, coming from Extremely Slay. As we mentioned it before, God Believer, Valentina, they come together like... I wanted to say fire and water, but they don't really come together. So, well, Scared, help me out here.
I mean... No, fire and water, they actually can, right? You know, there's this one animated movie as well about the fire boy and the fire girl and the water boy. Everyone says that they can't be together. Eventually, they end up being, spoilers alert. I apologize for that. Sometimes I slip a few things out. But here's the big thing. Right before we jump into the draft, and I would touch upon the exact same point which you did, these are probably the only 2 teams out here who don't really have a coach. So, again, a pretty big statement out there from Europe, because everything that they've done has been out of their own accord. They've been the ones who are constantly going in for those WOD reviews, trying to get their gameplay much better, learn from their mistakes, and that requires consistency. So it's a big statement for them to be here and not have a coach at the same time. Now, as we have a look at those bans, for both of the sides. Valentina Eve, fair enough. Sora left open, but Kingster prioritizes the Kimmy for extremely slay. I I don't know if I really like that opening pick because you give away the Sora, you give away the Grok. That's quite some starting opening picks.
Well, and don't forget the carry that you are also giving away. And well, just when I mention it, the fabulous purple man is back in action in the hands of Bober. Favos being locked in, don't let it fool you. This is the old splash art, but it's Favos himself, the big powerhouse coming from XP, and the big threat. Doesn't really matter if you go full tank, doesn't really matter if you go a little bit hybrid, doesn't really matter if you, well, maybe full damage would be the wrong choice, but he has multiple paths to victory, and Bober knows it. And he's probably gonna, not probably, he is for sure going to utilize it to their advantage. The question is, all right, answering with Lapu Lapu. Not really go in for those 1v1s, but rather go in for those team fights where you try to be more effective than Favos is.
To be honest, I kind of like that the second answer for extremely slay. The Lapu Lapu, again, it's kind of like the brick wall for Phobius into the lane, which I totally agree is pretty solid. But I like the Harley pick. Most of the teams don't really go for it, but this is the kind of update which everyone's been talking about with how annoying he gets. And now since Boars Gaming pick up the Zacian as well, I think so it's going to be pretty easy for Harley to try and poke down both Pelmetronio as well as God Believer if they are caught unaware. So with the way how they're going with White now, I think so they'd want to go for the pick-off style. So you'd really want to ban out maybe the Kalia, maybe even something like the Hylos to stop any kind of nonsensical stuns on your face. Kaja, fair answer. Again, the Divine Judgment can instantly lock down Walkie on the Harley.
Kaja has been growing in popularity, so pretty understandable. But now, you mentioned Hylos. Hylos has been already banned, but still, there are two picks that I'm thinking about, because one of them can be as well Khalid, not just Kalia. So you have Khalid potential in the hands of Ryze or Kalia, so you have to decide which one of them you give, or maybe you just don't ban any of them and you respond with the other. I don't know how exactly the matchup goes, but at least you would be able to... Alright, Leomord, yeah, they might be going along my plan.
Yeah, they left both of those open though, but I personally feel that with the way how Boars have drafted, they've got carries, so they can go for the pick-off style if they want. Plus, they've got Zacian as well, so they can try and zone the enemy out with that poke. As they're now locking the Fredrin into the jungle. So a lot of cards being put in the arsenal of God Believer as well as Pelmetronio on the carry. Now, this makes me wonder, are they actually going to look forward to something like a Marcel? They can go for it.
Could be. Maybe that's the reasoning behind leaving the Rome for last. Or maybe it could just be the case that Yasenshin is banned, Leo is banned. So you kind of want to prioritize the jungle. Well, actually, no, that's not it, because Harley is already locked. So you knew. You knew. You are kind of waiting. You are kind of waiting.
I have patience. All right. So here we go. Picking up the Marcel out at the very last second. I think so. Kalia is still pretty fine, but Marcel will annoy the heck out of Kingster during those games. And if Ryze actually goes in with the Purify, yeah, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble, because then it's going to become tough. Hanji picks up the Granger as well. The draft looks pretty fine, Warren, for both of these sides. But again, this one Marcel pick, man, it has kind of tilted the odds in favor of Boars Gaming, for me at least.
Oh, absolutely. Because if we look at the way he can be played, honestly, he can even look to lock Kalia, he can even look to lock Lapu Lapu, because if Lapu transforms into his bravest fighter and he has the gigantic sword in his hands and he has the extra defense, yes, that's a little bit of a part of his tankiness, but the biggest part is his second spell, and if he's stunned, he can't use it. And if you prepare the projectiles right in front of his face, I mean, no matter his connection, no matter his skill and reflexes, if he's right on the edge, he's not gonna be able to prepare it in time.
That's going to be one of the big things out. Extremely slay with how they've got the kits in their arsenal set up. You will have to stop down that Marcel, ladies and gentlemen. And if in case Rise is able to play this one hero to the utmost perfection, we'll probably see Boars Gaming take the advantage as we all move into the land of dawn for the very first game of the very first match of the Surge Pro League 2026 as we hop into the action.
We are right in the action. Malfurion already doing the typical strat. You charge it up on the purple, so you have a little bit more pushing power, but you kind of give in. You respecting Zetian. Ooh, you should be respecting Zetian.
Yeah.
I mean, Harley, he can deal with Zetian, but Malfurion, right now, he probably can't.
I have to respect both the pokes coming in, right? First of all, from Malfurion as well, you don't want the passive of the Kami to fill up because then you will have that advantage in the range. Plus, on the other side, God Believer.
No, they are just trying to go for the push. Malfurion, half HP, trying... Yeah, it's immobilized. I don't think anything crazy should happen. Shoes have been completed, so people will be running a little bit quicker over the map. Pamatronio with the warrior boots to have that extra defense against Hanji. It's happening exactly as we would have thought, Scared. Carry is getting pushed in. Granger is the big beast on the lane.
Yeah, as of now, that is the thing. But both of these players are getting those last hits on the minions as well. So, all going on with this fight. And Hanji, yeah, that's the strength of Granger. You mostly end up securing that, but it is the mid which I was looking at as here we go.
Oh, but look at this. Lito immediately before the turtle getting his HP burned like that, and now Kingsta is the next in the thick of it. Can he get out? I'm not quite sure. Ooh, barely getting out. He had to flicker though, and this means Boars Gaming should be able to get this turtle. No, not really, because Lito is already moving in. He is the bravest fighter. He's throwing the boomerangs and going for Bober to let his backline free. He still has the Raging Slash. Kingsta got destroyed, and there's Malf. No, he gets killed because even the traction pole couldn't keep him alive. Bober, he got the deadly magic on him, but I mean, it's Favos, and it's Harley early game. He's not gonna do much.
That's one of the big things, right? You force out the deadly magic early on, and then on the back of it, you just poke down Kingsta so much that you eventually did not have any opportunity in that turtle fight. But for now, let's have a Runestone talent prediction view out here because everyone have decided to go for something, and guess what? It's a full house on Boars Gaming, my man. It's only you and Elise who have decided to go for a 2-1, and everyone thinks it's going to be a 2-0.
I mean, right now, if this pick-off works out, maybe there's some hope. Ooh, Rise. What a nasty move from him. Ultin on top of himself, of course, because Marso, he's not caught in his own ultimate. Everyone knows that. Man, great escape.
And on the back of that, now you really just are able to deny that first kill to extremely slay. And Walkie needs to get that first pick. It is just like how Hanji on the Granger as well. You kind of need that snowball to kick in, right? You need those early picks, and that might happen. But
well, it happened though. The Spamatronio, he didn't even break a sweat. His Purify is still on him. So did he really? Was he really in? Oh no, but Kingsta, he is in quite a pickle. He is getting CC'd up. CC immune for a bit, but no, he gets destroyed. 812 getting pulled back in, but he has a dash mouth. Can he? No, he can't. Rise with the body block, but maybe body blocking too much. No, he body blocked just enough. Rise keeping himself alive. 2-0-1 on this Marcel.
I mean, this is one of the big things that happened all the way up as well, right? With the first blood that was also powered by Runestone, we saw Boars Gaming have that advantage in the turtle pit, which eventually moved forward into this mid game where they have not dropped a single body. And now on the back of it, they will have the advantage in the second turtle too. Around 1,000 gold lead in their favor. Kingsta.
They tried to go for Bulber, but it was all a trap. Because there is the rest of the squad. Rise, he's getting bursted down. Deadly Magic. Oh, he got him. This ultimate came in through a little bit late. And there's Walk with some burst. Oh, he gets picked up. There's Lito still with the Raging Slashes, but it's not doing enough damage. There's a pull in from Molv. Oh, it's just enough. 812 dying. And Bulber trying to sustain. No, his passive couldn't go off. God Believer is the last man standing. And Extremely Slay are extremely slaying. Let me phrase it like that, because look at that, they are back in game.
That is a back and forth matchup now. This is what I was talking about. That instantly Walkie can counter down Rise. This should be fine.
Yeah,
they're gonna be fine.
I didn't see a reason to even raise my voice, because I felt like, come on, it's not gonna happen. Like 30 seconds after a fight, another one. Where are we?
You may
Wait,
never know.
look at that. Bulber getting blasted on the top lane. Oh, Bulber. He got caught. Lito trying to keep 812 from Molv. There is God Believer. He's trying to change this. Rise. He was maybe looking for that fishy kill on Malphite, but not really going through with it. Volky getting out. Rise with the chase down, trying to go for Malph. He doesn't have the damage. Purify goes through. Stun on Lito. It's 1-for-1, but the kill goes again in the hands of Rise. If you look at Extremely Slay, their kills are much more impactful because they are on the members where it matters. Whereas Boros Gaming have it on Rise. He has 3 of these kills.
That's one of the big things, right? You do not want those kills to flow into your roamer. But Rise has been doing a pretty fantastic job out on this Marcel till now. But here's the thing. Extremely Slay have kind of figured out how they need to play around with that Marcel. Because Walkie is now just simply targeting him. As soon as Rise shows up his face, he's got Deadly Magic on his face. And then you also have the constant support from Malfurion with the basic attacks of Kimmy. So that adds on to the Deadly Magic damage. So eventually he's forced to go all the way back. The only time where Boros Gaming actually won a fight towards that first turtle was when Kingsta was low HP and then Extremely Slay decided to fight. So according to the draft, Extremely Slay have the advantage. But it just falls down to how well they execute those team fights. Kingsta?
Well, Mason 812, Mason as well. Oh, the town didn't go through. Well, it did, but it didn't hit. Kingsta still fine, and there is Lito, so it will be true 5v5. And if you it's already started. Malfurion half HP in the beginning of the fight. Kingsta trying to de-escalate, trying to run away. Bulber with the Deadly Magic on his face. He's going for it 1v1 against Walk because he doesn't mind. And in the meantime, Lito got bursted down. This looks like this turtle will go in the hands of the Boros. But maybe Traction will have something to say about it. There's God Believer of the ult in the flank. Lito with Raging Slashes into the backline, getting God Believer. There's Rise on the flank. Lito still alive. Ultimate. It kind of helped because there's Hanji with the blast going for Bulber because they got caught in the ult. 812 maybe a Presos draft. Can he smack them right? Does he have it? He's waiting for it. I believe he is waiting for it. No, he is running away.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play it safe right now. What a messy team fight, man. But look at the dude on your screens on the left. Lito, man, who lighted up? He eliminated the path of victory for Extremely Slay in that team fight. I'll come back to that right now as we have a look at the items now. One away from the Trinity of Pelmetronio. Already have the Sky Piercer stacked up now with the Malefic gun. It will help Hanji work out perfectly. Stallium Scythe with the Feather of Heaven. Now finally Walker will start to have that extra bit of true damage, which will hit 812.
812, faking it out. Do not let Scared finish his thoughts.
Yeah, it's just like, what if we start a fight? What if we don't let you talk about that fight? Now, coming back to that topic, man, Lito moved all the way around that turtle pit and moved in from behind so that he can actually take down God Believer. And then on the back of it, the entire team was just able to mess the fight up.
Trying to go for Hanji. Hanji needs to flicker out of harm's way. He is out, but is the rest out? Yeah, they are fine. Rise burned his flicker 30 seconds before a lord, and now Lito, he is hunting the Boros. The hunting season is on. Lito, he's going for that backline, trying to eliminate the deadly threats from the opposing team. 812 got killed, and Lito, he bought enough time, but there is Bulber trying to change the tide. Rise gets obliterated, and in the meantime, it's just Pelmetronio 1v3. And he is dead just like this wipeout from Extremely Slow.
Hold on, man. What if all the predictions are going to be thrown down in the drain? Because in this clash of the strongest emperor versus the greatest conqueror, for now, the conquerors are literally stealing over the land of Boars Gaming. It's, as you said, hunting season with all the tier 2s now taken down. Everyone on the side of Boars is going to be caged up. They can't move out of their inhibitors so freely. And now this is where I feel the Granger pick worked out perfectly for Extremely Slay. Because every time Rise goes in for the time stop, you know that Hanji, if he's not caught in it, he will land those Death Sonatas and Rhapsody. He will stack them up. And you're seeing Walkie do the same thing with the poker trick. So it's going to hit you like a truck on your face. And I think so that is one of the most problematic parts of Boars Gaming, which they realize now in this game.
Oh, absolutely. There's also another problem. On top of that, your opponents have Lord, but there's also another problem, and that is Boars Gaming, they kind of want to play the fight slow. But if you look at Extremely Slay, the only player that really wishes to play the fight slow is Malfurion. And honestly, looking at his build, he doesn't even mind to play it a little bit faster. There's the kidnap going on Bober. Bober half HP. Rice trying to fix his mistakes. There's Bober still alive. 812. Kingstar Lighto. The Raging Slash outwards to defend himself. Rice stunning him up. Kingstar, he could be dying. Bober with a jump in and a flicker out of harm's way.
Perfect jiggle of the damage coming in by Boars Gaming, and with that, they get that advantage. But I don't think so. The inhibit mid will stand strong. Walkie?
God Believer got pulled in and he got caught in the traction pull. He dies. Walk got that pick up. Bober 1v3 trying to buy some time. You might look at it mindlessly, but he bought maybe enough of time. Rice with the 3-man knockup and CC immobilized going through. So the base is still standing. 25 seconds on Bober and 20 seconds on God Believer. Can they respawn in time? Maybe they will not. Rice with the 3-man stun. There's Private Fronio trying to defend the base. Molf trying to siege it a little bit further. They are going for the top side base. Previous Fighter trying to keep them away with the Mars Ult and Golden Hour. Now Rice flickering out. 812. Rice has been killed. Mega kill for Angie. Landshaker misses. Traction pull 2. But there's the rest of the squad. Though God Believer is back in action, I think you will run away. But the siege has been quite successful. No, you are not running away. Actually, you are looking to finish. Kalia with a kidnap trying to go for 812, and it's successful. He couldn't use his Appraiser's Wrath, or if he did, he didn't do enough damage. Overusik is there smacking them around, bonking all the way to the backline, but he went a little bit too deep. Bober has been killed from Antonio too, and it just God Believer trying to defend the base. Can he do it? There is Rise. He will try to help this man. They will try to defend the base. There's the damage coming through from God Believer. No! It's not enough indeed, because Extremely Slay, we're hunting boars this day.
It's hunting season right now, as you mentioned. The first step for conquering the latest emperors is taken in the right direction, as it's Extremely Slay to put a hamper in the win streak of Boars Gaming right now. Now, the strongest in Europe has been shaken to the core right now, as they're just one game away from being eliminated. And I don't think so anyone would have thought about this entire storyline, that Extremely Slay, after coming back from a year of inactivity, that certain people hopping back up together will show up such a big time where they will shake the strongest of Europe down to the core. And if anything, the pressure is on Boars Gaming now, because this previous game was so well drafted and even better executed by their side.
It was. Matter of fact, it absolutely was. Malfurion 2-1-14. He was the assist king, but it's a Kimi without Skypiercer. That's the typical stuff. If you see Juxin without Skypiercer, similar thing would tend to happen. Gold per minute, Hanji, Carry, Walkie, this deadly magic. Oh man.
Wow.
Damage taken Lighto, he was the beefcake, and Malfurion with the assist, as we mentioned before. But let me get back to the topic of the draft, because you mentioned it, and honestly, I feel like both of the drafts were playable. But the problem was that both of the drafts were playing to the strengths of the teams. And if you look at the composition of Extreme Slay, they knew they are not going to be a match for Boros Gaming if they play the typical, precise, macro-oriented game. They knew they need to start fights, they knew they need to make chaos, and in the chaos, they will thrive. That's exactly what happened. Whereas Boros Gaming, they tried to scale, but there was nowhere to scale to.
That was one of the big things, right? He wanted to find enough time for Pelmetronio to get those Trinities, but that did not really happen. And I think so it kind of ended up being that one Phobius pick, right? I do understand that he is pretty strong in the hands of Boborusik, and normally you'd actually get a lot of value out of that. But it just came down to the scenario where 812 on the Fredrin was just not able to be super tanky. As again, Malfurion was having a fun time kiting around him, so he did not really care about Fredrin being on his face. He just kept on moving back. Laito found those angles with the bravest fighters, and he was constantly forcing God Believer to go back or maybe away from the team fights. And if he tried to stay there, he was taken down. So when you got two people who are kiting like that into your backline, then the Phobius is eventually isolated on the other end, which with a little bit of a poke and work from the rest of the people, he can be bursted down too, as he's the only one standing there. Yes, as much as Rise's Marcel pick was good, but Harley is kind of a straightforward counter for Marcel, and then you also had to pair it up with a Granger who will utilize the golden hour. Yeah, let's just say that as good as that pick could have been, if not for that Harley and Granger, it kind of ended up biting them in the back.
I would even say that even with the pick, it wasn't played as precisely as could have been. Because if you are remembering correctly, the team fights, some of them were played well, where the front line was moving with Pelmetronio and they were enabling do damage. But a lot of the times where they lost the fights, and especially the times where they lost the fights, and especially the last fight, Bober was straight up in the backline, which would be fine if he was either ahead or if he was a little bit more carry build Favos. But the only thing he did is that he separated himself from his own backline, and he didn't have enough damage. He was in no position to go for that backline alone. If he was there to support 812 and they both could hold hands and protect Pelmetronio, that could have been fruitful. But like this, if they are not working in tandem, well, this is the story of the game.
And I also think, just to add on top of this, I think sort of it was kind of that extra flicker in the hands of God Believer on the Zetian. Now, I understand normally if Kingsta is the killer, he'd not be able to target the Zetian because of the passive that is always up. But if it's not, which it was not the case for most of the time, because it was, let's just say, Malfurion kiting around so close to him that it was broken off, or maybe it was just Kingsta diving in, Laito hopping up on his face. It was always broken down, which eventually gave path to Kingsta to land in the Tsunami Slam. So now to avoid that, God Believer has to play a bit more passive. He has to be a little bit further back in that entire fight, which ended up creating that isolation path of 812 being left alone, Boborusik being left alone. And let's be honest, in terms of that poke, if Malfurion can position himself well, then that is the best way to play the Kimi, which was the case for most of those times. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we already have Boros Gaming one step behind. So yes, you can see their faces. It's not going to be the happiest ones that you see right now, but this is the one where smiles are there. You can look at Laito, man. He's not even hiding it anymore.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that your layout that you created for yourself wasn't the best, because when I looked at Extremely Slay, no one was really smiling, but then I looked in the right bottom corner and I was like, well, you have like, actually Malfurion might be too, but his webcam is just so low quality that we don't even know. Well, now
that's fine.
Doesn't matter their emotions, they need to lock in, because you can be smiling after the first game, but who is smiling after the second game? That will tell the tale, because right now you might have won, well, you actually did, but the series is not finished yet.
Yes.
Still need to lock in. And yeah, maybe Boros Gaming were read by Extreme Slay in the first game, but that doesn't have to be exactly the same thing for the second draft.
True. That's where we always talk about the adaptations, the adjustments, which most of these teams normally go with, right? And it's going to be pretty fun once we have a look at how things are going to move forward. On the other side of the spectrum, since the side might actually be swapped up, right? And we will have potentially a different map, unless it is again the expanding rivers. We'll see a tad bit of playstyle change as well in terms of getting those heroes picked up. If Bose Gaming hop on the blue side, I think so they're going to respect ban the Kalia for Kingsta. He has always played it, shown us in multiple scrims as well, how good he normally is with that. So you don't really want to give him his comfort at this point.
Well, if you ban Kalia, is he going for that sneaky Cho that I grew to know him on? I feel like it would be kind of off meta. We don't really see it, but it's Kingsta, you know, man of many talents.
Yeah.
So, man with quick hands, I would add on top of that.
True.
So we might see that. We might see that, but I think rather not. Well, for Boris Gaming, it really depends because, as I mentioned, it wasn't necessarily just the draft itself, it was also the execution. So they have,
Yes.
you could say, two paths in front of them. They could either try to double down, hammer down, lock in the same comp, and be just like, all right, we fixed the mistakes, we played more careful, we don't do these moves, we do these moves instead, and it will work out. Or it could be a whole different story. We could see them on a different side because they are the choosers. So they can either go for the red, they can either go for the blue. Still, it's up in the air. And they might go with a whole different comp. Honestly, 812, he is a player that yes, it was Hayabusa meta indeed, but we saw him perform so well, not just on Hayabusa, but also on Lancelot. And I get that Fredin was good. I liked it from the draft as well. But especially with those players with very good reflexes, with very good mechanics, I always sadden when I see them on a tank duty. I know Fredrin is not your typical tank duty, but he kinda is. He kinda is there.
It's mostly that proper frontlining for helping your backline. Backliners do that damage. The front to back classic composition, which we talk about. The idea was straight up. You keep God Believer in a position along with Pelmetronio where they can freely hit the enemy and they are not the ones being targeted. If anyone hops on their face, you simply have a taunt to try and deal with them. If anything, God Believer has the passive of those ATMs. So you could see the vision, you could see the idea. It came down to that execution, and I have to say, Laito on that Lapu Lapu was just a bit too comfortable. So I do see the reason why he picked it up over in the second pick itself, right? Not even keeping it for the later stages where it might be banned out. He's like, you know what, guys, give me the Lapu Lapu. I'll simply deal with the Fred on the other side. And that is even when the Sora was open. While we have seen Bobo Rusick play Sora, Pelmetronio play Sora, we've also seen Laito play Sora on multiple occasions, right? So I think it is about time where we are potentially going to see all of these prior heroes being prioritized.
It's funny that I remember us two talking how the champ pools of Laito and Bobra are different. And yes, don't get me wrong, Lapu is definitely one of more Laito's champs for sure.
Yeah.
But in the gameplay style, he is a little bit more of Bober's hero. So it's funny to think that before the first game, we were like, all right, Bober, he's the all-aggressive guy. He will go right in there. And it was Laito with his Lapu. At the one moment, he was like 3-1-2, something like that, having the full Vorax with Queen's Wings on top of that. He was just a menace.
This is the reason why I also mentioned about him in the first phase itself of the yapping session, right? Where we were in the pre-match segment, we were discussing about individual matchups and how, we've always talked about Pelmetronio, how Hanji will be playing against him, so he's going to have a bit of a pressure. But it all fell down to that EXP matchup. because it's EXP right now that controls the flow of the game. So the better one sets his team up for success in a better scenario. In the very first fight, we saw Bobber Rusik do it with the Phobius. He was on the faces, eventually forced Laito to hop back so that he has to save Malfurion in that fight, which meant God Believer can freely hit Malfurion from the range since no one is targeting him. And that was the entire reason why the first fight ended up being a Boars Gaming fight. And then on the later stages, when you see every single time you had Kingstar being the face tank, so no one can simply walk up to Malfurion and target him. And then you had Laito jumping in the enemy backline, which is disrupting their formation. That problem caused a lot of ruckus there. But now, with all the bans being done, I believe it's all the same. The Kalia being respected from Boars Gaming. They might pick up the
Harley,
Sora since it's left open.
yeah, Sora might be, but Harley wasn't banned in the last game. No, they are doubling down on the Favos.
Okay.
And I tell you one thing. At the end of this game, it will either go up to 50% win rate or it will stay at 0, man. And 2 games 0, I know it's not that much, but I mean, the third guy that's picking it will not feel like a good idea, at least in my eyes. Well, of course, it really depends on the team comp. It really depends on how you play it. But yeah, Favos is a powerhouse. Don't get this twisted. It wasn't really Favos' fault that the game went how it went. It was extremely Slay playing exactly how they needed to play against Boars. Aggressive, skill checking, mechanical plays, and not letting them play their slower macro-based approach. They always contested, always had the will to fight back. We are seeing Yisun Shin. He could either go jungle or he could go in the hands of Hanji. Hanji, he was, I believe, swapped. I know just for a little bit, but he was swapped for a bit for a jungle position. So do I see it right that it might go in his hands because he has the experience on Yisun Shin?
I mean, yeah, we have seen Golden Yisun Shins getting a lot of priority as well. You can simply land that charged arrow on the faces, clear the minions, have your own fun time. But I do like this Kaja pick from Rice. Wants to play with Pelmetronio now, getting the pick off kind of idea for themselves. But I still feel it will be difficult now since Kingstar has logged in the high loss on the faces. And there should be a Leo mod ban now. You want to prioritize those jungle bans, stick with the Leo mod, maybe take with a Fred per se. They actually take the Farsa. So focusing on the Kimmy counters.
They should. Malfurion is definitely the powerhouse of Extremely Slay. You have to think about that. Zatian, now it will not be available for the Fall of Boars, but they have, and we kind of just glanced over it. I don't believe you even mentioned it, Scared. I know I had the word for the bit when it was picked up, but they have Kaja. They have Kaja with Gary, and that changes quite a lot.
That Divine Judgment stops anyone who wants to hop on your face. Plus, if you want to go aggressive, you can simply pick off Malfurion. You can't even purify that stuff. But again, that Kingstar's lock-in of the high loss, right? Until and unless he's down to half HP, I don't think so Rise will pick him up. I think so he will have to ignore him. And if he tries to do that, there's a boom, Law and Order on your face. Now you've got nowhere to run. You're just caught up in the middle of nowhere. So that could be a bit of a problem right now. I like the draft of Extremely Slay. But what are they going to pick up? Maybe put Walkie onto that Leomord? Or maybe they want to skip it because of Boborusek.
They would definitely have more horsepower than Boars Gaming after that. Oh, it's actually...
It's actually how you picked it up. But it's good. It's equal now.
Oh, it is. Leomord in the hands of Leave Me. Big powerhouse. Kind of, I would say he is a little bit new into the jungle roster, but not really. Like, he is there for some time, but he is new in a sense that he wasn't there for some time, you know, like it was just Yisun-Shin, Suyo, these heroes, Hayabusa, Lancelot, but now he's in the fold. Gord, though, on the other hand, Scared, talk to me about that. I thought he only exists in my ranked games.
Nah, he's been pretty well known in the community and been picked up quite a lot thanks to all those buffs. I want to see what Hanji locks in. This should be a double fighter. I'm not seeing it in any other sense. You put Baki into the jungle on the Yisun Shin and lock in something like the CC, maybe the Ruby, to try and stop the enemy. It's actually a... Oh my goodness, all right. They are tripling down on the marksmen. Now that is hopeful, ambitious, I'll say.
It is ambitious, as you say. That's a right phrase. But also, if you think about it, Gord usually likes to just fire his laser beam in the midst of the fight, and that's kind of what he loves to do. But if you have so many threats, where Extremely Slay definitely have those, they have 4 threats. Everyone basically except Hylos is a threat potential for God Believer. Well, then the laser beam cannot be as focused. He will need to pick and choose who's he gonna fire it upon.
Yeah, that is true. But to be honest, I kind of do not concur with you on the fact that you said Hylos is not a threat for the god. Oh my god, I'm going to be tucking my tails and running away if I see a half-human, half-horse running on my face like that on the glorious pathway with a revitalize on his face. Nah, man, I'm out of there. I ain't strong enough to deal with all of that. But maybe Boss Gaming are strong enough to deal with Extremely Slay for this game number 2, as it's a do or die for them. They win, they stay. They lose, they go back home. As we land of dawn, we go.
I think you missed a good opportunity for a poem. You could have said they stay and they go away. But it's alright, Scared, you will learn. Well, right now Malfrun is learning to dodge the skill shots, and he's not really good at that, because the first ball, it hit right in his face. Look at the emblems, Scared. Come on, talk to me about it. Something not traditional, something peculiar.
Yeah, it actually is. And that's Pelmetronio going with the Master Assassin onto that carry now. That means he wants to have that extra bit of damage against Hanji on the Claude, who should naturally win that lane.
Oh, but there's the 1v2, Pelmetronio. Nah, he is fine. Let's not... Oh, Pelmetronio. He truly was pushing it.
I mean, considering he was maintaining that range from Waki, just to make sure that he's not able to get a reset on the passive, so it's totally cool. Just at level 4 as well, 30 seconds before the turtle made.
Waki going in, throwing that bolt on God Believer, and he has been dealt with. And the Frostblood, of course, powered by Runestone. Here it is. Here we have it. Frostblood goes to Extremely Slay.
Good shot on that, Warren. Out with Extremely Slay. Yeah, they have the advantage, right? The slight bit of the advantage with the turtle now being up. Boars Gaming seem like having that control, but Bobber Rusik is being pressured again.
Rise. Oh, he's fine. Let's not forget how fast Kaja is. Ooh, now 8-1-2. He got it. And 1v1 on the top side. It was actually Henji needing to use his BMI to get the heck out.
Again, not really hitting that level 4 before Pelmetronio, so slight bit of an advantage for the carry there.
Rise with the kidnap. Suppression on Kingston. He gets flown back right into the tower. And God Believer, he will fix his taste buds with a lovely horse steak.
Just making sure that it takes one horse to delete the other. Out on the other side now, here's the big thing. As much as I feel Extremely Slay are really greedy with this triple marksman composition, if in case it is allowed to snowball in the way that it is being, they will have 3 different sources of damage which Boars Gaming will then have to deal with. And you add on top of that Laito, who will be jumping on your backline every single time. So I don't know how easy it's going to get for you. but I'm pretty sure you might not like it if this game moves anywhere closer to 8 to 9 minute mark and the goal lead is less than 5,000 for Boars.
Oh, there is the initiation. Glorious path away. Rise and Lito will finish the job. He is there with his big sword, ready to cause a ruckus. But still, Boars are in the gold lead. The turtle has been gracious to them.
Absolutely.
Boar?
Boar is sick.
Nah, he is fine. He's alright.
Oh my
Oh, he
god,
got
that thing's so very. He
Hit
8
one,
on
two.
today.
He got it.
He's got the momentum, right? So that has the better execution line than anything else on the side of Extremely Slay right now. Walking on that Yi Shin, also trying to get that early level up as well. Glowing one
Ooh,
picked up
1v1,
by
very
God
close. 1v1
Believer.
on the top side. Henji with the ultimate popping off as well as Pamatronio. Henji, you madman. You went back in. But that means the laser goes flat on Malfrin's face. Kingsta, Bober is leading the charge. And this is how you want to play Favos. You know that your team is behind your back and you just put the pressure in the faces of the opposition. Rice, he got pulled back in. Oh, he's fine. He's all right. There's Bober. Rise with the finish. And Malf gets smacked right into the ground. And look at it. Force 3 kills, but 2,000 doubloons to their name.
This is one of the big things. Oh, hold on. Look in mid. Kingsta. He's going to be hopping back to safety. It's absolutely fine. And I must have to say, man, it seems like Boars Gaming in that slight bit of a break have definitely joined the Search Fit Club because they are winning. They are challenging themselves. And for all the people who really like winning by challenging, make sure that you join the Search Plate Club as well because the more you challenge yourself, the more in-game prizes you win. If you want more information, just simply go to Instagram and search Surge Fit Club. You'll find all the specific details there. And Warren, I'm pretty sure you've been hitting that gym as well, so you might win certain end-game rewards with those diamonds, those skins, and a lot of other stuff. It's going to be pretty cool.
I mean, I was especially hitting the gym, the brain wraps in the gym, you know, because I was actually able to win create a hero contest. And do you know how scared? Because I joined the Discord. So folks, definitely join the Discord as well, because there's the news. You will always know Lito with the 1v1 against Bober, because he doesn't want to let Bober join the Discord. There is 812 with the ultimate chasing them off, and he is not really riding a horse, it's a bike. But Lito needed to retreat, and Bober is fine. He didn't even need to use his flicker, which of course he didn't have, so he might have been dead. But of course, don't forget to join the Discord, don't forget to follow the Instagram, TikTok, and everywhere you can find us, so you don't miss a beat. Well, let's get back to the game. 6:30 and Boars Gaming with 3,000 goldie. It's like I said scared. You give them a little bit and they double it. Oh, Henji with the 1v1 against Palmetronio. Palmetronio kinda close, kinda low. Henji actually retreating. Do you think he would? Oh, let's not think. Let's watch. 812 flying around. There's Lito, but Lito is not as fat as he was last time. There's Walk getting the turtle, but there's the rest of the fight continuing on. Landshaker in their face. 812 gets picked up by Bober, and Bober is on a chase. Gets Malfurion, and there's Walkie finishing off Rise, but he will die. To God Believer, will he though? No, Bober missing him completely cause Walk. Man, he activated that Ultra Instinct. He dodged so well from the spells of Bober. And God Believer ready to walk in his face. But it worked out. Velmetronio with a 1v1 against Lito, dodging Landshaker, not really Raging Slash. Will not finish him off though. I mean, Boars? They are hitting their personal bests right now. You were not wrong with the gym. I don't think they even left. I think they play from the gym.
Now, one of the big things is Pelmetronio getting his items. He is almost pretty close to that Trinity as well. So, if he picks it up, then Lito will have a ton of problems. But now, as we have a look at the items of Walkie as well, he's building up towards that endless battle. And once he completes that, the front line will start to fall. Only the Demon Hunter sword now being worked up by Pelme. So, it's totally fine with him. God Believer went in for the glowing wand. I'm pretty sure he goes in for the Ice Queen wand as well to add that extra bit of slow. instead of dealing a ton more damage. And I think so that is only because he can stack the true damage up on his skills. And that's a very smart way to play.
And there is a glorious pathway going for God Believer. 812 in the thick of it. Kingstar chasing him off. 812 getting land shakered. Kingstar dies. Mega kill for Bober. And Bober is there to smash. Bober is looking for those bonks. And if you give it to him, you will get bonked in your face. Let's remind everyone, this fight was 4v5. Palmatronio was on the top side.
Exactly my point. I was just about to mention that Pelmetronia did not even join the fight this time. So it was all the way up top. Out on the other side, Hanji picking up the second item now, still one away from the Trinity, so he is falling behind. And that means Pelmetronio and Boris Gaming have taken over this entire game right now. And this is the reason why I was constantly focused a bit too much onto that Leo mode, because you can clearly see, as much as Rise is trying to face tank some of the damage, it is Bobber Rusik with the support of 812. So Bobber can tank while 812 dishes out the damage, and thanks to the brute force breastplate, he will have lesser time being crowd controlled. And Kingstar is being poked to death. And this is just a freaking bird and the EXP laner.
I mean, let's not put shade on the name of Bober, because he is 4 god freaking 0-1. And he has a fleeting time? Man, he's cooking with the build.
He's having his own fun time out, but the bot.
Oh, there is the boat in the face of God Believer, and Kingstar, he had his revenge. He finally was able to catch this little rascal when he did not expect it.
And on the back of it, they will now be able to defend the tier 2s as well. The only big problem is that the map has now turned mostly blue, and Boars Gaming have got that 5,000 or at least 4,000 gold leads, which I was talking about. Still 1k less, to be honest. So I feel Extremely Slave will have that opportunity to bring themselves back in this one, considering this triple marksman is going to scale significantly well the more we go into this game. And it's just the fact that Pelmetroni is going to be the big one, right? And now with the Radiant Armor picked up, Malfurion, if he does not have the Divine Glaive, Bob Rusik is going to have fun time against him.
It's kind of funny to cast a game where there is a carry on one side, and you have to agree with the fact that the opponents are outscaling the carry. But actually they are. Because you rightfully mentioned, they have 3 carry picks. They also have Lighto on top of that, which of course he is not scaling as well as the 3 others. But there is some scaling on his part. Oh, the Chastis completed for Kingstar. So Pelmetronio will be lacking that crucial attack speed when he hits Kingstar. So no more kidnaps of a horseman. Lighto, does he have his Chastis? I'm not quite sure. Do you know, Scared?
I don't think so he's picked it up yet. I think so he will be making it pretty soon. On the other side of the spectrum, now you're going to have to deal with the constant side lane pushes coming in from Walkie as well. Because look at the amount of information that is being provided to him. He instantly got 1 turret down bot and now wants to pressurize the second too. The split push is now going to create that gap in between the players of Horse Gaming, which might give an opening to Extremely Slay. They have hit the 33k gold mark, and I talked about picking up the Divine Glaive. It has been logged in for Malfurion, with Trinity completed for Hanji. They have reached their power spike now.
And they force the bird to flicker out of harm's way. This is a flicker that he cannot furthermore use in the next 2 minutes for some cheeky kidnaps.
Holy smokes.
Hanji, you have to respect the woman with the chakrams. Because if you don't, you will die.
Level 14, tell me.
Oh, they are bursting it down. It's gone. The Lord is gone so quickly. And this is exactly from the book of Boars Gaming. You give them lead and you don't even know it. It's 8-5. You feel like, guys, it's playable. But no, it's not really. 5,000 for Boars, and they are expanding on it.
This is the snowball which we always talk about. And man, this god has been doing a fantastic job. God Believer's positioning is pretty awesome. The constant poke is annoying the hell out of Kingster. Laito is also not able to face tank that easily, and you saw the damage of Pelmetronio. All I'm gonna say is that you gotta be pretty lucky to try and deal with that. Now, Waki, he wants to actually take the fight against 812.
I'm not quite sure if he can. This was a work of madness. Why did he take this 1v1? He cannot beat Leo in a straight up mano a mano. And now his team is lacking this crucial member. It's 4v5 base defense, and you could say 4v6 because they have Lord. Lord is marching onto the top side, 20,000 on this Lord. He's still quite healthy. They will probably be able to take the mid lane tower as well, 18,000. Light will try to go for it. Malfurion is trying to tickle the Lord a bit. Henji, yeah, Lord will die, but I think the aura will be lost on the mid lane. Yeah, actually, the minute is not really there, but there is a fight there. Bober, Landshaker on 4, Lighto. This was pixel perfect, but no one was there to follow. There's Woki. Maybe he bought enough time for his team to defend. There's the bolt on 2. Pavetonio gets obliterated. And he dies. Henji, though, gets finished by double killing. Bober would try to at least take Woki on top of that. But Bober, come on, that would be too much. You wouldn't leave any kills to the rest of the team. But gorgeous team fights on both sides. But maybe, oh, the ball! Suppression, flicker from Rise and walk. Will he die? There's the Leo. Leo finishes the job and gets a tower on top of it as well. The base is open. The gates are open.
But the respect also being shown by Boris Gaming. They understand that even though they have the advantage, they cannot really underestimate Malfurion onto that Kimi. Constant guiding that's been coming around, it has been pretty good by Extremely Slay. But here's the thing, man. Coming back onto the same point again, that one fight which Waki went through with in the bottom lane against 812, it kind of ended up being such a disaster for Extremely Slay, where they've lost those 2 inhibitors now. The mid is standing, yes, but Force Gaming are looking so much more calm and composed. Yes, you've got the triple marksman, you have got that damage. But at the same time, you don't really have that good of a front line. Kingster is there on the high loss. But in the entire scenario, when the Lord was pushing up top, as well as the bottom lane was being pushed up, you could see Kingster inside his inhibitor. And the only reason why he cannot move far up is because of the presence of Rise. The moment Kingster steps one tile ahead, Rise will just Divine Judgment him. Pelmetronio will burst him down because he already has got the Malefic gun as well on top of the Trinity. And then that's it. Kingster would not be able to allow, he wouldn't be even allowed to cast the Glorious Pathway.
The Lord has been started up. Base is defended by Malf, but he needs to move in with his team. Lord has been reset. Rise flying around. Flicker will be up for Bober. Flicker will be up for Rise. 14 seconds. Gold Rose Meteor for Pelma. Malefic Roar for 812. He will be able to shred even the tankiest members of Extreme Slay. You mentioned it before. They don't have the front line. Each of them needs to be the front line. But the problem is, Bober is so AoE that he can take on 3 members of Extremely Slay. Oh, Lighto. He needed to use his bravest fighter out of there. And that bought just enough time for 812 to finish the Lord.
God Believer and his zoning, man, that is so insane. It is literally just on the back of that zoning where Kingster was forced back. So Laito was the only one left up in front, which eventually he was also pushed back by God Believer's Mystic Gush. Man just straight up Kamehameha him out of that bush. And if God is doing that to you, you know how much control Boards Gaming have. Lightning Transient picked up. Rise has changed the boots to a concealed one. So now Extremely Slay will have to be careful.
And he has his flicker. The base has no more towers. Winter Crown being picked up for 2 members of Extreme Slay, and the Lord is here. He's ready to rumble. This could be possibly the last fight of this game. Oh, untargetable. There's the Winter Crown responding to Rise, who tried to kidnap. There is the Thick of Fight, Lighto with the backline engaged. Winter Crown keeping him alive. Angie doing a lot of damage, but he is getting chased off by 812. 812 actually dying. He has been shut down by Walkie. Double kill for Pematronio, triple for the Boars Gaming. It's just Angie and Walkie. I don't think they can defend against this onslaught. They still have 2 immortalities they will try to do, but it's not enough. It's not enough to try. Then Boars Gaming are coming for your base, Crystal, with an 8,000 godly. Man, I lost my words, but can you fault me for that?
Nope, definitely cannot, because with the way how this team made that comeback, you can never count out Boars Gaming. Yes, you have got the greatest conquerors up here, but we've also got the strongest emperors holding their ground down. The first wave was extremely slay, and the second wave has been answered back by Boars Gaming. And all of this action now, we'll be getting ready for that third game itself. Before I really talk about it, I have to give the huge shout out to Surge Europe as well for making this all possible. And people, if you also want to join and be the part of this action and maybe see your team play up here, you want to showcase your skills up here, just make sure to like, subscribe, follow on all the platforms, especially Instagram and Discord, which you will find the links of in the description. As we now find the way how to keep on praising Bobo Rusik onto this Phobias, where we both thought, or at least I personally thought, it might not be the best pick right away as the first one, but he made it work.
He made it work. And that's the thing. Honestly, why was I doubting? Why was you doubting him? Why was any of the viewers doubting Bober and the rest of Boars? Because if they double down on something, it really needs to be something that works out in the end, and there you had it. We were saying that Extremists they can scale back up, that they have crazy late game. Look at it, 18 minutes. Wouldn't you call that a late game yourself? Because I probably would, so I have to go back at my words. Even in late game, even tested against almost full builds all across the board, Boars still had it in the back. Their teamfight execution was just much better.
Was super good at that point, and one of the big reasons was because they had that extra bit of front line. You normally did not really see that happen for either Laito or Kingster, just because of the constant poke of God Believer on that God. That one pocket pick changed the entire dynamic with which how this game was being played. So you simply saw that, right? Kingster could not walk close to him. He had to respect that. He had to respect the Mystic Field. You can't really simply walk up. That is the problem with the higher loss. I thought maybe it could be a good pick if the Glorious Pathway was dropped in at the right time, but the Kaja carry, God mix, that was just too much for them to handle.
It was, and we both knew that they have kind of an unorthodox team comp. Usually when you go for Yesun Shin, you are locking him in the gold or in the jungle, and then you are locking in the rest of the team except the mid lane a little bit tankier, so your team comp is not as squishy. Actually, if the opponents were a little bit less ranged, it could have been fine, but Gord, I mean, if he is not the person with the highest range on mid lane, he is definitely top 3. Because the laser, oh, it goes for miles. The ball goes for miles. I don't know about the zone, how long range that has, but at least the ball, the laser, I mean, it can snipe you from 3 flickers away.
That's one of the fact they said 3 flickers away, because you did see one of them being used up by Laito, and then he went in for the Bravest Fighters as well. With the dash and the Bravest Fighter, that's like 2 flicker lengths. I like how you phrase that out, but yeah, I agree. Here's the big thing. This is the reason why I was thinking of at least that double fighter composition, right? Maybe adding the CC in the hands of Hanji. You have the damage in the form of Yisun Shin and Malfurion. Malfurion kites, Yisun Shin moves up with the team, goes up close and personal. But then you also need to have something that can actually create a problem for either God Believer or Pelmetronium. Kingster wasn't really the guy. He was being knocked down constantly. Laito wasn't able to create that gap alone, considering he had too many targets to deal with. So the only thing that is left is that you eventually get one more fighter locked into this exact same composition and the entire dynamic shifts. Or maybe just simply put up the Yu Sun Shin into the hands of Hanji and go something else in the jungle. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even have minded out either the Hayabusa or the Joy.
I see where you're coming from. You still have the threat, but at the same time, you are a melee hero, so they kind of need to focus not in the range department, but they need to focus in front of them, so they cannot really pick you out as well. I see. That could have worked out. But on another note, if we think about the worst fight that went the most bad for Extremist Slay, it was the last fight. And yes, their opponents were the richest. They had the most godly they had throughout the whole game. But all things considered, 55k in the hands of Extremist Slay, they had their items anyway. But the biggest problem was that right at the base where there was the wall, all of them, and I cannot highlight this enough, all of them walked in a straight line, everyone together. And it made it so easy for Gore to just blast every member of Extremist Slay with zero accuracy. He just pointed, and that was it.
Pointed shoot. That's all they needed to do. So yeah, I agree. It was kind of tough to work with. Wasn't really the best in that entire scenario. The positioning specifically when it came down to that. So it ended up being that one tough situation where Extremely Slay themselves put them into, right? Not having enough front line always causes you certain problems. You miss out on fully dishing out that damage. You miss out on certain opportunities. And for all the audience who are watching it, if you do not want to miss out on the opportunities of hopping up in the SLL, let's just say, and if you're some divas looking forward to take your fights in the Surge Valkyrie League, make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you follow us on the Instagram so that you don't miss out on those chances. It's in the description. Warren is directing you there. Just look in the description of this video. If you're watching on Twitch as well, make sure that you hit the follow button. So again, all of that action is going to be brought right onto your screens, right? All you need to do is just open it up, watch it, enjoy the gameplay, enjoy what Warren is bringing on the table with the casts and his words. We'll have Zakota as well pretty soon, though. Another spoiler alert. Though I don't know who wants to hear him. But once we move over, you will have a lot more opportunities to get those wins in the giveaways, a lot of stuff happening. You can join the Fit Club, you can get yourself back in shape, and also you can win some in-game rewards, right? What's better when you can do what you love while also getting the reward for that, especially in the game that you love?
I mean, the only natural extra step is if you got paid for it. And we can also help you out with that, because if you attend the tournaments, you never know. You never know. Maybe
you win
next year we are casting and you are playing. Who knows? Maybe it's just you. Right here, you. Yes, in the chat.
God. That finger instantly showed up on my face. So like, hold on a second. Wait, what? Oh, all right.
Maybe
all
it's
right.
you scared. Maybe it's still in the cards.
230 ping? Yeah, no, thank you. I don't want to be embarrassed by everyone.
Well, back to the topic of the clash that we have here. Extremely Slay, Boars Gaming, both of those teams, they secured their own respective wins. But I have to say that Extremely Slay had their victory much more dominant. Because, yes, it's understandable because how the teams play, that if Extremely Slay is being able to win, it will probably look as it looked. And if Boars Gaming will win, it looks as it looked. Right? But I just feel like Extremely Slay were more dominant in their manner of battle that they dished out.
True. I agree. They were the ones who had full control of what they wanted to do, and the snowball just kept on continuing. There wasn't really a chance where we actually saw Extremely Slay move back up. Boars Gaming on the other side were the ones who constantly went in for that snowball, uncontested, untouched. Every single fight that they were taking, it was calculated. There was a reason behind that fight. There was an intention behind that fight. And with the scoreline being 1-1 right now, Let's just say all the people who said 2-0s are going to have it in their faces, but the 2-1 prediction for Bose Gaming still stands. But I really would love if everyone's prediction was thrown out the window. They're extremely slow, the one to close this entire thing out. Yeah, if I'm not winning, I don't want others to win. Just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
That's
you just want to
True, true.
sync us with you, because it's just me and Alice who are still holding onto our hopes and hoping that we will have it right. Of course, this second game, it's kind of saying that we might be right, but it all comes down to the draft, and it all comes
True.
down to a little bit of that randomness, because we still don't know which map we will be playing on. So maybe the map can kind of threw you off a little bit. We know that Broken Walls, Grok is kind of powerful. You have these little interactions, but honestly, on this topic, Scared, I don't know how you feel about it, but some of the maps, I don't know if it's the meta, but some of the maps feel kind of unnoticeable. I don't know how about you, but some of the maps, they don't really feel as strong.
If you're talking about flying clouds, I agree.
Yeah, I didn't want to point fingers, but yeah, let's talk flying cloud.
That's how it is, man. Because with the broken walls, you've got those walls broken down, you can easily maneuver around the map. It helps you rotate fast as well. Like, simple thing. You don't need to go around that turtle pit. You can simply walk through with it, right? So it kind of helps you out in that. Movement speed is fast. You can gank a lot more in those tier 2s. With the dangerous grass, you've got a lot more chances with those gangs. But guess what, Warren? You've been talking about that broken walls. You've been meaning to see it. And the Lord of the Games have actually heard you.
I have the script. What can I say? Is
Who
the
wins?
courtesy of Search Europe, who, of course... No, I'm kidding. Come on, guys. Don't worry. No one has the script. It's not scripted. This is not wrestling. Looking at that one guy who knows who I
Wow.
meant. And let's follow. Let's follow the the rest of the draft. Broken Walls. Let's see where we will end up having. Oh, all right. Extremists like choosing that blue side. So what this is telling us is that the teams prefer the blue side. And actually, it makes
True.
sense. When Extreme Slave was on the blue, they won. When Boars Gaming were on the blue, they won as well. Well, if statistic continues, it's Extreme Slice. And I will be wrong.
Here's the thing, Bose Gaming always go against those statistics. So you may never know. They might be the ones to actually take this one home as well, side by side, as we have a look at the bans. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hit that like button and also click on that subscribe button as well, because Surge Pro League EMEA Season 1 is up, live, ready, going, as we are just one game away from finding out who the best in Europe is. But it's not just about Western Europe. We also have the Eastern Europe. So we've got the Turkey, we've got MENA region, a lot of action, which is going to commence. And the next one that we've got is going to be Turkey versus Turkey. So it's Aurora that will be taking on Foot Eastfoot. So that action is also going to be spiced up. So you see, the stakes are going to get higher with every passing minute. Right now, it's extremely slay. Boards Gaming, last game, winner takes it all. Then you've got Aurora versus Foot. Then we also have more action, hopping up, broing up. It's going to be very, very exciting. And I finally like the Sora ban. I really wish to see it. We'll finally see it.
Well, what I also see is that Boards Gaming are kind of switching up their draft, because Valentina ban, it didn't really come from them before. They were kind of holding on to that option for themselves, but now it's coming from their camp. Harley being banned as well, so no more Harley for Walkie. They respect this man, but this means that Malfurion will have his Eve.
Marcel is open. Carry banned out, respected. That means the Claude is picked up on the other side. And Bover goes in back to his Phobias as well. So 50% win rate, which you were talking about. Now it's either going to be 33 or it's all going to go 66. I like the Hilda pick. You have a straight up priority, broken walls. Either ways, it's going to help you. And on the other side, Hilda is a straight counter to Marcel. So I really like with Kingstar prioritizing the Hilda because it was banned out in the second banning phase previously.
Great adaptation. Right now, Kimi locked in for God Believer. Honestly, didn't they kind of switch their heroes? Because I'm
They did.
used to Malfurion all the time on Kimi, whereas God Believer, he kind of, yes, he's the Valentina guy, but also he is the Yves guy. So now they stole each other's picks. Let's see how well they can play it reversed. Lapu being gone from the fault, Laito will not have his fun. He has shown that he likes to respond with Lapu against Favos, so why make it easy for him? Laito, you need to come up with something new.
I for now, I want Extremely Slay to ban out the Leo mod. I like the respect being shown to Walkie there, banning it with a joy, thinking that the Ascension still could be flexed into that goal lane, and there's the Leo mod ban, so absolutely loved it. Now, what do you pick up against the Fovea, especially when you've got the Kimi on the other side? You've also got the Claude. Talia locked in, kind of a pick off. Man, go for a Yujong. Yujong could work out so very well for you.
It can. It could.
If not, then who else? You can put Hilda in EXP and go for a Grok, maybe?
I mean, call me crazy, but he could go for glue and make the life of Kimi and
True.
make the life
True.
of Kimi and Claude so bad.
I agree. Glue has the priority in the lane. You can also go CC, who will poke the heck out of Bob Rosic in the lane.
Yeah. You have two options. All right,
Harit
Harit.
for the
Yeah.
gold means Walkie Jungle with the Ascension.
Oh, I thought about this guy, but I wasn't quite sure about it. But yeah, when you lock in Harit, you need that beefy front line, and who else to pair up with Hilda in the front than Uranus?
I don't know, man. Where is the crowd control? Where is that one skill which keeps everyone locked in place in the real world manipulation? Yes, you have the Zaman Force to add that extra bit of slow, but now Hanji will be forced onto the Purifier thanks to Rise, so things will get potentially easy for 812 to hop on him, for God will able to poke him down, for Pelme to jump on with the BMI and the Blazing Duet. There is not a single soul who can stop him in his ultimate. I think Supports Gaming will again have that advantage.
You go in with the Wild Hawks again. I have to say that Extremely Slay from the draft look like they are in a trap of their own making once again.
Yeah.
Even from the webcams, they look kind of unhappy, but I think I'm pulling a lag a little bit. I think I'm reaching too far. Everyone is locked in, of course. It's the match point, and it's not just your typical match point, because a lot of times you have the option to come back to the loser's bracket, but this is do or die, a scared set, and this is the third game, which will end up, this is pretty deadly. Rise almost getting bursted down, as well as God Believer. Mouth. Oh, there's 812 trying to change the tide. He is... Oh, God Believer, he got killed, but 812 with a trade-off. It's a 1-for-1, but there is one crucial difference. Malfurion, he was there for the minion wave.
And with that Runestone, with the first blood powered by Runestone, you know that the aggression was also going to move forward there. And instantly, Boars Gaming answering back to the aggression of Extremely Slay with Bobber Rusick on a slither of HP. But he will get the minions, which eventually Laito will miss. And that's not what you want on the Uranus.
If you look over at the emblems, we see that Hanji is going for that sneaky 5% discount on his items, so he's able to hit the power spike a little bit quicker. Laito, of course, going for that extra tankiness through the main emblem with that extra sustain.
Here's the thing. few hundred goal lead right now for Bose Gaming. We have seen this one snowball. And with God Believer in mid on Kimmy, hold on.
8-1-2, he doesn't have the shadows, but he uses the Yugi shadow kill, almost killing, but himself dying. Walking with the finisher. There is Lito, but it's just a Uranus, not even with the consecration, but Walkie, almost level 5.
That's one of the big things. Rocky on the Yi Shin farming up as quickly as possible now. Malfurion doesn't really have the RWM. Had to share the minions up.
RWM being dropped just as you mentioned it. Bober trying to heal, and he actually succeeded in that. Did he buy enough time? I'm not quite sure. 5000 HP on the turtle. Lito still has the consecration. 812 getting it for free. And there is Rise. 812 actually jumping in, getting Kingston down. And he is out. He is out of here. And there's a kidnap. God Believer will maybe. No, he doesn't get Lito. Walkie almost dead himself. Force Gaming, not actually with Elite, but even Steven.
So one of the big things happening here, because that was a constant back and forth, man. It seems like these two teams are ready, but guys, are you ready for now? From April 17th, we will have Surge Nations League. All the participating nations are there on your screens. It will begin from April 17th, so do not miss out on that action. Make sure you hit that follow button and also join the Discord server for being updated about everything that's going to be happening there. Now, coming back onto this one, Warren, well, there's the thing, that constant back and forth fight that has been going on. It has been mostly a bait set up for 812 on the Hayabusa, but they're just not tanky enough right now to sustain through all of that. But I do like the idea. Kingstar has the damage. Going in for the Fury Hammer, he is constantly being a nuisance on the faces of Boars Gaming.
Rise, oh, he will get picked up himself. He tried to Tsunami Slam his way out of here, but he has been killed.
And Furion now is trying to zone him out in 812. He's going to figure it out. Kingstar is going to check every single one of those bushes. Lito, having his own fun time against Bobo Rusek, is out rotating him in the lane. And it's thanks to the mechanic of Uranus. Now, as much as I did not like it, hold on.
There's a Immobilize on Kingstar, but he's quite tanky. Yugi Shadow Kill just for the poke. 812 getting stunned. He needs to retreat now. He burned this crucial cooldown just on the roamer. Now Rise, he's trying to do something, make some space. The Immobilize RWM. Oh no! They were locked in the same spot. God Believer almost got killed as well. Ooh, this wasn't the best fight from Boars Game. Ooh, Mouth! Pick off. Double kill for him.
He committed the flicker for that. And in this mid lane battle, I think so we can see who's the one who's having the advantage.
812 had enough of Kingstar's ruckus. He said, alright, you will die, lady. But, well, it's Kingston Hilda. He's not gonna die. Rise, maybe too deep. Rise, that was a little bit overzealous. No, he will pull in. Actually, they get a pick off. Kingstar dies, and 812 with 3 kills. There's only one hope for Boars Gaming, and his name is 812. Oh, God Believer, my man, what were you doing here? And Lito will finish this off. Or Walkie. Yeah, I think.
That...
Oh, can he execute?
He's gonna die to the turret.
Can... Ooh, nice job. Nice work from Walkie, realizing that he cannot reach if he doesn't use the boat. So he threw it, and he got it.
The boat thrown by the goat. Sad to say.
I understand it. I am definitely on the hype train of Walkie. He's been phenomenal. Even in the last game where they lost, he still played very well. And he was playing decently enough. But the last game was just hard. But now Extreme Slay are again on the train. And their train is leading to victory, it looks like. For now, RWM. Oh, actually, Immobilize on 2. There is Claude. No, Claude gets shut down. Kingstar will live. He will live. Oh, this is all taken apart in front of the eyes of Boars Gaming. 812. He could go for Lito, but it's a tank. He would not even kill him, probably.
And this is again Laito just having his own fun time because he's not that behind in terms of the levels, and they steal away the purple buff as well. Oh, this could very well be one of the biggest upsets here in the Surge Pro League. Day number 1, match number 1. Heck, if anyone thought about this happening. They're going to go in for the turtle as well, and 812 has got no way of trying to steal that away. They can actually get a pick off down bottom though.
Can they really? I'm not sure. Laito will use his consecration. He's quite tanky. I don't think they can kill, and I don't think they should burn their cooldowns on this man. They should focus on the others. There's God Believer in the flank trying to deal with some damage, but no, he gets destroyed. Wonky with gigantic damage of his own, chasing away Rise, and there is Bober in the backline again trying to change the tide. Shut down for him. Walkie, Bober with the flicker out. He has the passive. He will knock them both up. He has the ult. Oh, he will go for Walkie. He's doing so much damage. There's Pametronio flying around with his ult. Blazing Duet trying to make some space. There's like the consecration chase. Pametronio Bober. He will try to sacrifice himself to buy some time for the rest of the squad. Walkie with a mega kill on his belt.
Nonsensical sustain from Bober Rusek on the Phobius. That was an absurdly long team fight, but eventually Extremely Slay winning out in that one. The engage was by Boars Gaming, but not on the right target.
God Believer believes in himself a little bit too much, don't you think, for devs? And honestly, most of them through being out of position. I know it's kind of hard. I will cut him that because 5,000 gold difference in 8 minutes. It's hard. But God Believer, you need to respect your opponents.
Just a bit underestimating Extremely Slay at this point. That is the only thing. Radiant Armor picked up as well. So maybe the damage from Malfurin is going to hurt a little bit less. But Kingston on the other side as well doing the exact same thing. So already got the Radiant Armor with the Blade of Heptases. He is literally destroying 812 Pelmetronio and even God Believer. They cannot face this Helda. And that is the problem.
812 is the sole hope of Boars Gaming. Skypiercer completed for mid lane. God Believer will try to get some kills, but I'm not even sure. Like, yeah, what else you get for Kimi? Probably that was your only option. But it's just looking bleak.
I agree. Couldn't be any more tough. They're going in for the Law Dance as well. And look at them just bullying their way out. God Believer has to reposition.
Actually, this fight could be decent. 812 with the flank, but can he get the Yugi Shadow on the right targets? Doesn't matter. There's Bober. He's leading the charge. 812 has been dealt with. Bober with the chase off. Can he get Walkie? If he can. Oh! No, he cannot. Blazing Duet will try to shred at least the front line. Pantrone with one pick off. He gets out. BMI keeping him alive, but for how long? Not for long enough. God Believer is the sole man trying to defend his base, actually. Can they go for the finish?
Nah, I don't think so. They're going to respect that in 10 seconds. 812 will show up. So rather would just want to clear out those waves and push the Lord. That's all. Hanji needs to actually go there. I don't think so. Walkie would be able to take this one solo.
Immobilized? Ooh. It's so unfortunate. Oh, God Believer. God Believer, you are pushing your luck too much, my man. Actually, maybe waiting for 812. 812 with a pick off. Boars Gaming, they still have the tusks to fight back.
And this is the shutdown that they kind of needed. Hanji being taken down there on that Harith will definitely give certain amount of bounty away, but you need Walkie for that bounty,
did
man.
You catch it scared?
Yeah, I did. But I'm going to give you the honor to say that.
Well, of course, we have, for the first time, for the whole Europe, the epic chance that we can present to all MLBB lovers, MLB freaks, and MLBB players. We have a slot at EWC, and you can try to get that if you will follow our socials and be ready for the right tournament. But right now, Rice is ready to turn the tide. Lord has been killed. Rice is still alive. Golden Aura lost on the top side. Bober with the engage. There's a Blazing Duet combination. Laito, no, he's not the right target. Legendary for Walkie and Hanji. They are shredding them apart. Bober is
Oh
there.
my
For the
God.
buy time, but for Wu, there's no one left to defend the base. It's just 812. 812 has been killed too. It's just God believer, and he needs to believe in divine wrath to save his base. And I don't think gods are looking this time on their believers, because Extremely Slay take their win home, and they prove to everyone watching at homes that they are the best European team we have.
One of the big plays being made by this entire roster is the upset that's happening on day one itself of the Surge Pro League. And all the people out there would not want to miss out on action like this, because the champions who we thought have got the crown on their head, the Iron Throne which they were sitting on, has been burned by the Dragon Queen. With Extremely Slayers garrisoning their way throughout the lands, man. I don't think so there's going to be any other team better than them to claim that title. And I believe the one that we gave them up in the beginning, the greatest conquerors, it stays strong.
The wall broke before the siege fell apart. Walkie, the man, 10-0-8. I was mentioning Malfurion in the intro of this clash, but it's been Walkie. I mean, Malfurion wasn't playing bad per se. He was decent. He was always there. You see most damage dealt for this game specifically, but Walkie, oh man, he really shown it to 812 how to carry his team to victory, because as I mentioned it before, it's the differences of the play styles where Extremely Slay just go crazy, go bonkers, they skill check you, they don't let you play the game, and that's how their victory looks. It's 12 minutes of a deadly onslaught, 10,000 gold lead, 21 kills against 8, 10-0-8 for Walkie.
Everything divided up perfectly for Extremely Slay, even in terms of damage department. Malfurion with 53, Walkie with 49. You talk about damage taken, it was exactly the pick that you mentioned. The Uranus, the one that I was doubting, where I thought maybe it's not going to be the best, maybe it's going to be bursted down. There's a Claude on the other side, there's a Kimmy on the other side. But man, Laito, it's not like Bobber wasn't doing enough in his own lane. It is just the fact that Bobber cannot do anything against a Uranus. There was no dash apart from one, so you don't get your passive bar up so frequently, and all Uranus needs is someone to poke him down. And he's going to be happily standing up against Phobius, who can keep on giving him the HP back more than he's going to lose. And then rotating faster than him in the lanes, that immediately gave a pathway to Walkie to eventually get that extra bit of farm up. Everything was played down to perfection by Extremely Slay.
And I love how we all casters can truly shake hands on the fact that we have 0 predictions right.
Okay, that's there we I got it.
Yeah, well, no one won. Only Extremely Slay won and their fans. Because wow, what a game, what a series this was. But that's the thing. Even though this series was kind of crazy and everything, there's still a lot more to come today and the rest of the other days. But well, let's talk a little bit more about this series. Let's talk about the matchup of Bober and Laito. Because we were saying that they have different champ pools, and honestly, this series, it looked like they don't have champ pools. Because Bober, he was just playing Favos every game, it was 3 Favoses, and for Laito, it was 2 Lapus and 1 Uranus. So it looks like they are just OTPs, which they are not, of course, we all know that, but yeah, it's funny to think of that. Of course, it makes sense that they choose what they did choose. It played into the strengths of their team comps, and it resulted in what we got. But yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing a little bit more of some other champs from Bulber. But well, that's not the story of the future, because Boars Gaming are out. Make some space for the victors, because Extremely Slay, once again, big props to them for making it how it looked.
True. That's one of the big things, right? And you could clearly see how the entire team played around together. That is one of the biggest part. That you want them to play together as a unit, work to the win conditions, and then let's just say get the results in your favor, which was done by Extremely Slay. And it is not like, as you rightfully mentioned, that Boars Gaming don't have a hero pool. That they were not really going with the, let's just say, ideas of their own. They had, right? I really like the Marcel pick early on. It is just that a couple of picks which went on the other side were a bit of more problem, like the Kimmy in the hands of Malfurion. It worked up perfectly. One of the big reason for that was simple thing. He was able to work around the Marcel. He was not getting caught a lot by the Golden Hour. That's just because of the mobility. You also had the entire team playing together, where Harley in the hands of Waki was just able to find the value against Rise on the Marcel. And at the end of the day, you also had Granger in the hands of Hanji, who could again play around that Golden Hour of the enemy Marcel. So that was the early one part of the draft which I felt was a little bit off.
Man, I appreciate the fact that you bring up Hanji, because in the beginning, I wanted to mention it. We kept teasing. We didn't mention it straight away. We waited for a bit, and
Yeah.
man, we really thought, or I don't know how it was with you, but I really thought that it would slow them down, that it would make them weaker. But that wasn't really the story, Henshi.
True.
Man, like, I didn't, for times, I even forgot that Wicked is not there. So that's, of course, big props to Henji.
Fantastically. Stepping up at the big game when things mattered the most. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, I believe it's also actually seen Waki play with quite a lot of gold laners in his own team, right? We've seen him play with Wicked, with King, now with Hanji. I kind of want to ask him who his favorite gold laner is, because that's going to be one of the questions which I really worry about. I want to know his opinion on that, because this entire lineup looks pretty stacked up, really solid. I like the ideas that they like to pull with the Harleys. You don't really see a lot of teams adjusting to that. And then it was being respect banned for the next two games, so he went on with the Shin. The game number 2 wasn't really the best. Kind of had it on his face in that last 1v1 against the Leo mod in the bottom lane. But apart from that, he came back stronger in that next game. Did not die a single time, became the MVP of that game, and guess what? A man's been hitting legendary, not just in game, but rather with the entire team in the SPL. So it's been a fantastic work by the entire team.
Oh, it was. And I heard that our interview is getting ready, so you will get your answers soon enough in timely enough fashion, Scared. But before we get to that, we should definitely highlight the Volt team as a complete thing itself. Because, yeah, we saw them during the qualifiers. You had the option, sorry, not the option, but you had the pleasure of casting it yourself with Chronos, so you had it from the first hand. So we knew what we can kind of expect, but still, it's still a surprise for me. I will have to kind of settle in on the fact that Boars are not the team that has prevailed.
So they, again, just the team defying all the expectations. Then everyone thought Boars were the fan favorites. Every single one predicted that it will be a Boars victory, that Extremely Slay might come close, but Boars will eventually close it out. That's when Extremely Slay were like, yeah, all right. I mean, there's a reason why we won all the way back a couple of years ago, right? There's a reason why we had such a strong lineup, why this name carries a gravity around it. They proved it. Instantly hopping back, showing up big time, and with the way how they played, I will have to say their gameplay was way different than when they played in the qualifiers. So now hopping here, playing in this entire stage where you know that The winner of the best of three will move forward. The loser goes back home. When the stakes are so high and you're about to face the strongest in the Europe who have been sitting on that throne for a long time, that's when the truest strength of the conquerors show up. And we did see all of that. I mean, we might as well call it the conquerors' hockey spreading across the entire land of Dawn by the extremely slay people. Yes, I know that smile, my man. You know I can't keep the One Piece references out of here.
I mean, they grew old on the throne. They were not stretching enough. We mentioned the fact that they went into the gym and they stayed in the gym, but maybe some stretching, some yoga, maybe would have helped.
True. I mean, and as you rightfully mentioned, we're about to have that interview pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. So in the meantime, if you really are looking at the streams, if you want to win some of those giveaways, if you want to be a part of the Search Pet Club and get some good in-game accessories for yourself, and if you want to flex like Warren, how he just did right now, maybe just a little bit better, you have to hop onto the Discord. You have to follow us on the Instagram so that you're up to date with every single thing that is happening across the Surge community. A lot of giveaways, a lot of events that will happen. We also that in the trailer early on that it is the SPL. We'll also have the Surge Nation Cup. We'll also have the Surge Valkyrie League. A lot of that stuff, right? So you do not want to miss out any of that. And if you also want to participate, make sure you join all of those Discords. Subscribe onto the YouTube, follow on the Facebook as well. Every single place where you can follow Surge, go for it, do it. You have that time while we're getting Voki ready for that interview. I kind of spoiled a little bit for you guys there because here's the thing, man. Every time we have Voki playing, we know that he's the man who actually hops up in front of us. But Warren, what are a few questions that you want to ask from the man?
I mean, should I leak it? Because then
At least one.
then you will take it, Scares. You might take my question
All
because
right,
you like it so
I
much.
promise I won't do it.
Well,
Maybe.
I would definitely like to see into the heads of players. I think that's always one of the most exciting topics that you can talk over in the interview. And just when we mention it, the interview is coming right on. Scared, would you have the pleasure of having the intro? And before that, Walkie, hey, my man, congratulations on that win. And you looked so good. You look so good in the Land of Dawn. And we mentioned it even during the game, but your victories looked much more dominant than your opponents. Where the first game you won, it looked much more secure, much more confident. Your opponents didn't really have anything to play with against you. Did it feel like that even when you were playing, or was it something that only we saw?
Question.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. It felt like your wins were easier than theirs.
Yeah. Should I explain now why? Or
Yeah, if you felt like it too, because that's how it looked. It looked like you win much easier than them.
I mean, the first thing I want to say is I want to appreciate Pago from Aurora because he helped my team a lot, like with a lot of things. And yeah, we had every day practicing, and every one of us giving up like uni or this and this to compete in MLBBC, like to give our best to win the tournament. And right now, yeah, I'm just excited to keep going against Aurora and Team Spirit after.
So right now it looks like Pagu didn't really wish to create a monster that he made, because he might be facing you. Of course, depends how well they are able to play against their respective opponents, but he might fight his own monster. Walkie, how do you see actually their chances? How do you think they will be able to win or not win and continue as your opponents?
Yeah, I scrim against both of them, and what I think Aurora is just too strong.
All right.
Would you say that they're the strongest in the entire top 8? Or is that some other team?
Yeah, I think if we win against Aurora, we will beat Team Spirit.
All right.
If that's the
All
case.
right. All right. All right. I actually kind of like it, Waki. Talk to me about the Marcel pick, right? You picked up the Harley in that game. So were you guys worried about the Marcel as the last pick, or did you guys have an idea about that to come through? And why is it that we haven't seen Extremely Slay pick that up, considering how good he is?
I mean, like based on my draft, it don't fit into our team, in my opinion, because everyone has like their own play style. You cannot just try out drafts and expect to
True.
do good on it directly. You need time for this.
Sure. All right. Fair. And is it the same idea with the Leo mod? Because whenever it goes down to Leo mode versus Yi Sunshin, you always tend to prioritize the Yi Sunshin, even though sometimes Leo mods seem to be the better pick.
Like actually, it's dependent on the draft.
Mhm.
Leo mod, in my opinion, it don't fit in most of the drafts. I don't feel like he's that strong, but maybe I will pick it against Aurora.
All right.
Yeah. I'll be
That's a
looking forward to it,
challenge.
Warren.
I wanted to mention the second game where we were kind of talking about the fact that you didn't really have frontline, but at the same time, we mentioned as probably the biggest issue for your comp the positioning that you had. It was especially visible in the last fight where all of you were in one spot and you got blasted by Gord. Is that something you also went over, or was the reason why you lost something else?
The reason why we lost, because we picked the Cloud. Like we could make a different pick there, and the game would be different, I guess.
Right?
If you had to pick something else up instead of a Claude, what would you normally go? Because we were discussing it could be maybe the CC. I mean, in extreme case, a Ruby, but yeah,
Yeah.
I was kind of
One of
leaning
those.
towards the CC.
One of those.
All
Yeah.
right.
All
My
right.
team
All
told
right.
me this, but I was like, okay, fuck it, just go Cloud. And
And you're like, you guys got too greedy in that game. That's all I'll say.
yeah.
Triple marks with no
I
front
also
line.
the reason I went for 1v1 on that Leo mod is just to boost my ego.
Oh, yeah.
Even when it don't work, I just need that ego boost so I can play well. I know it's a mistake, can't happen against Aurora or Team Spirit,
Yeah.
but sometimes you need this in a tournament where you, how to say, you hyped up, you just want to try stuff and do stuff.
I love that you mentioned the fact that you went for that diabolical 1v1 because we were mentioning it on the stream. So I love that you went back to it and explained. Well, Scared, any closing questions from you?
All right. I mean, I believe the next matchup is going to be between the Turkish teams, right? I'll have to have a look. Okay, it's going to be Aurora Gaming versus for esports. Who do you have winning and with what scoreline?
2-0 Aurora. And Team Spirit against Verso 2-1.
Team
For
Spirit?
Team Spirit, yes.
All right. Bold predictions there. I think so. I've matched up with Walkie there. But man, again, thank you so much for showing up. There's one more thing I kind of wanted to ask. I missed out on this one. You have played with multiple goal laners in your entire lineup till now, right? You have played with Wicked, you played with Hanji, you played with King.
Mm.
Who do you think is the best till now? And who fits your entire lineup?
It's the perfect one for our team, to be honest. Because I play also with Kavi before, with King. Person Hangi fits our team the best, I guess, because before it was like something is missing, and I guess we found the key. What's actually missing?
Perfect, man. Because you guys definitely look like you found that missing piece and you showed us a puzzle. You created a picture no one could have imagined. Thank you so much for this, Walkie. Congratulations for the win and good luck for your semifinals game.
Thank you, I appreciate, and I want to greet all
Go
the
for it.
people who support my team,
Go for it.
and also all the haters. I hope you enjoyed to see us winning, and yeah, I'm proud of my team that we won it. Just go next against Aurora and let's see.
Beautiful, my man. Beautiful. Again, it's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here, Walkie.
Yeah, I appreciate it. See you guys. Enjoy this
Good
search
luck.
soon.
Holy smokes, man. It's whenever Walkie's here, you know that he will say that one line, right? You know that he'll say, I'm proud of my team and haters have that. What did you think? We're gonna lose? 2-1 win, boom on your face.
I mean, with the insights that we got from him, it's building much different picture than what I was imagining before, because I thought Wicked was the stronger component in the squad. Actually, is the other way around. Then I also thought that, oh, they had a plan in the second game, but actually they went against the plan low key and they kind of made it hard for themselves. So looking at it all around, man, I think all our predictions are rightfully out of the window, because we were all so wrong about this
True.
particular matchup. Because, man, wow, just wow.
This is one of the most beautiful ways how we have seen things play out, man, Warren, because I'll be honest, I never really did expect this to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But let's just say that it is the Search Pro League and it is the League of Surprises. We have got quite a few up in the bag as well. And if you want to find out which of the new tricks we'll bring out for you, make sure you stay along for the short break, as on the other side, we have Aurora Gaming taking on FUT Esports. Well, you know what? I said that we are getting ready with a bag of surprises. The first one we have is going to be Zakota back on the desk with me. And my man, why would you want to miss out on this Turkey derby where we have Aurora Gaming taking on FUT Esports? You saw the previous one, Zakota. Your prediction was thrown out of the window. So how are you feeling now?
I mean, the games were extremely close. In the first one, I thought, man, extremely slays, extremely strong. And in the second one, Boris Gaming looked extremely just dominant. And in the third game, it was just, again, complete, just extremely slay, owning the game left and right. Nothing could have helped. I mean, at the start, Bobber had a little bit, that double kill they got on the Hilda, and I believe it was on the Uranus, that helped him a little bit. But after that, just Walkie owned the game left and right.
True. You clearly saw him taking over the Yisun Shin in that one, right? Now, you're the king of the draft, right? You're the man who actually understands a lot of this stuff. Talk to me about that one triple marksman Claude pick. I mean, Walkie did say that it was over ambitious of them, but if we were to pick something else instead of Claude, what would you have gone with?
Personally, I would have put the Isun Shin on the gold, and I have picked a different jungler. I mean, the Guinevere was open. I believe the Hayabusa would have been okay there. There have been like a couple different choices that were available, but it's still down to preference. I mean, maybe it would have worked if they got a little bit more farm. But, you know, you cannot do anything with that carry. That carry was completely melting everyone left and right. Just, it was really hard to play against.
They have been pretty solid onto this one out here, though. But now, since we have Aurora Gaming Turkey taking on Foot Esports, talk to me about that, man. You're the one who's got everything up in his tips. Talk to me about this matchup.
Man, I'm really excited about that game because you're going to see for the first time Pago, I think, or the second time on the official search stream, and I'm really excited to see him play because I think Waki stated that they helped him a lot with the drafting and with the gameplay and everything, just in general. Pago's extremely smart. Like, he's, I think, the smartest roamer in Europe, even in, like, I would say, this part, you know, in ECA, in MENA, in Turkey, in Europe, I think he's the best. Like, there's no one really close to him. Everything, micro, macro, just he's the best. But also, Saiki and Kazuet, they're really good players from the side of FUT esports. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play. But TNZ is a veteran. Rosa is also a complete titan. But I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the game.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, right? The battle between Rosa and Psyche. That is something we've all been looking forward to. Kind of want to see how this one eventually pans out. But as we're already talking about this, ladies and gentlemen, having a look at the roster of Aurora Gaming Turkey, Rosa, Pagu, TNZ, Sigibam, Luna, all of these people have showcased their potential, not just here, but also on a lot of international games. They are the ones who always like to play around in these kinds of areas where this roster, being so experienced, becomes the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they've been really solid in the M7. They just almost went to the third place. They're Titans. I mean, what can I say about them? TNZ has an extremely huge hero pool. He can play tanks, fighter, assassins, marksmen, everything. Luna as well is a really solid XP laner. Yeah. But let's check out FUT esports. We have RX, Kazue, XC, Bloodfest, and Saiki. Again, new names, some of them. Saiki is also a pretty new name on the scene, but Kazue has been on Pago's team in, I believe, MTC Season 4, if I'm not mistaken. But again, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Wait, you can't really face up against them without actually taking a ton of damage onto your faces as well. But when it comes down to those experiences, right, I think so it's a lot more for the side of Aurora, just because of the fact that they also were playing and were a part of the N7 World Championship. Yes, they were at the top 10, we'll have to say, 5th and 6th position. But even apart from that, you talk about some multiple tournaments. They have showcased that podium position, even in the 2025 Mlbb Mid-Season Cup. That's when you kind of saw this roster perform too. Yes, a few things which they eventually gained, like the experience per se. They learned a lot more things. And now they're looking even stronger. And I believe it was one of the teams that a lot of people were actually looking to go on for that Dark Horse run, right? So that is why even Walkie has mentioned why Aurora Gaming here is one of the strongest.
I mean, they're surely one of the biggest titans anyone could face in this tournament, but I mean, FUT esports are nothing to joke about as well. They have extremely huge potential. Saiki, as I said, is a new mage player on the pro scene, but he's been solid for a couple of years now. I mean, just seeing him playing versus him, it's, you know, night and day difference. I mean, yeah, I have to give it. The Rosa is just dominant. You know, the Queen of Thorns. I mean, a completely just also just a strong mage player because she has the hero pool. She can play the Eve extremely well. The Kimi is really great as well in the meta. As well, the Farsa extremely potent on that. I mean, it's gonna be really hard fighting them, especially with Pag on the mid. I think the stronger side is gonna be the Aura Gaming side.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things. The challenger right now are going to be the FUT esports. So the Turkish derby, and the winner will eventually play against Extremely Slay. Walkie has clearly stated that it will be Aurora Gaming, and he thinks it is going to be 2-0. Now, talk to me about Pagu and his journey a little bit, my man, right? You know what? We're going to touch upon that very quickly as first, we're going to talk about Psyche a little bit. You mentioned about that mid lane battle. You talked about Rosa. Now, even Psyche on the other side, he is kind of that one big, you could say, pillar of the team who they all rely on to eventually perform in the game.
Well, in the foot esports lineup, I think Kazu is the veteran. People should I would say look up to him because he, as I said, played with Paco. I believe he went to an MC, if I'm not mistaken. He got number one in MTC, so he is really again another Peter. But Psyche brings, I would say, a new, fresh wave of emotions. You know, like a fresh breath into the pro play scene in Turkey, especially. I cannot speak about it really much because I don't really follow it outside Aurora and a couple of other friends from there, but they're still extremely strong. I mean, I believe they could take one or maybe even they could take the series against Aurora, but still, they're a titan. I mean, Aurora is just scary to think about to face.
It is scary to face all of the people, Sigibam, Rosa, TNZ, Lunar, Pagu. Now, we've been talking about that, right? And it's not just from you, but almost from the entirety of the Mlbb Europe community. They all look up to Pagu. They all see him as that one milestone, which once you finally achieve, you can call yourself successful in that specific role, at least in that game. So talk to me about his journey a little bit, with the way how he started things off versus now where he is performing even on the M7 stages.
I remember playing against Pago a really long time ago. In 2021, I think, was the first time I played versus him in a tournament. He completely demolished me. Back then, he was flexing his role. He was playing XP. But after that, I couldn't catch up to him. He was just advancing. He was just evolving. All the time I played against him, I was just getting better and better and better. And it's scary to think about it. Because if, just Pago and, for example, Kid have so much potential, think about the rest of Europe. There are so many hidden faces. I mean, we saw Extremist, we saw Boris Gaming. They're the best of the best in Europe, but they could be other best players. That's why Surge is giving a platform to every single person to join. It's free to join always. Make sure you join the socials. Like, share, join the Discord, everything. On Instagram we do giveaways all the time. Scared, that, talked about it. And it's great that Surge is giving a platform to these players.
I mean, that is one of the big reasons why we are now seeing a lot of those upcoming players as well, who have been veterans in the European scene, now take on to the stage where they will be competing internationally against a lot others. And that is going to bring a new wave of experience. It's going to teach a lot more things to the team, which is one of the big reasons why we will eventually witness the growth of European Mlbb scene. And it's all going to be thanks to Surge and all of the partners that they are working with. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hopping onto that first map of the second best of three. And we will kick things off with the Flying Clouds, Dakota. Not something I love the most, but yeah, this is one of the favorite map of Chronos.
I mean, I would say it's my least favorite as well. I like expanding universe a little bit more, but
same.
The clouds are just so good. If, let's say, you're 20 minutes deep in a game and you die, your marksman dies, he respawns, the Lord is up. It's such an, it's I don't know, it's fulfilling that you can go so fast to the Lord, you can go fast to an objective, you can join the team fight a little bit faster, but let's get into the draft. We're gonna have Apex as coach for Aurora, and that's for the coach of FUT. And also, I believe Midnight is coaching Aurora, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, that's a big thing, right? You're gonna have a lot more experience working around with that coach who has been known for coaching a lot of big teams too on the other side. So that's pretty good. But we're moving in pretty quickly from these ban phases, right? Kalia with the first one, Guinevere along with the Freya. Very different from what we saw in that previous series, considering Gwyn was never really touched. And you instantly mentioned she becomes one of the top tier junglers there. But with the Harley, Sora, Fanny banned out, Valen priority or an Eve?
I believe it's a Valentina. It's such a strong mid laner. She has a ton of potential. She can steal a ton of ultimates. But the Juxi remains open, and Saik is going to take it away. I mean, personally, I think Valentina is better for me, but just in general, I mean, such a strong hero. Juxin can dominate the early game with a good drummer, and we're going to see the Fovios getting picked up. We saw it 3 times in hand of Bobo Rushik. He was a complete menace to society.
Yeah.
But what
and
else?
I mean, they talk to me about this Fovios pick, which has been really, really, you could say, prioritized in the European scene, which we don't normally see in the international part.
Just so strong, Scared. he got a recent buff to his HP gained after a dash
Yeah.
into Dark Force. Also, his damage against like ultra high HP targets. So against the Uranus, he can do pretty well. Last game, it was not that great, but he still was doing damage. He was out there.
Yeah,
You need
true.
to
I
pick
mean,
to counter him, and the Lapu Lapu did really well against him. I mean, Laito is an ex-global Lapu Lapu as well. You have to keep that in mind. He's really great with him. But I think here, if I was Aurora, I would take possibly the Grok, the Hylos, and what else is I'm gonna take? Maybe the Yisun Shin. The carry. I mean, it's great anti-tank for Phovis as well. You can melt him down pretty fast as soon as you get that speedy light wheels up. But you're gonna have a pretty tough job going against this Zuxin with a Lantern Flare. She's gonna have so much room to play with.
that's one of the big things. Now you need something to jump upon the Jushin, but she has got a lot of kiting available. So all you can do is just try and put her in an uncomfortable spot. Maybe utilize your own mobility. But who can actually do that? That's the big question. Lee Sun Shin logged in, and again, it's a pretty solid flex pick. Can work into the jungle if Aurora actually go for those jungle bans and try to prioritize that. Or he could eventually be flexed into that gold lane as well. So they don't really have to worry about either one of those two things.
I mean, I
On the
think
other
they need to
side-
ban the Leomord scared. I think here, if it needs to ban the Leomord, TNZ is a complete monster with him. And as well, I was thinking maybe it would be a little bit too much tank for Aurora, but Fredern as well might need to go. It's really great into the Phovis because you can completely taunt him. You can also start him with a skill 2
Cool.
as well. With the Priest Drive, you can do some massive damage to Yisun Shin or maybe Juxin if you catch her out of positioning. But as I said, the Lapu Lapu is going to get banned. One of the network counter source Sovios is really hard to play. I mean, the only hero left here is maybe the Uranus because he can out rotate him and he can be a little bit more annoying to Kazue if he decides to go with the Yisun Shin.
And the ban out the glue as well on the other side.
Great
I mean,
choice.
Glue could have fit up pretty well against in Fut's lineup, and he could have kind of annoyed Pagu if in case it was put up in the wrong position. So I do like that idea.
I mean,
Now with the Lapu Lapu ban, I think so. I agree. They
Hmm.
should ban Leo.
the Leomord or the Uranus, I mean, either of them, because they ban the glue, so they don't have a front line for Pagu, for the Hylos to take him into turret. But the Alice is gonna go as well. Another pretty okay counter to her, but I prefer the
It's
Uranus
nice.
a little bit more. It's gonna be a really difficult game because Aurora lacks a little bit of crowd control, but they have the Valentina. So if they pick a really big roamer, they're gonna give them one more skill to stun with. And Pac was just gonna be again just a walking health bar as well. The Glorious Pathway is gonna heal, Revitalize is gonna heal, a ton of healing potential from that guy over there.
Bro said a walking health bar.
That's what Hylos usually is. He's just so tank you cannot kill him. Same with Uranus. Uranus,
Right, man.
Uranus bites a little bit back. He does some damage, but Hylos is just a walking hellbar sometimes. You cannot kill him. You cannot do anything to him.
I mean, my man just breaks up everything, be it the momentum in the game, be it the fights. Seems like he's the one who stole all those 12 tons of Kit Kat. But on the other side, the show being banned out. All right, fair. Don't really want to give that pick off potential, though. I still don't really feel that Foot would have really benefited from the show, if anything. Yes, Sigma would have been forced onto that Purify, but apart from that, I don't think so. That could have been a bit of a problem. It's all right.
I mean, maybe
Maybe
they want to
respect.
take a dive jungler. Maybe they want to take, let's say, the Hayabusa. But they're going to go
Sora?
for the Khalid on the
No,
road.
rather, the Suyu.
Suyu is okay, but into Fov is going to be pretty hard. Maybe that Joy is going to be the choice here, but it's going to have a little bit too much magical
no.
damage. It depends on what Lunar picks. You could go for the Esmeralda for the even Stevens trade. You can steal the shield from Juxin's Lantern Flare as well with the Fovis Dark Forest. You gain some shield. So maybe the Esmeralda they
Arlott?
go for. Arlott into Fovis is not that great, especially with Khalid and Yisun
True.
Shin.
I'm just
So I think
thinking
Hmm.
what they can
Esmeralda.
actually pick to try and catch Psyche.
I think the Esmeralda and the Hayabusa would be the wisest of choices. Maybe even the Suya, as you mentioned, but it's going to be really difficult. Even the Joy could work into a Fovis. You can try to melt them down. But it's going to be the Yu Zhong trying to go for the backline of the Black Dragon from Azure the Furious Drive and get a Petrified play in here. And the Bakshia, I could have never predicted this.
I, to be honest, really like the box here. But on the side of the Yu Jong now, that is a bit tough for me. Because yes, the idea is picture perfect, right? You simply go with the Black Dragon form after the initiation of TNZ just to put Psyche away from that team fight. But at the same time, it will be difficult for you to try and finish Psyche off. If anything, you can just try and zone him away. And then it basically becomes the battle of the HPs if your team's frontliner can sustain longer than the enemy team's frontliner. So that potentially is what's gonna put this game into motion out, and it is the flexed up Yisun Shin in the goal as the Suyu's been brought in the jungle.
I mean, you never know. Maybe he can play the Suyon or the gold. He's also kind of viable on the gold side, but as you said,
Yeah,
Wise
no.
is a little bit more popular. But I cannot wait to get the game number 1 of this best of 3 series, Aura versus FUT Esports. Scared. What do you think about the drafts? Who do you think won it?
It is tough, but I think so. Aurora are the ones who eventually have the upper hand in this draft. It's just because of that pretty beefy front line that you have of the Hylos as well as of the Basha. I don't think so. The poke is enough to take them down until and unless Psyche makes the Wishing Lantern and the Divine Glaive, which is going to take a lot of time in the game. And we have known Yisun Shin not to be really the best in terms of bursting that tanky front line. You have to wait for that in this battle. And in order to do that, you either prioritize it as the very first item, then again, you'll still not have enough damage. Or once you go for the second item, you have to build up the Hunter's Strike pretty fast. So, man, it looks tough to execute that. I feel for esports will have the advantage. Or rather, Aurora Gaming will have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, FUT Esports doesn't have an actual true full whole marksman. They have Yisun Shin, and it's going to be really difficult because he cannot go for Demon Hunter sword. I mean, he can build it, it can work, but it's not that great. I mean, maybe Claude or like an attack speed marksman, Moscow, something with a Trinity, with a Demon Hunter sword would have worked a little bit better. But I cannot wait to get in game number 1. I mean, I'm so excited.
We'll just have to wait as everyone gets ready and locked in to move into the land of dawn. For esports, it seems a little bit tough to execute their win conditions, especially with the Suyo, where you know that it's going to be difficult for Suyu to actually burst that backline so easily. You will have to make sure that you are over farmed, and over farming against a Basha, it is tough.
Well, frankly
The
speaking,
invades are going to
with
fry
Suyu, you get a level 3 power spike, you get all your skills unlocked at level 3, so he's going to have a little bit more of advantage on ganking on mid. I think that's
Yeah.
going to be the main priority of Kazu. He tries to just pick off Rosa when he's not paying attention. When he gets at level 3, he gets that advantage. Of course, I mean, I believe Rosa's going to be paying attention as well with Pagu. They have the Hylos, they have... It's going to be really a hard mid lane to crack.
And we will eventually see how that happens. But as we all get ready out here, don't worry, people. This is just to test you if you guys have been paying attention or not. These are the drafts of the previous game, but the names of the teams were right now. You don't have to pay attention to that. We're going to be fixing that very, very quickly. And I know, Zakota, you kind of failed in that test. And I think so a lot of people out there in the chat as well did not pay attention. Now, as a punishment, you have to quickly subscribe. You have to hit the like button. You also have to join the Discord as soon as possible. Well, it doesn't sound like a punishment. If anything, it sounds like an opportunity, Zakota.
Yeah, but I heard on Instagram they also have a ton of giveaways. Is that true?
Let me check. I have to.
You should check, you
I have
should
to be the
check.
first one to participate into that.
Search Instagram, guys. Make sure you check it out because I think they do a ton of giveaways almost
They do.
weekly. A ton of diamonds
Exactly.
there and the lucky box skins. But right now, let's get by with the correct roster. So we're gonna see the Valentina carry Hylos combo. Is gonna be pretty difficult to say as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Scared. Look at that poker rate from
Whoa.
Psyche.
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why we always talk about how Zushin is pretty solid, and Blotsfed as well, hopping onto the faces of ZY, the TNZ. Not really missing out. Talk to me about the emblems, man. Anything fancy?
Well, anything fancy would be the Yisun Shin with a Weapon Master. I usually see him with possible the High and Dry or maybe even the Festival of Blood to give him a little bit more sustain, but it's great so he can do a little bit more damage because against beefy targets. Psyche forced to flicker in the early game. I mean, it's going to be a really hard mid lane to take. I mean, Pago and Rosa, if they get a level 2, they're going to have a little bit more easier time, but Revitalized used already pretty early on. Look at the
Yeah,
fight
the
from-
Desert Tornado onto the faces as well, as Rosa will have to flicker out of the harm's way as Pago will be barely surviving. And this is the level 3 power spike which you talked about, Sakota.
Indeed, indeed. But right now, Suyu's going to try to gank Lunar because whoever gets level 4 on top is gonna be the winner. I mean, Phobius is gonna be extremely dependent on it compared to Yuzhong. Yuzhong has the Fierce Dive. He has that big AoE skill 1. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to fight against him with Phobius so far. But right now, Bloodfeds almost gets read out by TNZ. Oh,
Yeah, he eventually did. Has to figure out to run away and smart way to use the river buff as well. Did not lose control of there. Eventually will recall, which gives Turtle control to Aurora.
6 seconds, actually 1 second to the turtle. First turtle has spawned. No first blood yet. But here are the talent predictions powered by Runestone, guys. I'm not there though. Interesting.
It's fine. Too late. Yeah, someone's been having too many biased predictions, so we don't really give them that right now. But the turtle picked up from TNZ. There is no contest, but there we go. The first blood powered by Runestone down in the bottom lane. You have Sigibum winning it, but guess what? The answer back instantly from the other side, but it still is in favor of Aurora Gaming. Now with the Crimson Beacon used up, you will have to worry about the Black Dragon on your face as Rosa dashes away. Flicker forward out there from the Phobius on the face now, but the punishment is going to be real. The backline still off with the donks there, but Pagu picks the kill up. And now Psyche just zoning out, just moving around as Kazooie is ready to join in the action, but stopped in thanks to the glorious pathway. Aurora Gaming with a 1k goal lead after all of that action.
3-for-1 trade. I mean, it was so much. Actually, 4 kills for Aurora Gaming. Only Rosa fell, but Ziggy got a kill. Luna
nice
got a kill.
steal.
That's not great. Actually, yeah, great steal by RX is going to bring his gold up a little bit more, but almost everyone besides Psyche fell from the sides of Food Esports. I believe they lost that early game presence already, but Lunar is going to get a little bit ahead of himself. Xe still has that advantage with the Phobius. But I can see why they picked the Baksha. His early game anti-heal, I mean, his passive as well with 30 Potions. He just gets so tanky, he reduces the healing of all of these heroes, especially Suya and Phobius. Even as well, the Khalid gets so much less healing from his skill too, but it's going to be difficult. Really, really difficult early game for FET Esports.
Oh my god!
That's just there.
XC just moving up front, but yes, you have Kazooie hopping in! But the Soul Saver is just not enough, and the answer to the bottom side is a bit too good. Still, an EXP laner for a goal laner, you'll take that every single day.
Indeed, and I mean, that kill, when it had the Siggy Boom, he already got the Gorgon side ready to rock and roll. He's going to push that tower plating up a little bit. 4 seconds for the next turtle objective, 1000 gold, the lead only. But it's going to be really difficult. So you finally pick up that Understrike, giving that extra poke damage. And we're going to see us. Oh, Raging Sunstorm. He misses,
Yeah, just to run away. It's fine, it's fine.
Defensive.
He just wanted to stay alive. That's one of the big things. As we have a
Black
look at the
Dragon
items,
comes
though,
through.
Dakota. Yeah, have a look at the items. I'll talk to you about that later right now as the Black Dragon zones out everyone. And this turtle is picked up by TNZ again. Pagu seems to be in a bit of a precarious position out there. There comes the support. TNZ hopping in. Tortoise's potions used up. 4v4 on the face. 3 different fronts where the fight is going on as Xe is still holding against the Black Dragon. Pagu will be running back. Lunar left alone in the wild. And finally, there's a trade for the turtle down in mid. They want to try and steal the jungle, but all right, it's just Psyche.
It's just poking, you know. You have to take your losses by win, but Siggy Bomb is gonna take Bloodfist down. RX might be next. Look at the poke. He has the flicker.
He has to survive though. He's right on the face. Flickers forward as well. Holy smokes, the Scary is smoking.
4 kills Scary. I mean, the goal lead, I think, is just him. Just Siggy Bomb might be the goal lead.
This is big. This is big. Right now, he picks up the golden staff as well, Zakota. He's got 2 items out of the 3 from the Trinity. And guess what? Right now, since he is capitalizing on this advantage, you guys might want to capitalize on the advantage of watching the MAC Season 2 starting from 10th of April, ladies and gentlemen, only on Surge Europe YouTube channel. Maybe some other places as well. Don't miss out on that one as Pagu still tries to run away. The walking HP bar is just having enough HP to survive through the potential bullying of Psyche.
He was trying to run to get a wildcard slot, but right now, Aurora gets that 2k goal advantage. It's still pretty close. 6 minutes in. Rosa's gonna get that Raging Sandstorm with IMU, Radiant Armor for the Khalid, giving him that extra bit of tankiness against the Baksha. But look at RX! Tracer
Yeah, I
was
think
used.
so.
Forcing the
He
flicker.
overstayed his welcome down there. Had to use the flicker with the Black Dragon chasing him. He is not surviving this. A bit too tough for him to try and sustain through all of that. But esports now looking for the answer. Don't really have the anger to work with. Still gonna try and poke Pagu, but he's fine. He's the high loss. He's the big horse guy.
Sigibum!
He will stay up there. Sigibum dropping in, forces out the flicker from Blood eventually. Not having enough right now to hop
Raging
back into the
Sandstorm
fight.
gets
Raging
one.
Sandstorm on the other side. It's Rosa to set things up. TNC picking up the turtle as well. Gives extra bit of sustain right now as Lula tries to survive through the bonks on the face of XC. Will find the answer.
Raging Sandstorm
Pagu
yet
in a
again.
pretty precarious spot. Eventually shut down. The answer is still not there. But
Zig is
Ziggy Bomb
there.
finally. There we go. Speedy light wheels on the faces. No matter who you are. You're just not tanky enough. Psyche forced to flicker out. But there is a big chase by TNC and Siggy Bomb. They will shut him down. As Aurora Gaming move up to 4,000 gold.
Scared. They have no answer towards Sigibam. He is so strong this game. I mean, the Yizun Shin maybe could get a really lucky stun with a. It's gonna be extremely lucky time. You have to combo him as well because he is doing so much. He's tanking, he's healing, and he's gonna get that blue buff for himself because he's doing so well. That's his prize. Getting that Demon Hunter Sword buff is gonna be the piece on the cake, the cherry on top. He achieved Trinity already. 8 minutes in, 60 seconds left where the Lord spawn. Not much what esports can do. They really have to hope for a great teamfight. They need to hope Khaled is gonna get everyone stun, and then Fovio jumps in with a dark wave, gets that stun, jumps in with Dark Force. It's gonna be really heavily timed. Yes, it's just too tanky, and Lunar is gonna go for RX all the time. That's why they pick the usual.
Oh my god.
Not
He's just-
damage.
he's just, yeah, exactly. He's just menacingly looking at Psyche in the face. And he's like, yeah, sure, do what you want to do. Try.
It's still like
Do your
400
best.
or so damage coming in from XC, but it's not gonna be enough to take TNZ down below half. They don't have that pure blooded marksman, as I said. They don't have that Trinity marksman. Look how much work Sigibam is doing. It's gonna be really difficult to counter him. As he's gonna get a tier 2 on the bot side.
Yeah.
6 seconds the next lord. They cannot burst it from the side of Foot Esports.
And the fact is that he's also going in for the Malefic gun. So he's going to have even more range now to eventually work with. And it will become even more difficult for 40 esports to catch on to him. The only thing that they have right now is the map control. So they're trying to burst down through the Lord, trying to bait Pagu out. Glorious Pathway, drop down. Lord, half HP. But guess what? They're pushing all the fights up in every single front right now. Because
That's
is in trouble. He takes the Lord with the Retribution. Perfect combination with the Soul Sever. As they all go back to retreating in their towers. The safety net is there. The cushion works perfectly for esports. Right from under the noses of Aurora. Picks that one, but still the siege continues. The damage is there. Bloodspades will go back to heal himself up by eating up the sands as the Lord marches from the bot.
Oh, scared. Can the Lord actually do anything? It's going to be charging down the bot side, the weakest side Aurora Gaming has. It's difficult, scared. It's really difficult because they have the carry, which is bad.
Right? Here's the thing, man. Now you're gonna see those last few item of power spikes as well. Once we reach the 32k gold
Oh,
mark, that means
Rosa.
the damage. It's actually big. Rosa will still survive. Thanks to the safety net as well, but Pagi seems to be in trouble right now. Glorious Pathway dropped down. Everyone following and chasing him down. As Kazue picks up that kill. And maybe this one Lord pick could change the entire game. Nice sidestep from Sigibum. Dodging down that arrow. So it's gonna be fine.
Sigibam is just so strong right now. He's level 14. He has nothing
Psyche?
to worry about. But look at
Big
God.
catch! Massive catch! And it's Rosa stealing it with a mountain shocker from RX. What a capitalization.
Wait, do you get the passive of Yisun Shin if you get the ultimate? Would you get?
Yep, you do.
So he was just out Yisun Shin his enemy. But right now, look at Bossman. He's gonna get picked up.
Yeah, right now on the back of that Glorious Pathway, they wanted to cast them down, but it's absolutely fine. It's all right.
Trying to
The
force
wave clear
his
is there.
skills. I mean, it's not bad, but Kaze, look at him. Hold on. He's waiting for the sounds.
Seems to be in trouble though, but there we go with the Black Dragon form right now. RX seems to be in a precarious spot. Used to flicker to out of the harm's way as well, but XC's been taken down first. Kazooie the only answer to save down the life of their gold laners. RX has got nothing to work with, but at least his teammates are saving his life. 1-for-1 trade though, they still want the buff. Seems like that fight still continues and nothing for the Sasuke with the Indra's arrow.
The Indra's arrow, the anime guys over here, guys. But right now, 30 seconds, the next large objective. Aurora Gaming is still in the lead. Map-wise, right now, Foot Esports is winning, but hold on, a fight is trying to start a little too. Not much you can do. They have to look for a pick-off here, yet again. They picked off Pug, but they could have done something else. But he has a Revitalize, he has the Glorious Pathway soon available. Malefic Gun picked up by Sigibum. Completing his build already, 12 minutes in. Carry got so farmed.
And this is the main idea of Aurora Gaming. That have 3 beefy frontliners that they soak up every single thing. And Carry can eventually free hit.
Right. Rosa got the Soyuz skills now.
Yeah, oh, holy smokes. He's still trying to chase all of them down.
You know, I think that's just like a statement. Rosa says, I'm just going to take your skills. I'm going to do better than you. But right now, Sigibam is going to start that Lord dance.
Oh, look at the back.
Look at the back line.
Exactly. Bloodspreads tried to go in for a flank play, but eventually getting caught there could be the biggest mistake for Put Esports, as they had a good control of the Lord Pit, but now they don't.
I was not expecting to see the Khalid getting chased on 10-foot Esports trying to capitalize on taking the lure, but they don't have anyone really to burst it down. As usual, uses the Black Dragon Room just to zone out the member of Foot Esports. Right now, Kazue needs to look for a pickoff on Rosa, or maybe even on Sigibum. Tenzi goes in. 30 presence is activated.
Shield Fury try to save themselves down. They'll have to run back to safety as well with Mountain Choker used up. It will just be the disengage from Foot Esports. Aurora Gaming still holding strong.
Indeed, they are 4,000 gold. The Lord is going to be marching down on the top side. Right now, the map is in favor of Foot Esports. As I said, they have 2 turrets advantage right now. One on top side is going to be extremely low HP, so I think even TNZ could go jump it and basic attack it once with Baxia. Will that happen right now?
I mean, even
anyone could do it. Even the minions could do it if they're smart enough. But right now, Psyche is going to get his flicker back. I don't know what to think about it right now. The lore is going to be charging on the top side. Pug was trying to find a little bit of a zoning scenario, but Rui goes in. Doesn't get caught. TNZ gets picked up by Psyche. Not enough. The Glorious Pathway goes down, and the Lord and Turret fall at the hands of Foot Esports. Right now, we're looking for a regroup. Aurora Gaming is going to try to take map advantage. So it's difficult. Scared. They got 1 inhibitor turret, but they didn't get much out of anything else. They evened up on the turrets. They got 1 mid turret advantage, however, so they're a little bit more prone to invades.
Now, here's the big thing, right? Yes, they've only got 1 inhibitor, Zakota, but that is the far lane inhibitor. So the wave is going to push on itself, which means for esports will have to invest some extra members there to try and at least keep that lane even, if not in their own advantage side. So that is a bit of a trouble right now as Psyche tries to just zone out Rosa. And now with those couple of Justice Pauldrons picked up, maybe Foot Esports could have a chance fighting against Sigibum.
But I don't know, RX is not doing that great right now. He's extremely far behind. But even so, the late game has started. 47,000 gold to 42,000, 15 minutes in. Lord up, 48 seconds. 1 fight here could be decremental, but right now, look at that. Hold on, TNZ, 30% goes in. Just
right now.
Bit. Oh,
He's going to be all the way far back, though. Big amount of burst damage onto their faces, but that is about it. They don't want to friendly commit there. A bit of a ambitious play from Psyche. Wanted to pick up Sigibum there, but did not really work out.
I think Foot Esports won this trade. Every single member of Aurora Gaming used their spells and as well their flicker. But right now, guys, I think Scared has something to say. What is this on the screen? The giveaways, guys. Make sure you check the description, join, follow our socials. There is giveaways, there is lucky box skins now. The epics will be available. So 1 lucky person could get maybe one of the rare skins in the games, maybe even get their favorite skins. So make sure you join up on the socials, on Instagram, join the Discords. You can also find everything there, or Twitch as well. You can get a
Yeah.
lot of prizes just by watching.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. Just by watching. So make sure that you're here and you're enjoying all of this action right now. Maybe they're gonna catch XC this time. They are watching him, but a big flicker now with two of the major ultimates baited out. Kazue has to
Kazue.
run back to safety as well.
Wait, look at
Rosa
Carry!
will be taking out quite a ton of damage out there. Boom now still trying to find an angle with the speedy light wheels used up. Will have to back off as the duration is over. But
Pago might
Psyche
get
doesn't really
punished
care
here.
about that. He doesn't even care about the mana right now, as Pago doesn't have anything, as you rightfully mentioned. Could be
Got the
taken
ball.
down. The Rosa up on top in the trade. Alrex finally catching the first one. Boom, no way to run away, no way to survive. Psyche is still trying to poke all of them off. TNC has got nowhere to run. It's just that bit of a mana being the issue, but what a way to steal control for esports on the forefront.
So much damage coming in from Kaze, managing to get the Rosa down as well. Lunar almost got shut down. I think if Lunar Fellow could have been a possible game, and he has the Black Dragon form, he's gonna use it to zone out the enemies. TNC is gonna come within the 30 positions, has been popped. Dark Forest just trying to do anything, but they're so tanky, especially the Baxia. Bloodfeds goes in with Raging Sandstorm as well. Not much they can do. He's gonna get out alive, immortality in his hands. Bloodsense picks up as well, and Rosa's gonna be chasing a little bit, just going for the vision play. Pago is there as well, a horse on a cloud. Where have you seen that before? Only at Surge.
Yeah, absolutely. Only at Surge. That is a type art unicorn there. Now wants to try and catch XC, but doesn't matter. He's gonna just enhance basic attack the Lord to create that gap. The micromanagement on these skills is insane,
Look at the
but
top
this
side though.
is the advantage I was talking about, Zakota. We both noticed it at the same time, that the minions are pushing up top. There's a threat of all of it getting over though, but they don't really care because all five up in front, right on their faces, as everyone on foot seems to be ready. Indra's arrow charged up, want to catch it down with the Black Dragon form. The Lord is going to be reset.
Wait, RX might
Quite
fall
an
here
engine
for the
going
flicker.
Nah, the perfect flicker. Eventually bait out Luna there up and open. And now Aurora out to their chances. Boom still going to do some act as well, but he has to create that gap. Did not really sustain through anything. Power with the immortality popped up, has got nowhere to run in the tier 2 with his grave wrapped out, and 6 understays his body as the Lord Pit will now be controlled for esports.
Talk about the Lord Pit right now. We're going to see Kazu and RX going to take it down. Lots is going to be getting a little bit of poke from Rosa. X is down. Everyone is up. Pago and Luna are going to be missing from the Lord charge. In about 21 seconds, the Lord is going to spawn.
Yeah.
Sigbam is alive. Kazu takes that Lord with no contest.
True. That's one of the big things. So it's going to be very tough for them out here to deal with. On the other end of the spectrum now, we'll have to see, man. They do have the wave clear, but it is just falling down to the timings that FUT Esports are now picking up on Aurora Gaming. They have realized how Pagu wants to play, how TNZ wants to play, and they are utilizing all of that fact. The way how they've been baiting them, it has been pretty solid.
I mean, they have a better early late game with the Lantern Flare as well. It's a free flicker. It's a free get out of jail free card. But right now, as you said, they have Pago, they have Siggy, they have as well TNZ. They have 3 great fronts. But look at that. Trying to take him over the wall. Lord is in the base. Siggy is going to go clear it. He has a Demon Hunter sword. He's going to be healing himself up pretty fast. Right eyes.
Yeah, that's a big pick on the Pagu. Double kill coming in from Luna. Big Raging Sandstorm, but it doesn't matter. They don't have enough people for the damage. Triple kill for XC on the POVS. Make it a maniac as well. No, it's stolen away and shut down by RX. And they don't care about what happens as the crystal's been taken by FUT Esports, stealing the first game.
I mean, wow. What a complete reverse coming in from FUT Esports. I mean, I think this is one of the most annoying ways to lose a game. Just winning completely the early, the mid, a little bit of the late, and then just completely getting that wow. I mean, the late game was just in favor of Team FUT. I mean, it was so hard to play against the Sui. He was getting so many executes.
And that is even when you have a carry in your team. right? You've got a full build with the Malefic gun, with the Wind of Nature, added in a Wind Talker for the mix as well, just to make sure you get extra bit of attack speed and maybe that movement speed which you normally miss up by dropping down the boots. But you have to give it to Psyche. You give him the
Psyche.
Jushin.
My
Yeah,
goat.
you trade a Valentina for a Jushin. Psyche is going to punish you for that.
And Valentina was doing pretty well in the early game. She was getting that Raging Sandstorm, she was getting those Mountain Shackers, but still so much damage coming in from Psyche. And as well, he was the assist machine. Yenzi with the wall, of course. That Baxia getting almost 250,000 damage tank. But right now, a quick look at the item builds tells us something interesting. Focus did not go for the Queen Wings, which usually sometimes go. It's extra damage. And as well, look at Khalid. He has the Demon Hunter sword to push the base a little bit late. And as well, as I said, the Isushin is gonna claim that Demon Hunter sword to try to do some damage to Pago and to Tienzi. But other than that, look how much damage Rosa dealt.
I thought maybe it's gonna be Sigiboom doing the exact same thing, but yeah, Rosa was just phenomenal on the Valentina, even in the early. Constantly picking up those ultimates, right? You did not even realize which one he's gonna be taking up. It could be the Mountain Shocker. Heck, it could also be the Indra's Arrow taken up from that Sasuke. Yeah, I really like to call that, even though it's called the Evil Queller. It's on, right. So constantly picking it all up, and then also going in with the Raging Sandstorm, making sure that the team is ready whenever he needs to give those setups. The ideas were there from Aurora Gaming, but it was just how well connected FUT were playing in that late game, where they realized that they actually have enough poke damage to burst down that front line. And even though, yes, Yuzhong was actually trying to find those angles, they had to commit a lot of resources to try and catch RX, who eventually ran back, and now Lunar was left out in the open in front of 4 people, or rather behind the enemy lines, and he had nowhere to run.
I mean, indeed, there was a great play coming in from the Khalid, just taking every single member of Aurora back towards their own base, allowing Team Fu to try to go for a kind of a clamp maneuver, to try to pick them off, pinch them. And it kind of worked really great for them. I mean, it worked, they won the game, that's when they turned it around. I mean, Sikibam was doing extremely well, and after that, he was not being able to go near the front because of Kazuya. He was doing so much damage, he was bursting girls down in almost one shot, one combo, almost an insta-kill. And as well, Pago, they were lacking a stun, I think. The Yuzhong was a great choice. It was working extremely well versus RX as well versus Kazuya, but late game, he was just getting melted left and right.
Cool. I'd have to say, one of the big things, or rather the reason why you had that shift in the advantage was also because of the fact that it was literally the first item of the Wishing Lantern in the hands of Psyche on the Jushin. Normally, most of the teams would go in for that glowing wand to get that anti-heal effect, considering there's a high loss with a revitalize, a ton of people you need to get that anti-heal in front of, including Lunar or the Yuzhong, who, as you rightfully mentioned, was going in the back line, healing quite a bit up, was just not able to get that execution in on point in some of those important fights. They were getting it in most of them, but some of the important ones where things eventually turned out. So Psyche was constantly harassing everyone with the extra damage from the Wishing Lantern, helped out a bit. But I think so the major turning point really was that Lord McMahon, right from under the noses of Aurora Gaming. If that Lord was taken by them, things could have been very different.
It all started when Kaze bursted on that first Lord. Aurora got the second one, they pushed an inhibitor. But after that, they couldn't do anything else. They just lost so much map control. Yeah, they got around the Lord pit, but they are getting pushed on back.
Let's just say the strength of a Suyo. I said, right, he will have busted damage once he gets all of the items up. As soon as he did, you could clearly see Rosa was also struggling. You had to be a little bit more safe. But then the Suyo hopping onto your face, you didn't really have anywhere else to go, eventually taken down. And so was the problem with Sigiboom. He was trying to survive, maybe stand in a place and get the damage in, but that's exactly what Psyche want. That's exactly what the Suyo wants. So you didn't have any other option to work with.
Just really difficult to play against that. I mean, the late game was... I was still thinking, damn, Sigabam is going to carry in the late game as well, but Kazuya, as you said, he was just doing an extraordinary amount of damage. RX was getting back on his feet as well. He was pushing turrets, he was doing damage. I believe he had the second most damage or third in the entire game. He had more damage than Sigma. He was just fighting the high lows. He was fighting as well Lunar, just getting dived on all the time. So it's really difficult to play against it. Because as we know, Yuzhong just completely counters Yuzhong. Whenever you saw Yuzhong in the jungle a couple months ago, always on the enemy team, if the Yuzhong was not banned, he was getting picked, so he can just dive on him, and the Yuzhong cannot go away. Use the Traceless, he's basically lost. He's a man lost on Earth with no boat, with a boat on land, which is kind of confusing. But I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in game number 2, Scared. Are you excited?
Super duper, considering we all thought it's going to be Aurora Gaming who would eventually win, right? We also saw the predictions, which were powered by Runestone. We saw almost everyone supporting Aurora Gaming, and I feel that they're kind of going in the exact same boat of the extremely Slay versus Boars, where we all thought Boars might win. It's extremely Slay who surprised all of us. I think so. We could potentially see the similar things happening here too. But will that happen or not? That is a big question, right? Because I still feel that the draft of Aurora was not that bad. If anything, they had the better draft. And holy smokes, my man, who flashed you, bro?
I don't know. I think it was the aliens. It was Warren yet again coming down, or maybe God Believer from experience. But it's such, I don't know how to say it. When I saw Boris Gaming losing, I was damn. Maybe my prediction was wrong. When I'm seeing Aurora lose first game, I was like, damn, unexpected, because Aurora is a Titan. We said it. We spoke about it. But it's such an underwhelming thing to see Aurora lose a first game when they had such a big advantage. I mean, really difficult to take in. I mean, I'm a huge fan of them because of Pygo, of course. Definitely, I'm gonna glaze him all the time. But Psyche just showed up.
Okay.
Just showed up all his his tricks under the sleeve. I mean, he was doing so well with the Juxin. I think they didn't even notice the Juxin was open. They thought he was banned, possibly. I mean, the Valentina, don't get me wrong, it's a strong pick, one of the best mages right now. But the Juxin is one of the best mid laners to date. She can just hold on the mid lane by herself. She can do damage, she can take damage, she can be annoying, she has crowd control. She has a free flicker ultimate as well. She has just a ton of poke.
True. And that's one of the big things. It is difficult to catch him on that hero. That has been the big thing. I believe it's not just for that one. It's both Zushin and Yisun Shin. Both of them have got those abilities to try and run away. And if anyone is targeting them, you can try and bait them into certain positions where eventually they would not have anywhere else to run with. And my man, you should stop hopping in towards the sun. You're constantly being brighter than its own surface as well, side by side. My screen gets brighter when I look at you like that. You were shining as much as Foot did in that first game.
Thank you, but right now let's take a quick look at Foot Esports, how they're feeling. They're looking pretty calm. Sek is looking extremely happy. He cannot wait for the game to begin as well. We casters and new viewers cannot as well. I mean, personally, I would still have to keep the second game from right now, maybe to Aurora, but let's get straight almost into draft as we get Aurora Gaming on the screen. We have Siggy, Tienzi, Rosa, Pago, and Lunar. Lunar is also on the moon. That's why we're not seeing him properly, but
Eclipse took him.
Yeah, the Eclipse took him. I was taken by the sun, he is taken by the space. But man, I cannot wait to get in the game. I'm really excited to see what draft they're gonna cook with. Because most of the teams in game 1, game 2, game 3, between Extremely Slay and Force Gaming, not one game Sora was picked or banned. And as well in the last game, Freya was open. I was thinking, damn, that Freya would go crazy there for either Hangi or, I mean, only Hangi could have taken because they had the carry picked already by Metronio. But I was thinking, damn, what a great pick that would be.
Yeah, true. And that is something which both of these teams understand here right now. So I don't think so we're going to see any of those picks to be opened up. They have seen the priorities with the Sora. And it's not as much as getting that Thunder ultimate up. It's about the Torrent ultimate, which you flicker in instantly and you can catch at least 2 to 3 people. The AoE is so big, you can catch 4 people as well, depending on the type of strategy that they're going with. I mean, here's the thing. If Sora was present during the time of the U-based strategy, I think so that strategy would not have existed unless Sora was fully banned out in every single game.
I mean, as you said, Sora is one of the most strong XP leaders. He can go on the gold as well, but people prefer him on the XP because As it, he has the Torn, he has the Lightning. Lightning is good. He can single out 1v1s. With Torn, you can get a 5-man set for free. You have a ton of stuns. You have basically like a hook. You bring him to your team. So it's really hard to play against Satira because he is so versatile. He can just be two things at once compared to like Ruby or Sissy. They can only be one thing. They're gonna be annoying. They're gonna be trying to poke. Ruby can hook and set. Sissy is gonna be doing damage. Sora can do both of those things at once.
That's one of the big things, right? That's the strength of Sora, and which is one of the big reasons why Valentina came into being as well. With her damage boost that she received, now if she can copy the ultimate of Sora as well with the shifting skies, it simply can give the exact same set to her own team. So it's like you nullify the advantage of the Sora that you have, and if anything, you give yourself a lot more boost in terms of handling that. Plus, you go with the tanky build as well, so you really know that you will have that sustain too. All you need to do is just manage the lane against Sora. And I think so Valentina in some or the other way will eventually benefit a lot more, considering her passive is that if she deals damage to the people who have got more XP than her, then you will gain extra bit of experience. So she can level up faster than the other side. Yeah, now I know you want to be a nerd. Go ahead.
And as well, you get healing if they're higher level than you.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, them. I get more lifesteal with it, scare. But right now, it's gonna be an amazing day. I mean, first, let's do a little recap. First game, second game, third game in the first series was won by Extremely Slay, so they are gonna advance. Yeah. And right now, we're gonna see who is gonna be going next. Right now, it's match point. Would esports have the advantage by 1 point? Will Aura try to even it out, or is it gonna be just a complete sweep coming from them?
It's gonna be tough to figure out, right? Because we have seen Aurora to be the type of team that they never really go back down. And with the broken walls, I think so it's gonna impact onto the draft as well a bit, because we have constantly talked about the fact how Grok is eventually prioritized here, sometimes even the Hilda, some type of heroes which really like to fight a lot in the early game, just so you can constantly utilize those broken walls advantage for yourself. So I really like the way how these teams have been playing up. On the other side of the spectrum, Zakota, now go ahead. You think this map is going to change a few things?
Well, when I asked Pago a long time ago if they are drafting for the map modifier, they said not really. We're just focusing on what's good and what's open. So I don't think it's going to be really that impactful. But as you said, Grok may be getting a little bit of priority because he's such a good roamer. I mean, maybe last game if Pag went for the high loss, for the Grok instead of the high loss, it would have been a little bit better. But let's see. If it is going to be on the blue side, on the red side is going to be Aurora Gaming. First pick goes to Kazue. So let's see what the first ban of the game is. I'm expecting the usual suspects, the Freya, the Valentina, the Jukshin, the Sora. These type of heroes are just really good. Doesn't matter how you play them, late, early, mid, they're going to be doing great, nonetheless.
Yeah, I agree. The usual bans that we normally talk about. The thing is, yeah, the big question: will you see the Phobias being banned out? I think so. You should. I think you should. Unless you're prioritizing it.
A hard call. I mean, if you want it, you don't ban it, but you might ban counters for it. But right now, the clock is ticking down, and let's see what the ban is going to be. I mean, as I said, I'm expecting to see the Sora, the Valentina, the Jukshin, these type of heroes, maybe even the Zetian, because I know that Rosa is an extremely great Zetian player. He can just completely use her to its fullest extent, as well as the Fury of the Phoenix, and as well that robe is just gonna be so impactful towards the game. Maybe we're gonna see the Suyu getting banned out, or the Fanny. Again, respect bans for Tenzi.
I think so. The Basha should be taken away here. The same. I don't think so. The Suyu is that big of a
problem. The Fanny, I think. If you want to ban a Fanny, just do it. Don't let it in Tenzi's hands.
True.
Really, really hard to play against.
That is one part which we normally talk about. Yeah, that shouldn't really be let through. Again, on the other side of the spectrum, though, Freya, Jushin, Fanny, maybe. But what do you adjust in your draft, right? Because, as I said, I still feel Aurora's draft was slightly better. They could have executed their win conditions a little bit more easily, but it felt like it's just that they ended up playing the chaotic game that FUT wanted them to play, by disrupting the flow, by baiting Lunar into the positions where his team was not there for the support, right? He was kind of isolated as well. So quite a lot of things that eventually happened in that game. So again, I personally feel like things were quite difficult to, as I said, it was difficult to drop the ball, but they still ended up doing it.
Indeed, I mean, C was still in the lead advantage, but just a lore is coming marching down. They couldn't really take a fight for them. Scared. We saw it, we seen it, we just felt it, and you were the first person to see it besides the players. So we know what happened before the viewers, so we can have a little bit of an expectation. Not that we're gonna see in the future a little bit, but we already know what's gonna happen, and I rewatch it sometimes on stream. I go back to rewatch a play because there's a delay, as you guys know. It's just so amazing to me because they're so smart about it. You wouldn't expect it to be so chess-like, a chess movie. You know, you put this, you get a fantastic movie. You know, you get 2 question marks on it, and like it's unexpected. So I really expect to see. Maybe I want to see Pug with one of his best picks. I think one of his strongest, the Jawhead. I want to see it in action. I mean, it's gonna be really funny because he can work in this meta, I think. Not that it's picked that much, but it's Pug on it, so I want to see then as well on City, possibly on Fanny, because it's apparently amazing to cast and watch Scare. So I don't know, let's take some of our senior casters' words for it.
Here's the thing. I think so. I would love to see that, but Fut might not want to. So yeah, that is not probably going to be the case out here. So it is going to be tough on the other end of the spectrum now. Want to see how eventually this draft would pan out, because as I said, for esports, the way they executed everything that they had in their mind, even having the East and Shin go 0-4, then bringing themselves back when the inhib was down, that too, when it was the far lane inhibitor. What I really felt was their decision making being super good. Even though the minions were pushing onto their base, they just knew that the wave is going to clear itself up. They had their minions stacked up as well, so the crystal was not being targeted, and every single person on the side of Aurora Gaming was in that turtle pit or lord pit. So they realized that we don't have a threat of a backdoor. We don't have any problem with the minions popping there because our wave is already up. So even if the next wave pops up, it will take some time to go back towards that base. So they realize that this is the best time to actually go and contest for the Lord. So regardless of Aurora having the advantage in the far lane, it was for esports' quick decision making which helped them find the advantage in that situation. And this is something which I feel that they've kind of outplayed against Aurora. And if that happens, Aurora will have to try and go for the readjust during the game.
Talk about rejection. Let's see what a draft came to. We're gonna see the funny Valentina Freya getting banned from the sides of FUT Esports. On the right side, we see the Guinevere Sora Kalea getting banned out, and the Claude getting picked up on the side of Aurora. He's a really great marksman. He has that Emea. He has that just so much movement for a hero that doesn't have really that much of a dash. It's just an instant teleport. He can do so much work with it. We're gonna see the Leomore getting banned out as well. Or
Predict the picks. Since carry is open, I think so. But esports picked up a carry, and the Claude is basically an answer to that.
I'd say the Harif maybe. Harif and Suyu for the side of FUT Esports, and Aurora maybe they took the Harley because it's not banned already.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe they've gone in for the Harley route, and they've also added. I don't know, man. Considering it's a mage ban from Fort, maybe they have picked up something like the Jushin. It's left open. I don't think so they'd leave that priority. So it was probably a Jushin first pick there. And then you answer back with a Claude.
So rather, picked up the Phobius, I think, because the Auroras got banned out. This is a really interesting way to draft you. You're trying to figure out what they picked based on just one hero and the bans.
Based on one hero, yeah. It's just one hero and the bans, and now we've got to pick our brains out to try and figure that. All right, I'm gonna call it Jushin for FUT Esports. Oh, hey, wait. Jushin for FUT Esports. You've got Claude picked up already for Aurora, so I think so I'm gonna double down with the Phobius. Maybe a Phobius and
or Lunar Phobius, yeah. Phobius. Fredrin, no, I would say maybe the Harley. They banned the Lilia. They banned the Lilias. Maybe they have the Zetya.
I think so. They're gonna go. They probably went with something more tanky. Maybe the Barks. Yeah. Again, this time.
This is really interesting, Scared. I mean, this is the first
Surprise,
time we've
surprise.
done these telepathic drafts, I think, for Surge. Maybe the first people in the entire world to do telepathic drafts. We just say what we're thinking, but at the end of the day, there are some technical issues which we apologize for. Of course, you know, it happens. The
Yeah.
best of us. That's why I'm here. You know, I'm the best
Hey.
analyst in Europe,
Hey.
definitely. So you know, we can predictable stuff.
You had to be slightly narcissistic there. But here's the thing: what if you predict 3 picks correctly, you might end up winning the giveaway? We don't know. We don't know, right?
Exactly. Guess the
Boss
picks
will
in
give you
chat,
a bit
and
of a
maybe you're gonna win
Guess
something.
Guess 3 correct picks, and maybe you're gonna win something. And you cannot say Claude. Claude is out of the
Yeah,
mixture.
yeah,
right?
it's a given.
Exactly, it's a given. Apart from the Claude, predict 3 picks, and you might actually win a giveaway. Let's see if that can. Let's see if Surge can make it do. Right, I really hope that happens there. But it's gonna be pretty fun on the other side of the spectrum. Now with Aurora and Fut locking things out with just a Claude pick, I think so. Sakota, they have the advantage. It is given.
I think taking one hero over none. I think maybe Aurora's gonna win this one because they have the only hero picked in the game. They banned 5 heroes as well on top of that, so I think they're in the lead advantage right now. But
yeah,
what could they actually pick? I mean, I'm thinking of Phoveus, definitely. It had to get picked because we saw the Uranus. I'm thinking the Lapu Lapu got picked at the
Lapu?
end by FUT,
Yeah.
so maybe the Zetian or Aurora,
Alright.
and they picked the
So,
Juxin, or maybe even the Kimi, because I don't think the Kimi was banned.
Stop giving out all of the information. All right, pick your 3 picks. Pick 3 heroes that you think haven't picked up. You don't get any more chances.
Obvious,
3.
Juxin, and
Harley.
Uyu, or Harley, yeah, Harley.
All right. I think so. I'm gonna concur with you on the Phoveus and the Ju Shin pick. I think so. I'm gonna go carry. Phoveus, Ju
carry.
Shin, carry. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna spice
So
things
one
up.
hero difference between the two of us. It's either the carry or it's gonna be. It's not the carry.
Okay, that's
It's
the
Harley, and I won.
It's a Harley. Oh, and it's also a Suyu actually. So you've got all 4 correct.
And the Lapu Lapu I got. And
Yeah, we both.
I'm
Yeah,
that
Lapu Lapu we both predicted. Yeah, so that's all good. That's nice. But I wasn't expecting a Kagura there, man. Now that is a surprise pocket pick being brought out instantly from Rosa. So it's gonna be
a
fun.
surprise. Look at that new Grok Titan collector. It looks so.
It's cool. It's cool,
Cute.
man. It's cool. It's pretty cool.
It's cute. It's
Bro,
not-
huh?
Look at him. He has a ship on his back. I know the ship is smiling at him. Look. It's smiling at Rosa. You know,
Titanic
each their
in a
own.
different level, maybe.
I don't know, but right now it's looking like a dead even Steven straight. Harley is gonna go for the red buff, and the Suyu is gonna go for a little bit of help towards Lapu Lapu to get that level 3 advantage. He's gonna invade that lizard from Hardy. He didn't even take his red buff. He doesn't need to. He's level 3, as I said. He's a level 3 advantage. His poke is gonna be insane. Pago might fall here.
Oh, Pagu. Yeah, seems to be in a
Pando?
tough space right now. Instantly with the blade surge, want to try and catch
Oh,
him.
he gets him!
From Bloodspit. You couldn't have brought a better wall there from this man. The Guardian's Barrier picture perfect.
Indeed, it is. Yenzi got that level 4 Rosa, level 3 Bloods. Is gonna be level 2, still ahead of Pago. 1 flicker. Turtle, 14 seconds. Suyu is gonna get that level 4. He's also maybe gonna get that level 5 if he clears his entire jungle. It's gonna be a really close call because XC is gonna give him that jungle creep. He's trying to secure at level 5. He's not. Just gonna play it safe and cool. Pago does not have the dragon kick. Right now, Rosa did get their yin yang overturn. Bloods is gonna maybe fall. Pago!
Yeah, that is a big mistake. Instantly with the Deadly Magic, you're able to take one down though. But TNZ still is going to be all the way moving back up. Right now, the turtle is contested, but the numbers advantage should go in favor of Aurora.
And
Single-
here, let's not forget
Hop
that
in
first blood was powered by Runestone. So
Yes.
oof, it's
Call
gonna
out.
be a huge shout out to them. And as well, the talent prediction, they were also power. We did not see them because he got straight into the game. He got straight into the bread. As Tienzi is gonna take his jungle creep away, Kalso is gonna have a pretty free objective. Pago does not have the kick. They're waiting for a pick up from the RX is there. Lapu Lapu has the brave strategy. He's gonna use it. And Tienzi is gonna steal it!
That is a big one though, and also the deck charge used up by Bloodsphere, but catching on no one. Look at the position of TNC. He wants to catch on RX. He will get the deadly magic poker trick. Regen not enough to save the life, and that gives an advantage to Sigiboom in the gold lane.
Tech charge is there. Is Grog gonna commit? He is not. Just gonna place the wall, trying to force out the Purify at best. But Pagu is gonna get at level 4. He might be getting a kick on Kazuya. He's just waiting for Rosa to come into the picture frame. They might try to go for Psyche, who has the flicker, not the Purify. Lunar is there, just trying to give them the advantage to clear, as RX is gonna reveal everyone. And we're gonna see Kazuya going for the Sky Piercer pretty early on. I mean, right now, speaking realistically, Sky Piercer is such a great item for C because you get movement speed, you get extra damage, and it's really cheap. As Blossom is gonna get kicked out.
Yeah, right now with that pick off is exactly what you need. Pagu, picture perfect way of the dragon into the deadly magic poker trick. And this is not the casino where you'd really want to win. They want to catch down Psyche as well. Pretty low with the Crimson Beacon. Runs back to safety. Kazue out in the post. There we go. Blade Search.
Rosa!
No! Not enough damage to take down even the Kagura. Now that is tough for esports.
Talk about stuff right now. Finally, first item picked up by Sigibum. That Demon Hunter sure is gonna be so great at laning with the Isunshin because you're gonna overheal his damage coming from the basic passive attacks. 24 seconds to the Lord. Right now, Kazu is gonna go for Little Invade, picking up that War Axe for the Lapu Lapu.
Oh.
Lord is gonna go with the tech charge.
Big one on the face as well with the charge attack. It was just enough. Pagu now going in with the way of the dragon. What an angle to find! A Psyche has been shut down instantly. TNZ for the double. It's RX joining in the fight with the Mountain Shocker, but guess what? It ain't no shocker to Aurora. It's totally fine. They're finding all of that out. Bloodfed is again being the person who's getting poked down though, but it's totally cool. Exy out there joining in the fray.
Oh, TNZ. He's looking. He has the deadly magic. Poker trick.
Oh my
He connects.
god, yeah, it doesn't matter. He just needed to connect one and it's enough. Oh, you thought it's gonna happen once, but it's happening twice again. 0-2 start for RX.
A quick look at him. He's gonna go for the Genius. Oh, talking about Genius.
Yeah.
Look at that play coming in.
You can't stop the action from this game, and it's back and forth right now with the bonks from Luna coming in on top, on the faces. Still got a couple. There we go. That's a basic attack. Psyche will have to be forced to use the Crimson Beacon to shut down Lunar. No eclipse onto the life of Psyche there. The Psyche K main character energy. That is a bit too high with him.
TNZ looking for the retribution. So is Kazu, and Rosa's gonna get it.
Wow, and with that big way of the dragon, Kazuya couldn't have gotten it any time. Out in the mid as well as RX was forced to use up the Mountain Shocker. All you can do is just clear out the waves. Aurora Gaming have got such a big control.
Oh, Bloodsfed is gonna go in uncharted land as TNZ is gonna wait in a bush. 4 members of FET Esports are near the bot side, so they could go for a pretty nice punish. As Sigbum is gonna push the top tier 1 turret by himself, and they're looking towards that mid turret. They're hungry, they're trying to go for more, as Pagu is gonna try to give a few bits of vision as, oh my god, the Kagura and TNZ completely shutting down RX for the second time.
Big one, man. It just seems like there is absolutely no other way for esports to make this comeback right now, as Aurora Gaming are winning everything out. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to witness some teams from your nation to win out, make sure to check out Surge Nations League, which will begin from April 17th. And obviously, there's just one place that you can watch it. Follow the Surge Instagram, join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube, follow on
Giveaways
Facebook. Don't
weekly.
miss out on any of those places.
Make sure, guys, as Sigbum took that tier 2 turrets a little bit off camera, Rosa is gonna take the help of Luna, that top tier, bot tier 1. The mid one is looking under danger as well. TNZ is there. Cho is looking for a kill. Pagu
Wow. Yeah, he's not
Oh,
really
the
going in for the
charge!
big kick from the tech charge to try and catch him down with Psyche catching him. But the blazing duet out there since every single thing was used up perfectly. But TNC could not really do that. XC still trying to sustain on that Lapu Lapu rolls over the answer back onto Kazoo as the backline is open.
Demonic
Are
Force!
able to survive. Chances of the arrow to send it all back though. Blood's fed still alive and kicking.
Huge shutdown from Kazue on TNC, giving up, I believe, almost 1,000 gold. But still, Aurora Gaming have a 3,000 gold lead advantage. Lord up in 1 second. Right now, they are going to try to burst it down. They have Sigibam who's fed. They have TNC who's fed. And I don't think they're going to be playing around as Rosa's going to use her Umbrella for vision. Really smart play coming in.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that Kagura brings on table, right? Yes, in terms of throwing that umbrella, it might not really have the best
the
of the
charge
best
defensive?
but yeah, he had to run away. Didn't really want to get caught in the way of the dragon. Pagu, who is now ready to actually get one angle, though. Again, trying to go for the flank. Pincer maneuver being brought down in the mid tier 3. Out. Umbrella being sent all the way forward. Knock up on the face. Exa seems to be the
Landshaker
first
connects.
target right now with the basic attack. Big Landshaker, as you rightfully mentioned. But no follow-up on that.
Better not risky for the biscuit and trying to go for what's safe. But right now, we're going to see Harley going on a defensive strike.
Oh, big stun came in from Kazooie thanks to the blade surge. Otherwise, he was not surviving that way of the dragon.
They're going to try to sync up the waves as much as possible, as they're going to get a pretty useless roll right here where Good Esports is going to defend it all by themselves. Still, 3 members from Aurora Gaming are going to be in the proximity of the Lord. On the bots are going to see the Cloud trying to clear it, so the Lord and the minions buffed. They will push. Oh, lot hits.
Yeah, I don't think
Pagu!
so. Pagu was going. Oh, wanted to still go for something, but kind of messed it up right now in the midway. Blazing duet by Siggy Boom to run back to safety for the disengage now. A slight bit of a mistake from Pagu and a big capitalization for Fat Esports.
Indeed, so as they are still at the 3,500 gold lead advantage, 10 minutes in, next Lord, less than 94 minutes in. I mean, 94 seconds in will be a crazy 94-minute Lord. But TNC is still 3 levels ahead of Kazue. Kazue is gonna get a level 12, just giving that extra bit of advantage, allowing him to dash more freely, do more damage, and as well, just get his shield up as much as possible, because you're gonna try to keep it all the time when Sigibam and Lunar are gonna go in, because as we know, he is gonna get with his Susanoo 30 damage percentage reduction. The nerd stuff is going in. Nerdy stuff is fine.
Susano. Just
Oh,
get an
the
extra.
charge!
Oh my god! You talk about Susano, that's such a bother. See her play coming in from this man. A triple man knocker from the take charge that sets his team up for success right now. As
Lunar!
Lunar! Kazooie picks up the kill. And Aurora Gaming, instantly their entire lead has been stolen away by Foot. It's happening again.
Indeed it is. But Ryan, look at Rosa, she's gonna try to go for a yin yang overturn, but still no cigar as she's gonna fail. But Pago is gonna go in, giving TNC a little bit of a stage, and they shut Kazue down. Scared. What is this back and forth?
I still feel that it is what happened in the previous game again. Yeah, it's fine. RX is going to be A-okay for now, but Aurora Gaming have pretty solid early game lead, but they kind of drop the ball in the mid to late game fights, and this is exactly what's happening. Tell me the items, Dakota. Do you find anything funny?
Well, personally, if TNC went for the line neutral, he is the better Hardy player, definitely in this conversation, but I don't like the Corrosion side. Or actually, the Starilium side, my apologies. It's just a little bit too risky to use. I'd rather go for the Holy Crystal, try to burst down XC or maybe even Kazue, but talking about bursting him down, Blood is gonna deny that by using the tech charge offensively just to go back. And Kazue right now is just waiting for one just Badger Kondo from Pagu. But Rosa, TNC, they're gonna try, I don't know, the best choice for them is to try to push the opposite side laning because they got the lore, but right now, guys, it's gonna be a lore spawning in 11 seconds as the mech Season 2 is announced at the bottom of the screen. You can catch it live on Surge for a spot to possibly win EWC. I mean, scared. Would you try? I would try, I think.
I mean, I definitely would right now because looking at every single thing I'm seeing on the screen, I'm getting super excited about it. And MEC season 2, we've known even season 1 was absolutely big. And season 2 is going to be even more bonkers right now, as just like how Aurora Gaming want to play it. People still they're trying to catch all of them. The Oryx will have to protect out of the harm's way, blazing to it, used up. Oryx is surviving that. Yenzi gets the pick as well with a poker trick on the face. Bloodfed will run back to safety, but no
5v1,
one
only Kazuo is there.
safe at all.
Blood is there.
In a second. Launch should be taken care of right now with the Guardian's barrier dropped up in front of 4 people. You cannot underestimate the
looking for
damage
him.
of Kazue. Yeah, he wants to. Pago wants to find an angle as well. Bloodsphere just trying to be in the position where if they want to go for the engage, he simply answers back. This is such a good micro coming in between both of these teams as the mid inhib will fall. And we go back to the reset.
Wow, I mean, what a base defense. I mean, Blood's getting that 3-man knockup with a tech charge yet again, back to back. What a monster as we see. So you get that 28 Skypicture stacks. So, I mean, it's gonna be a really difficult game. Oh, Winter Crown picked up by Psyche. RX is still going with the trend. He was 0-4 last game before he got 4 of his kills. But right now, 51 seconds, the next Lord. Whoever is gonna get it, they're gonna have a huge advantage.
See instantly, and now there is no way for the esports can go for this contest. You cannot. Xe is the main damage dealer of the team right now, and yes, I know that I'm saying it in the presence of Kazue in the with Suyu in the hand, and RX with the Yisun Shin in the hand, and Psyche playing on the Jushin, but no one is being as impactful as Xe.
And I would say Bloods is the most impactful here. Getting those tech charges, turning the tides around. I mean, he is the shipmaster. Look at him. Oh,
Shipmaster right now. Yeah, there ain't no Black Pearl saving his life this time around. Instantly bursted down as Pagu's immortality will be taken now. But guess what? You've got Luna, an even more tanky player on your faces, not taken by TNZ. You don't have a lot of time as everyone's going to be joining into the fight as well. Luna's going to be taken down finally. RX is able to find something on the board.
I don't think that was a great play coming from there because the Grok is going to be up.
Agree.
Again, TNZ. Look at RX. He's gonna get almost melted down. Kazu's gonna block some of those poker tricks. Just those cards getting thrown at him. Those cards hurt. I mean, if I get like a poker card or like a card in general getting thrown at me, it's just like paper, isn't it? He might be them in Magic or whatever. I don't know. Let's not get too nerdy about it. As TNZ is gonna mark down Rex again.
Holy smokes, man, he's not having a good game at all. Wintercrown picked up instantly, Psyche survive now, just catches himself in a slight bit of a different angle, which puts Pagu in a bad space. Picked up and deleted. Lord cleared out. And it all was because they were able to pick Lunar up in the mid lane previously.
Indeed, they lost one of their main frontliners. Pagu is the only guy. I think they're gonna try to go for a punish here. That's the best plan for Foot Esports. One punish would mean the game.
And you know, this is like one of the worst games for a Yisun Shin player. Because he's doing everything that he can. Be it the flicker, be it the traceless, be it anything. But TNZ is just finding so many good angles on him. And
They
even
have such an
Bloodfed
open
cannot.
Or as soon as Bloods is down, there won't be really much for anyone. But look at Takeba Bloods!
Holy smokes.
Look at
Half HP
TNZ.
taken down. That is a tank.
Demon Hunter
And the
Sword as well.
PvP.
TNZ with a Lightning Tarantula build. I mean, this is the norm.
Has Blood built up the Radiant Armor? I think so, he
I
has.
believe not, but right now we're gonna see Holy Crystal in the hands of Rosa. She's gonna be able to do a ton of more damage. 1 minute to the next Lord fight, 17 minutes scene, a 4,763 gold difference between these two teams. But right now it's so late in the game, I believe it doesn't even matter. But look at the positioning coming from Aurora. They're gonna try to go for a pick off before the Lord. Rosa is just Aura farming, so is TNZ.
Oh my god, he has got Athena, he has got Radiant, but he's being bursted down. But what a Guardian's barrier to be dropped off. That ship literally became the Titanic for TNZ, which he could not escape from.
I think TNZ would have been the worst person to die there for Aurora Gaming, but the best person for Foot Esports. as the Lord is gonna spawn in 20 seconds. He's gonna be spawning 7 seconds later, not that much, but it could mean another pick up as Grok still has his tectonic charge. Rosa is there, she has the umbrella passive to just reset it. But look at the flank coming from Pagu. They don't know he's there. Lunar is gonna force the flicker away. Siki as
But
well.
it's
Just using
absolutely
the...
fine.
Oh, Kazue!
Oh, big land shaker right now. Wanted to catch one, but their HP is pretty low. Siggy Boom up close as well. You do not want to be getting caught up into that blazing duet. And Pagu, he's just being a nuisance, man. He shows up his face and Fut are like, all right, yeah, we're out of here. We do not want to deal with him.
Look, do you see how fast Siggy Bomb was? After he got that buff, he was just zooming out there. But the Lord has spawned. It's an enhanced Lord right here. And the side of Aurora Gaming is gonna burst it down. They have TNZ, they have Siggy. And as well, they're just waiting for Pago to try to get a pick off on maybe Bloods or RX.
Oh my god,
30K.
RX has made it properly there with, again, the Mountain Shocker giving out a ton of information.
Oh,
And also
was
the
in
Zoo.
play.
Yeah, that could be big right now. Instantly going in with the Way of the Dragon.
charge
Onto
is
the
on.
Fog. Catches on one, but again, the Blazing Duet in the backline was stopped up instantly. Sigiboom will have to go back to safety right now. Nothing available, but Yeesun Shin can now go in for the freely hit up in front. Oh, those rain umbrellas is pushing everyone away as Kazooie will have to run all the way back. They've lost their frontliners right now. Yes, the HP pretty low onto Pagu. It is pretty low onto the other people as well, but it doesn't matter. They are alive.
Indeed, they are 5 members of Aurora sit up and kicking, but only 3 for the side of Food Esports. But look at Isun Shin is gonna try to go for a backdoor sneaky pick, forcing 3 members of Aurora to go back and recall. Also, Tienz is gonna try to catch him off guard, but the Lord is gonna be marching down the mid lane. Great play coming from RX, just allowing his team to buy a little bit more time, and Pagu is in a pretty great positioning. He is in one of the best pushes to be as a Cho, especially. Right now, Bloods is gonna be revealing him with the crystal. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard defense.
Good Guardian's barrier right now to stop it, but guess what? This has basically turned into it's a horrific scenario. Oh, there's the Way of the Dragon into the backline. Psyche is still right behind the turret, trying to survive. Pagu taken down pretty low right now. They will need the Suyu joining back into the fight as well. Up in the backline, Luna wants to be on the faces.
Charge misses.
Tech charge used up, misses on every single one as the crystals opened up for business.
RX falls.
And Aurora Gaming, they should make this comeback now as RX fell down. And Aurora stands on top of the grave.
Indeed, they do. Aurora is gonna tie up the score against Food Esports. What a great game. 18 minutes long. I mean, it was filled with fights. There was not 1 second of break scares. I mean, how is your voice doing?
You have to ask me that question after the third best of 3, all right? I'll answer that after that. If I survive in the first place.
I mean, if you survive that, wow, what a comment from you, Scared. But what a game going from Aurora. They completely turned the tides around. It was a back and forth all the time. The Grok was getting insane stun with the iconic charges. Getting all the time. At least 3 members got up, but at a less base defense. They synced up the wave by mistake. The Lord, top side. They all went in a dodge. I think that was the biggest mistake they could have done, Scared. It just gave a little bit more for Aurora to work with. As Tienzi is gonna be the Game 2 MVP with a 10-5 score.
Loved it. With the way how he absolutely made it a hellish game for RX. You look at the record of RX, you see 0-4, you're like, all right, I mean, the similar thing happened to him in the previous game. And then you see what TNZ has been doing to him. Hopping in with the hat, with the poker trick, into the deadly magic. You just can't do anything. And he was predicting the next move of the Yisun Shin. He knew where the Yisun Shin would eventually go. So he was ready with the poker trick. And all he needed to do later on was just land in 1 probably set of flowing cards. Apart from the 3 to 4 that normally flow in there. That's all it required.
Yeah, I mean, as well, he had that Cerulean Sight on top of that, just being that extra true damage. And as well, the basics he gets from his poker trick is gonna just be allowing him to do even more and more damage. But what a game coming in from Aurora Gaming. But again, I thought Food Esports, and I think most of the people in chat as well thought they're gonna turn it around and just go for another win.
They gave us hope. That's all we'll say. They had the hope side hide up for that 2-0, but then you can't really forget, right? There is going to be Aurora on the other side. They never really give up so very easily. So it's always a scenario where you have to prepare for that game number 3. I'm pretty excited to go into that one because obviously now it will require some
It's
more
match
draft
point.
adjustments, adaptations. It's the best of one again.
It's gonna be a really hard game to watch here because both of these teams have some of my friends on it, and I love both of these guys. So it's gonna be a really hard game to watch, especially for me. But for most people in the chat, make sure to join the Discord. Follow us on the YouTube, like, share, subscribe on the Instagram page as well. Make sure to not forget about search Fit Club because there's all the time challenges, and for those challenges, every time you complete them, there are prizes here. Did you complete any of them?
I'm on my. You know what? The big thing is that I don't really steal the prizes away for all the people who are in the comment section, right? The ones who are watching it, the ones who are viewing it. I just like to leave all of these things for them.
What a kind so scared. Dude, what a kind soul.
I'm not like Kronos, man.
Yeah, exactly. That guy takes everything away. He takes the giveaway.
Exactly.
He does everything. He's, I don't
See,
know, not a nice
Here's
guy.
the giveaway, and then he goes in for the giveaway of the Itachi skin. I don't know who's actually gonna get that, but yeah, he goes to that. That's why.
Itachi skin giveaway?
Yeah, he was going for either the Itachi or the Minato, whichever one you really want. He was going
I
for
think
that.
the Minato,
Oh, wow.
Minato one or the I don't like either of them actually. The best one is definitely the Hayabusa skin.
I agree. Hatake Kakashi always on top. But here's the thing. I mean, those are just one-time giveaways that sometimes happen. The surge giveaways are the things that you guys want to look out for, right? Those
Weekly
are the
giveaways.
ones- Exactly. Every single week, you know that
Weekly.
something's about to happen. So, exactly. You just go on, make sure that you apply, and with the way how to go in for that application is simply on that Instagram. Go on to the
Join the
surge
Instagram. Yeah,
channel.
exactly. Scared. Follow what it says. Join
find out.
as well. Make sure you guys are on the Discord because if you win a giveaway in the chat, you need to open a ticket so you can claim it. There, as I said, are
Yes.
the lucky box skin, which are one of the most rare skins in the games, and those there are some nice ones there. I mean, Scared, would you like some of the lucky box ones? Maybe the Odette skin, the Martis one. They are really nice.
I need the Hayabusa one, man. The Shadow of Obscurity.
Oof, yeah.
I love that skin. I need a
Personally,
Hanabi, but I already have her. So yeah, that's Hayabusa
of
now.
course you do. Who would have said otherwise? The Hanabi
Thank-
Wandrik has his Hanabi skin. Who would have guessed that? But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting the players ready. We are getting ready ourselves for the last and final game of the series. There is still one more on the way. And it's going to be ECA versus ECA. Team Spirit versus Versatime. I mean, I'm not going to be there, unfortunately, but Scared. Joined again by Warren. They're going to be having a blast with that one. I mean, here I'm having a blast with Turkey. You know, what a series.
Not really want to miss out, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Because as you rightfully mentioned, not just this one, even the next one is going to be a big series there. So it is going to be a long night, people. You do not want to miss out on any of that action. So make sure you click on that subscribe button as well. You'll always be updated about every single event that's been happening.
Click the
right
bell.
Now it's Aurora Gaming. What?
The bell,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they can see us whenever we go live. They get notified. But right now, as I said, the teams got ready. We're gonna get into the draft in a few seconds. But already my prediction has lost. Only yours, Warren's, and I believe Nish's predictions are available. So who do you think is gonna take the win in the last and final game? Aurora or FUT Esports?
I mean, my prediction has already gone down the drain. I thought 2-0, so it's already going to be a 2-1.
I think it
You
was
can-
2-1 you predicted.
I think so. I predicted 2-0, man. Let me check. Let me run it down.
Check it out, check it out, check it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing right now.
Come on, guy, come on.
Prediction.
Lazy guy.
Yeah, hold on. All right, I predicted 2-1 for Aurora. Yeah, I
By
remember.
accident, he did it. By accident. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, he forgot what he predicted, unlike me. I don't
You
forget.
predicted 2-0.
2-0
You predicted
for Aurora.
2-0. You already
Come
lost.
on,
Aurora.
Aurora, it's Aurora. They haven't named themselves. Food Esports are some
I agree.
new souls. So you have to give me the benefit of the doubt. In game one, I thought it was gonna be Boris Gaming winning, so benefit of the doubt.
Here's the thing, I believe I am the only one along with Warren who actually predicted 2-1. And the best thing, the only reason why we'll potentially win this one is because we haven't predicted the same as Kronos, who did a 2-0 on Aurora.
Indeed, but I mean, the first match of the day, I think, was the hardest game for me to watch because it got rid
Yeah.
of one of the European competitors, and that's really sad to think about. But it's the best of the best. They're representing Europe, and I'm really proud of that. But right now, it's gonna be who represents Turkey. So it's gonna be another really hard game. It's extremely hard, scared. I mean, there's nothing for me to say because I'm really proud of the players for making it this far. It's so hype. Everyone who made it this far deserves whatever place they got. Maybe we're gonna have some new European champions. Who knows?
That I agree. I mean, technically, we do already have them right now, considering they won that best of 3. So it is a straight up win coming in for the side of Extremely Slay. But on this side, around for the Turkey, Aurora, Foot, both of them have showcased humongous potential. We've been constantly talking about how things have been not really working out for Foot on the other side of the spectrum, right? Let's see. Do you still feel that the Yi Shin should go onto that gold lane? Because he's not been having a good time till now. 0-4 start in 2
It's a
games,
hard
man.
call. I mean, 2 games he went really bad. Only in the first one he redeemed himself a little bit, but I think he should just stick to the conventional marksman. Maybe even possibly go for a fighter on the gold. Maybe try to keep the Freya or the Sora open. But it's gonna be a really difficult call. It's scared. I mean, this is the Search Pro League. You have to take your best pick.
True. I mean, I just really want to see a Freya being left open for once.
I mean, if Sigiban gets it, it's gonna be completely game over. But if also RX gets it, it's gonna be game over because both of them are really great Freya players. Because I wouldn't say it's stereotypical, but in Turkey they have a lot of fast hand players, especially like assassin players. Whenever I someone miraculously end up in the Turkish server, I play against the most godly Fannies or Gushans ever, the Lancelots. So it's a really hard time to play against them because they're so good. But right now, let's check on the spirits of FUT Esports, Psyche, Kazer, RX, Bloodfest, and Xe, which Xe is next to Psyche. I think they're just drawing in the draft plan. They're just getting it right. But what can you say about him? They have maybe any info I don't know about.
Aurora Gaming also getting ready on the other side of the spectrum. I think so. They'd also have to figure out something, right? Because for the past 2 games, they have been having that lead. They've been having that advantage. But then something happens and they drop the ball entirely. It just feels like, I mean, let's just say in the mid game of the spectrum, right? Towards the transition from mid towards that late game. That's where Aurora Gaming loses up the momentum entirely. It happened in the previous one as well. Now, yes, in the previous one, it was all thanks to that one nasty flicker tech charge play that came in from Blossfed, but I still feel that just a few picks here and there, and the entire game could have turned over its head. The first one, you actually ended up losing. The second one, you almost had the exact same scenario. The good thing is that you were able to bring yourself back, but you cannot allow the same thing to happen in the third one as well. So that's something they'd have to look forward to. And I think so. I'd still say that maybe RX might want to pick something except for the Yi Shin right now, considering the struggles that he's having with that hero.
I mean, scary. I agree with you completely, but I don't know what to say. I mean, it's the Yi Shin, I think, was one of the biggest, not in a sense throw picks, but it's not that great considering that Sigibam was winning the gold lane most of the times with Claude, with Carry. He was winning. Even if he lost game 1, he was still technically the top dog in the game. He didn't die that much. He was handling his own. On the other hand, RX was not having such a good day. But right now, I'm just so excited to see the third game, and it's the deciding factor. It's game point. Best of 1.
Yeah, that's going to be the fun thing out here. Here's the big thing. Mm, Always hopping into those best of ones is one of the scenarios where now it's do or die. But the good thing is that you know what the other team is actually going to do, right? So you have an idea of the adaptation, of the adjustment, which we did see from the side of Aurora. And Pagu onto that show, man. Like let's talk about that a little bit, right? Let's keep everything else aside. That show was actually so good. Yes, there were a couple of moments where he kind of went a bit too ahead with the flicker while not really realizing that the Grok has walked on the other side. So he kind of missed his timing a bit. But apart from that, it was absolutely phenomenal because let's be honest, the way of the dragons was literally the way for the victories.
And the way of trying it as well. I mean, let's not just rub it in raw with salt, because I mean the tectonic charges were coming in hot. They were just saving them up like fresh baked bread. But as well, I mean, Kaze is doing extremely solid on that Suyu, so it's no question about it. I think they need to keep Kaze off that Suyu, and they need to take that distinction also as well. But right now, the third and final map of the series between Aurora Gaming and FUT Esports is gonna be Expanding River Scared.
Yes, it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm already rubbing my hands because we both love this map. We both really like. I like the fact how we were both relaxing, right? We were sitting like this in front of camera,
And we
as
went
soon as
straight
relaxed,
up.
we were like, all right, yeah, now this is what I want to see. Show me more of this. I love it. I love it. Gives you a lot more opportunities to go for the rotations. A lot of the part of the map is now available for that extra movement speed. That means even the gold laners don't really have any excuses of missing out on those turtle fights. A lot more action.
Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite map as a jungler because you can rotate so fast. As you said, you can go from top to bot to top to bot instantly, and you can go to a safe path of the map. So it's gonna be such a gnarly game. But right now, let's take a quick look at the band. The Kalea Freya fan is gonna go out the door. So we're not gonna see the Freya getting through. We wanted to see it, but the Sora might be getting banned out by FUT Esports, and as well the Valentina mix.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if it's a Sora, the Valentina is also going to be taken away. You don't really want any of that. It's always basically been that scenario where the Valentina gets a bit too annoying. Also denies you kind of that Grog pick, right? Because you don't want a surprise tech charge on your face.
Not even that, because the tech charge is gonna do 2000 damage on impact and a little bit more depending
Yeah,
how fed
exactly.
Valentina is. It's a scary thing to go against. Otherwise, the Sora getting banned out. Let's take a quick look at the other bans and drafts from the last games. We see it's following the trend. I mean, the Grok is open. The East Shield should maybe be left open, because even if they pick it, FUT Esports, they're not thriving with it.
Yeah.
But what if Sigma is gonna take it? But the Khalid is gonna get banned out. He was, I believe, picked in game number 1 of the draft.
Yes.
So, and he was a menace to society as well, like the Phobius, who is open.
Blotsfed was the one who actually picked that one up, and Harley's gonna be respected. Yeah, RX is like,
Shin for Rosa.
I like it. I like it. It was left open in the first one. Was also kept around there. So Rosa now picks up the Jushin, and I'd have to say, it's been going on. You Jushin, you win. That's the kind of trend, even if it's not 100%.
Indeed, so the Queen of Thorns is gonna become the Queen of Butterflies, as the Jushin is gonna get picked up. What is FUT Esports gonna respond with? The Valentina Grok? Maybe. That would be pretty good. Maybe even the Zetian or Kimi.
The Grok Leo. Grok Leo.
Grok Leo, yeah, as well. Or maybe even Grok Suyu.
Twin? I think so.
Whenever! There it is!
Well,
Scared yet. Back at it again.
What do you mean by you got it again? I was the one who predicted that. I said Grok win.
I said
Stop
you are
stealing
back
all
at it
that.
again.
Oh my God!
There's
Thank you,
Grok.
thank you so much. But yeah, you were the one who also said that, right? You've been mentioning about the Phobius as well. 60% win rate, working around pretty good.
The most picked hero in this
Now.
tournament, I think. There was not one game where it was not
Every
picked.
game.
Every game so
Every
far.
game.
6 games have been played, 6 and he has been picked. What is Pag going to decide on? I mean, Yenzi could pick up a Leo Mord, but Into the Green was not that great. Maybe they go with Sigibam's carry here. Or even
Or
maybe a Cloud. Yeah. The Harif. Great
Harif.
choice again, but I don't like it with the Grok. I mean, you can be a little bit more sneaky, you can be a little bit more slippery with a Purify against a Guinevere Grok. But man, what
Yeah.
draft so far? This is
Understand
looking extremely key as the Valentina is gonna get stolen from Rosa.
Again, it's not like Aurora are sticking with a random combo plan. They have decided to go for the prio picks for the first 3 picks. All 3 of them, if you think about it. Harith in the gold lane works wonderfully well. It happens to be the counter of the Guinevere as well, so pretty good. Obvious prio pick, Jushin prio pick. Now I want to see the last 2 picks who can actually fill the draft and fill the gaps in this, who can capitalize on the sets that are being given to you. So realizing that, Fud should eventually ban a few of them out, and the first one is going to be the Fredrin.
I mean, it's a great ban against the Guinevere Grok, especially against the Valentina, because you can just taunt them up. You have the Prince Rat, as I mentioned previously in game number 1, where I suggested it, but still, he gets countered pretty heavily by the Guinevere. But right now, I'm expecting the Baksh to get banned out by FUT Esports. And as well, Aurora, maybe to ban out the Golds, the carry, would be a great ban. The Claude as well. Maybe even ban out the Lapu Lapu. Or the
I'm thinking
Uranus.
Eve.
It's so many heroes.
Eve or Zation. Because both of them can actually win, or rather, never mind. I have always forgotten the fact that there's a Valentino on the other end.
You
So,
think
yeah,
he's going on the XP side, but the Obsidian is going to get banned out. One of the natural counters was the Harriet and the Phobius, because you can completely use the Bones to cancel away their dashes, and as well just prevent them from doing anything much, because as we know, Phobius relies on a dash. So does Harif. And as well, you could maybe say that as well the Juxin does, because the Lantern Flare as well. But it's a pretty hard call.
Here's the thing, man. Yeah, with the Obsidia, with the way at least I have tried and tested her in the games and everything, kind of requires a ton of setup by her team. And then even the Trinity does not really have as much damage as a Claude or a carry would have in certain situations. So I feel that Obsidia can actually act as a pretty big deterrent in your own team's ideology, because you can't disengage with her. Once you connect the Hunt of Bone, now you're done for. It's either the enemy purifies and then you've got some free time to work with, or you're just getting dragged into that fight with or without your wish.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the Marcel... I don't like Marcel getting banned or picked. He's such an awkward hero, because I've seen some future buffs to him where if he gets like his teammates a shield, they're gonna be able to walk through his ultimate.
Oh,
So
Hanabi coming back into the meta. Woohoo!
Maybe, but like Grange is gonna get banned out by the side of Aurora Gaming.
Hold on.
Hmm.
Are they forcing a carry or a Claude?
I think I'm maybe gonna force the Yasuo shield again, because they need a stun on the top, or on the gold, better yet. What about a CC into the Harif? How does that work? I think it's pretty okay.
Sounds good, and you can put the Yi Sun-shin into the jungle as well, or rather, you can't since you have the
You can go with the
Gwyn,
Sui.
but
You can maybe even put the Guinevere on the
Put in the
XP,
XP.
or even the gold
Yeah, but-
Guinevere. It's possible to go gold Guinevere, which is great. Which
Yeah.
can work.
I don't particularly mind that, because you'll constantly force the purifiers
the
on the other
carry.
side, but they go for the simple route. Don't want to
Usual
overcomplicate
suspects
things, so yeah, it's the carry who's been taken out.
This is such an interesting draft. It's like a chess battle. You know what's gonna get picked, but you don't know if it's really gonna get picked out, because they can just flex out
Hylos?
so much. I don't think so. Hylos is gonna be a little bit too tricky, as they're gonna pick up that Suyu. First time for Tienzi, 2 picks coming in from Kazu, but now Tienzi is gonna show him how he's gonna do it. As Sigibam is gonna be the last to take up that Hylos, which you predicted scared. Man, what a go.
Can't really see anything else working with the Jushin now in the mid lane. That's the only thing. But here's another big part, right? The glorious pathway could be stolen away by Psyche on the Valentina, or rather, it will be. You don't really have a lot of good ultimates without that. And you pair up the tech charge with a glorious pathway into the spatial migration with the Violet Requiem.
It's gonna be a really difficult game, because As you
Yeah.
mentioned, you can go with a tech charge, and with a Violet Requiem, you get a knock up, and it's an automatic ultimate. They're gonna be knocked up. What if they go for the Arlot on the XP here, so they can get a ton of dashes in because of the stance? But the Hayabusa is gonna be a
Oh,
Guinevere
yeah,
XP?
they flexed it. It's a Gwyn XP. They have fully flexed out a Guinevere in this game. I don't know how well it's gonna pan out against the Phobius. Because Lunar will be more tanky, he'll be more pokey. But I don't know, man. It's gonna be tough. It is going to be tough to pull out. Let's see. I do like the idea of what esports.
Indeed. I mean, I like the draft. I like the Hayabusa being there, because it's... But the thing is that he can counter him using his dash, so it's gonna be pretty hard for Hayabusa to get the ultimate. His main target is probably gonna be Rosa and maybe even Sigibum, but it's a difficult game to call. I think I'm gonna put my money on Aurora, I think. I mean, I like both of the draft, but I don't like the Guinevere for the side of VT. What if they actually go for the Hayabusa on the XP side? It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, that's I would have to say that was a very ambitious shout, but it wasn't really going to happen. But man, I'm pretty sure Aurora Gaming were also caught by surprise with that one, as they are going with a couple of purifiers as well in the hands of Harith, in the hands of Jushin. But for esports right now, getting ready, setting things up to try and claim this game and maybe prove all of those predictions wrong. Like extremely dead, ladies and gentlemen. We're all gonna find that out in the next 20 minutes, as this best of three is now turning out to be just a best of one. Aurora taking for esports.
I mean, I want to see how the Guinevere is gonna fare up against the Fofels. Not that great, but Kazu's gonna be starting on the blue buff. Suo is the Suyu. We're gonna see a pretty big poke coming in with the shadows on Pug with the quad shadow, just giving a little bit of that reduction. But there is gonna be TNZ slaying out that little wonder in the mid side, and right now it's gonna be a hard game. But look at RX, is gonna get forced back so much by Sigibam, and there is TNZ. He's gonna jump
my
in.
God. Yeah, he should be taken down right now. And there we have the first blood powered by Runestone. TNZ with an easy pickoffs in the bottom lane there. Bit of a mistake coming in from RX, man. He is struggling a lot.
Indeed, I mean, XC as well. He's gonna get frozen. Rosa's gonna help the 4 of you get that level 4 advantage with that crab just giving a little bit of a poke. But right now, we're gonna see a possible gang coming from Kazuya towards the top side. That's gonna be one of the best, I guess, things for the Guinevere to try to buy her some space. But it's... I don't know, scared. It's gonna be a pretty close one.
Out of the mid, though, I kind of like the freeze that Psyche is going with. He understands he will not win the poke battle, but Pagu in the position. This could be big right now. Goes in for the instant run as well with the blade surge right to the water force out the flicker from Blood's Thread. And he will eventually do that right before the turtle. The macro gaming from Aurora is big,
Oh,
but
Pagu!
Guardian's barrier, but Pagu will out heal all of that with a revitalize. Yeah, no anti-heal, no problem. The Oogie Shadow Kill isn't as strong.
That's what I was talking about, the walking health bar. Look at him. He was full HP. He got basically 1 HP, then he healed to half HP yet again. And right now, RX is going to be so far behind, as we have the Xenon's Force in the hands of Sikiboom, which could be a big thing. Ooh, Rosa trying to go for a big Lantern Flame, but right now Psyche and Kazuya are going to try to put a stop to it.
Yeah. The Crimson Beacon's the only thing that is eventually been forced out. Again, no major objective out there up right now to take that fight in mid though. But oh yeah, he really wants to take the fight. Had to flicker out to try and survive through all of that onslaught. Vlod's fit. He's standing there. He's like, all right, I'll save your minions, man, but just go back. TNZ is sitting in that bush. Yeah, there is the Indra. No, on that a little bit though. But a big knockback. TNZ wants to go in for the chains as well. Blade Surge not available. The balls. Massive. TNZ shut down instantly. Wanted to be a bit more greedy there, but for esports, answer back by baiting out RX.
Indeed, they are, but still 1,000 gold advantage towards Aurora Gaming, and XE is going to be feeling the pain of that monolith. Phoveus is carrying, and right now we can see why the Valentina is so strong. She's doing so much damage. She's healing so much on top of that as well. It's gonna be a really hard game for Aurora. The early game is gonna be in their favor, of course, because of Pago and of TNZ, but the late game is gonna go towards FPT Esports. They have the carry, they have as well the Hayabusa, who can basically burst down anyone outside of Aurora Gaming with a big push.
Yeah, but the main trouble is that RX is having struggles, man, in terms of the positionings. We are seeing that a little bit more now on this carry than we were seeing it with the Ace and Shin. Because with the YSS, you still have the traceless. So you can play a few of those aggressive angles, knowing you've got that immunity to crowd control while running back to safety. That is not really the case right now for RX. His dash is pretty small. The turtle perfectly zoned off. No one to be able to capitalize on that. And for esports,
Wait, Rex?
it's time they are in the
Yogi
receiving
Shadow
end of
kill!
the spectrum. Big Oogie Shadow kill. Shurikens on the face now. Pagu, Rosa. Both of them wanted to go in for that fight as well.
Lord.
Tech was used up. Pagu is the only one to be knocked up there. But no
Wait,
problem. Lunar wanted to push his luck a bit against XC.
XC and Lunar both were extremely 1 HP. They were fighting under the turret. But look at TNZ. Is melting out, the dash
Oh,
is
he
there.
missed up. Oh, he missed. He missed out onto that spatial migration early on. I had to burn the flicker for that. Whether
Oogie
tier
Shadow
1
kill
of
is there.
course will be taken down. Yeah, Pagu right now is the one who's face tanking everything, understanding that there is the Zaman force available for Harith of your team. But now they will be going all the way back.
And make sure, guys, as we go back, join the Search Fit Club. As there's, look at how strong Rosa is, just lifting blood sets up. He must have joined the Search Fit Club. Join on Instagram, post your progress, and you might win a prize, as RX is right now winning some dashes in his face from Siggy Bum.
Yeah, he's got to run back to safety as well because it's also Pagu running on his face. A damn big unicorn with half human hair.
Unicorn,
Which
isn't
is,
he?
I
What's
mean,
the
yeah, he is. He's got a
name?
horn on his head. Centaur.
Centaur? Yeah, actually, you're right. Centaur. I mean, he's a more mystical centaur.
Centaur with a horn. A unitor. I did not say that.
I don't know.
Blood
Psyche is gonna get a little bit of a headache because he's gonna get hit in the head by Pug with his
Oh,
great
RX.
axe. And RX, again,
has
he's
to run
gonna be
back to
feeling the
safety right
wrath of
now.
thunder.
Yeah, because Rosa is up on the face as well, and he has
Oh my
nowhere to
God!
go. Victorious pathway on the face with Lunar on the bombs. A big pickup coming in with the spatial migration, but it doesn't really matter because Violet Rectum did have enough damage as Siggy Boom. He'll get that one pick too. I believe it's a 3-for-0 trade, and they do not care about anything.
Great flicker with the dark wave coming in from Lunar. As the turtle is gonna get started by Siggy Boom with Chrono dashes as well, but Senator just giving a little bit of a faster farm for their Suyu, who is 2 levels ahead of Kazue. Almost 3, getting that turtle execution is gonna secure a 3-level gap. But right now, as you mentioned, the Purifiers are playing a huge role because the Guinevere just gave Rosa and Sikibum a free ticket out of the ultimate of Grok, and Psyche is gonna poke down Rosa a bit. Is the slow game, mid game already, and they're looking for a possible mid push here. 3 members versus 4 of Aurora Gaming. Tech charge is there. Gets one.
Oh, yeah, big one with the flicker knockback as well with the skill one coming in. There we go, special migration not catching anyone up. But they have managed to defend their tier 3, rather the tier 1 in the mid lane. Now we go for the re-engage. Glorious pathway on the face. Now no ultimate available for Bloodspade, who will run back to safety. But again, another Violet Requiem though, but there's not enough damage right now. Psyche has to flicker out. The arrow on the face.
Lunar
The
goes.
on top. He's being chopped up from mid. Absolutely smashed down like he's sitting in the Mariana Trench, and a submarine that's blasted off. Siggy Boom just zoning all of them off, and all of that for a tier 1 in mid.
I cannot wait to see. It's 6,000 gold gap between these two teams right here. 25 to 19,000 gold lord in 40 seconds. the advantage would go to Aurora Gaming because just the difference between the junglers is still 3 levels. On the gold side, it's 1, not that much. As the ends, he's gonna pick up his Warwick, just gonna be doing a ton of damage. He's gonna have the Sky Pierce for the extra movement speed and the execution potential on low HP targets. As Rosa's gonna go in extremely aggressive, as there with Dark Wave,
yep.
as they shut down Kazue before the Lord scared.
That is big, is all I'm going to say. Man, this is going to be big right now. They're not really giving up. Instant pick off as well onto XC, who is not having a fun time. Psyche is struggling as well because Rosa, with the Jushin in the hands, is just destroying them. And this
Charge!
is the calm collected mid game, though, but another tech charge, but no one to follow up on the back of it. And this is the disconnect that FUT Esports is having with the Grok. Lunar is a bit too far ahead, though, but it's fine. Pagu with the support. So if they go in aggressive on him, he will just drop down the glorious pathway.
I mean, he can run away. He has the revitalize to heal with that on top. I don't know. The Lord is gonna be no contest. Almost a 10,000 gold lead from Aurora Gaming after that objective. And it's just showing that Guinevere is not working that great, and RX is gonna get heavily punished for picking Gary into this. They just have so much dive. She cannot deal with it. Gary is gonna get punished at every single corner because the only front they realistically have is Bloods. And that's about it. Guinevere is gonna go for a semi-hybrid build with the... It's just the normal jungle build they use nowadays, but for XP, which is, I think, a little bit not that great. The concentrated energy with the... Just the normal items. The cooldown stuff, everything.
The bigger problem is, my man, the bigger problem is he's also going in with a mage emblem. And he did not really have any fighter or maybe even the tank emblem to try and sustain through that EXP lane.
Talking about sustaining, Rosa is gonna go for a semi-tank build. She picked out the Ice Queen ones with the Radiant Armor as well. Going for the Clock of Destiny, as are gonna go for a Lord Siege right here. Park is gonna be tagging some of the hits, as on the top side, Kazue and Luna are gonna battle it out. No damage for the Phobius. He has the flicker he can get out of it, as the Lord is gonna go in the core of the Nexus. 3 people found out by the Guardian Barrier, but still no tech charge coming through, as they're gonna shut him down here.
Bloodsphere doesn't really have anything right now. Another pickup as well onto RX. Make it 3. You cannot run away for free. It's all a triple. They want a maniac on the face. Kazue on the head.
No
just
savage.
Around will get the shutdown. Yogi shadow kill just to try and sustain. There is no maniac, no savage. But who cares about that when you can close the game at an 11k goal lead? And ice cold, just like in the North Pole, Aurora Gaming will win 2-1.
Indeed, they do. After a grueling series, the champions of the Turkey versus Turkey are gonna be Aurora Gaming's. FUT Esports put up an extremely huge fight scare, but still it was not enough to calm down the Nordic lights of Aurora Gaming. They just get better as the night gets longer. I'm scared it's gonna be an immense series, the next one.
The darker it gets, the
brighter
brighter you can shine. So
Yeah, exactly.
that is what Aurora Gaming did. And you see the most beautiful auroras in the darkest of the nights, in the clearest of the skies. That's exactly what the showcase here, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty solid performance. And game after game, they improved. In the first one, they lost the lead. They eventually gave up that game. In the second one, they were almost on the verge of losing all of that. They stopped it, brought themselves back, closed out the game. In the third, they had an 11,000 goal lead. And it's all thanks to this man on the screen, Rosa. Doing such a fantastic job.
Talking about being fantastic, here the members of Aurora are on the screen, as Rosa is gonna be the most damage dealt and the most assists in the game. Damage taken is gonna go to Bloodsphere with that rock, just eating every single piece of damage. But right now, let's take a quick look at the item builds, where we see that both of the frontliners went for that Radiant Armor, just to soak up the damage of the Guinevere and as well from Psyche. But Sigeboom just went in all deep for the Holy Crystal third item, doing a ton of damage, pushing like his life depended on it. But right now, it was, I mean, right. It looks like smiley faces on the buffs there, so maybe they're just really
Yeah,
happy.
I mean, everyone's happy. All the buffs were being taken by the people who were supposed to take it, except for the orange buff for esports. But having a look at all those stats again, Bloodsweat was the man who eventually took a lot of damage onto the face. It was all fine, all cool. Everything was going on pretty decent, but it came down to those pickoffs, right? You clearly saw all of that worked out pretty well for the side of Aurora Gaming. The draft was superior. We were talking about it during the phase itself while we were predicting what the draft would be. So it all went down pretty smoothly. And at the end of the day, this time they did not really give up onto their goal lead. They made sure that they maintained that control and eventually took the game for themselves. Yes, they are the strongest in the Turkey right now, but they will be facing against the strongest in Europe, right? It will be Aurora Gaming taking on extremely slave, right as Boki mentioned it. But that is not all, is it, my man? We still have one best of three remaining.
Indeed, we do, and it's gonna be Team Spirit versus Versatile Scare. And as you rightfully mentioned, we're gonna see Pagu playing up versus Woki. They're good friends. They talked up. I mean, Woki talked about him in the interview. So I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen tomorrow. We're gonna have another best of three between the teams from MENA, and then I believe we're gonna have some of the semifinals. If I'm mistaken, Scared. It's gonna be a pretty brutal day for the teams playing.
I mean, one of the big things is that you simply have to go for those best of fives as well, right? And man, again, pretty solid player coming in for both of these teams. One of the big reasons which I saw for the win of Aurora Gaming was also the fact that Rosa picked up the Jushin, and there was absolutely no one to punish that hero. And if you give so much more room for them to work with, that is the kind of result which is going to be offered right now. And I really hope that VT don't really give the same kind of treatment to Team Spirit, because they will run away with the games. But ladies and gentlemen, will that happen? Or will that series go to the entire third game? We will find all of that out after the short break.
Surge Europe is taking over. This season, we're hosting 4 massive tournaments with an €18,000 total prize pool, including 2 direct tickets to the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. We are also hosting community tournaments every 2 weeks for our players out there. Whether you're fighting for your country, your region, or a global ticket, here is what's coming up. We kick off things with Surge Pro League, aka SPL, where the goal is to give European teams opportunity to face tougher enemies outside Europe, and also other regions to face each other. 4 regions fighting for €3,000, clash between Europe, MENA, EECA, and Turkey, starting on 23rd March with 2 European qualifiers. We will invite 2 teams from each region, but European ones have to fight for their slot with winners of European qualifiers. On April 3rd, the playoffs ignite with 4 high-stakes BO3 quarterfinals. The intensity rises on April 4th for the semifinals, where the winners move into 2 grueling BO5 series to secure their place on the big stage. It all culminates on April 5th with the 3rd place match in a BO5 format, followed by the massive BO7 Grand Final to crown the ultimate regional champion. Everything will be live on our YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok from March 29th. Links for registration are in bio. So, what are you still waiting for? We are going straight out of Europe, and you can be part of it. Next up is SNL, the Surge Nations League. This league is all about building the grassroots scene in every European country. 8 countries from all across Europe, Spain, Portugal, Romania, Italy, Germany, Greece, Ukraine, and France, will battle through dedicated national qualifiers to decide who rules their home turf. There is a €3,000 prize pool on the line, and the action kicks off with national qualifiers running until April 5th to find the best representative for each territory. On April 17th, the 8 national winners meet face-to-face in a BO3 quarterfinal. The winners move to the BO5 semifinals on April 18th. The grand final happens on April 19th with a massive BO7 to decide who rules Europe. Next we have MEC, Mobile Legends European Championship Season 2. Europe finally has a wild card slot for EWC, and MEC is your first ticket to $3 million. Everything starts with 2 single-elimination open qualifiers from April 10th to 12th and April 24th to 26th. Only the top 6 teams will survive the grind to advance to the next stage. May 9th to 17th, the qualifiers join 2 invited teams for the regular season. It's a BO3 group stage round robin, where every win matters for your final playoff seeding. The stakes peak from May 28th to 30th. We move into a double elimination format, meaning you have to lose twice to be out. These matches are BO5, and this is where the finalists are decided. Finally, on May 31st, it's the grand final, a massive best-of-7 marathon to crown the champion of Europe. The winner takes the biggest slice of the €10,000 prize pool and the legendary MSC wildcard slot for the EWC. Registration is open now. Link in the bio. And for our female pros, the SVC is your stage. Surge Valkyrie Clash is a direct ticket to the MWI at the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, with €2,000 and global glory on the line. Everything kicks off May 1st with high-stakes single-elimination open qualifiers. On May 25th, the top 8 teams meet in a BO3 quarterfinal. On May 26th, the pressure rises in the BO5 semifinals, culminating May 27th with a massive BO7 grand final. The winner takes the trophy and the legendary MWI slot at EWC to represent our region on the world stage. Show the world your strength. Registration is open now via the link in our bio. We also host community tournaments every 2 weeks, where you can show off your skills and grab yourself diamonds and skins even just by participating. Think you have what it takes? The road to glory starts now. Head over to Battlefy to secure your spot in the qualifiers and make sure to catch all the action live on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. See you on the battlefield.
Welcome back to the broadcast, because last but not least, we still have one more BO3 to settle. I welcome you back to the broadcast, and you should welcome me back, because I had a little bit of a break. Zakota took it over with Scared, but here for this last one, we will have this lovely duo that we did not have yet today. Zakota, you had this last BO3. I watched it intently. Did you expect the result that we got?
No, as I said in the prediction, I was expecting Aurora to sweep them 2-0. But still, FUTs put an extremely good fight. Got one game of Aurora. I was thinking, man, they're gonna get maybe game 2 as well. But it didn't happen, and in game 3 was just Aurora completely dominating the battlefield. But Scared, Warren, right now we're gonna go into the final game of the day. Better said, final series is gonna be Team Spirit versus Versotime. 2 huge tiresome out of EECA. So they're gonna be a menace to watch, and I'm gonna hope to see amazing game, maybe even a full best of 3 series, Warren.
I mean, if gods would bless us with another full BO3, we would be having a blast today. That would be the full possible number of games that we could have, because we already had the first BO3 full, we had the second BO3 full. Man, like, if this streak continues, make it continue until tomorrow as well, because tomorrow we of course have one more BO3 before we get deeper into the league. So man, I would be all up for it. But well, we mentioned the last BO3, but let's talk, as you spoke about the teams, let's talk about this BO3. It's Spirit against Versotime. I mean, it's a dragon against a gorilla. How do you see the matchup? Like, everyone knows the players. I don't think, like, we of course will have the rosters and we will talk about the rosters, but everyone knows them. Everyone fears them, you could say. How do you see the matchup?
Personally, we have our own European-raised Kid Bomba on the side of Team Spirit, so of course I'm gonna be hyping them up. But Versotime have insane players with a new roster. And, I mean, it's gonna be a pretty even Stevens games are there. I think the best 2 teams in Russia at the minute, so it's gonna be interesting to watch them more. And I mean, it's gonna be one just amazing night. I think we had the amazing games from Aurora and FUT Esports in the first series we had as well. Extremely Slay and Boars Gaming battling it out. Both of them went to best of 3 fools. And right now, this is gonna be our first best of 2, just 2 games, best games, or maybe one of these 2 teams, because both of them have the potential to do it, just as well as with the heroes that have been in the patch notes. Let's take a quick look at the brackets, Warren.
Lovely introduction from you. Of course, on top of the bracket we have Falcons and Axe Okami, which we will see tomorrow. So definitely lock that in your calendars. But already we saw Extremely Slay against Boars Gaming. It was 2-1 for Extremely Slay, and they had 2 super good, super dominant games. We talked about it with Volky on the interview. Now we had Aurora against Foot, and man, if Aurora didn't put such a performance in the last game, I would say that it was such a back-to-back performance, because that last game, it looks so different from the rest of the BO3. But that's not where today ends, because we still have Team Spirit, the Dragon, against Versotime, against the Gorilla. I mean, if you look at it just like fantasy-wise, I think Dragon should beat the Gorilla, but depends how huge the Gorilla is. Like, is it a King Kong sized? Is it you know, like how big is it?
It also depends how big the dragon is. What if it's just like a little drakeling dragon? You know, like it's as tall as a dog and as big as a cat. So it's gonna be one hell of a match because Team Spirit are the reigning champions in EECA. And I mean, Versatile, I believe last season they were runner-ups. So, you know, it's amazing to see what they're gonna do. And as well, both of these teams have been practicing, they've been getting here. And right now, let's check out the roster of Team Spirit Warren.
Let's go for that right away. Hiko, Zor Egoist, Kid Bomba himself, as you said, Brett in Europe, and Savo and Sunset Lover. All of those names bring a lot of power. I mean, it's just aura. Bomba is aura farming in front, of course, but it's just aura, this team altogether.
And
But
right Warren,
now, let's talk about their opponents, right, Dakota?
indeed, let's do. We have Versatile, we have March, Justinian, Castle, AFK, and Kojic. On the side of Versatile, I mean, Castle, we've seen a little bit about him in Europe, also with March and Kojak, but they are some really hard people to fight against. And as well with the new additions with Justinian and AFK being on the roster, it's gonna be a pretty hard game for Team Spirit. I mean, it's gonna be a hard game for whoever plays against them.
Oh, absolutely. I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the matchup in XP lane, as probably a lot of people are. But we have Kate Bomba there. For me, it's my premier casting any game where he plays. So, of course, a big fan. So I'm gonna enjoy this a lot. But I'm also excited about Castle. You mentioned it, he was there in Europe. He played a little bit, so we had kind of an appetizer from him. So we know a little tiny bit. I believe he played a couple of Arlot games. So he definitely is a mechanically gifted player. So that's something we can expect from him. Is there a particular matchup of the players that you are looking forward to as well?
Well, I want to see Zaur Egoist versus Justinian, because as we know, Zaur Egoist is the person I'm playing, seeing the old jungler from Team Spirit. He is a really huge talent in ECA, so I'm really looking forward to see how his jungling style is compared to one of the veterans from ECA, Justinian. And as well, I want to see the gold. March and Hiko battling it out for the who knows what time. But I'm so excited, I cannot keep my composure still, like I'm just shaking from excitement.
I mean, I am as well, and I believe all the viewers are too. But in the meantime, when we have a couple of minutes, maybe seconds, before we will be hopping into the draft, and before we bring you some little bit more of the Diapuccino, let's of course look at our lovely players from Team Spirit. Sunset Lover kind of hiding out there, not really going to his moniker.
He's
his
not
nickname,
Sunset
right?
anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of dark. Maybe he should switch up his nickname. But on the note, definitely follow us here on YouTube if you are not. Follow us on Twitch or wherever you are watching. Follow on Instagram. Follow us everywhere you can find us. Do not lose any news that we bring. That either could be giveaways, tournaments, competitions, and stuff. Like if you like Mlbb, you should be subscribed. And Zakota, on another note, is there a hero, particular hero that's based in this meta that we did not really see today and you still would like it brought up in this BO3?
I mean, no, because I've seen the hero I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Suya and we saw it. I wanted to see the Phobius and we saw it. Out of the 6 games, I don't know if we're gonna keep the trend up, but maybe a hero I'd like to see. It's a really good question. Maybe the Kimi. I don't think we've seen the Kimi once today besides the first 2 games when I believe Malfurion took them.
Yeah.
But after that, we didn't see much of him. I want to see them in the hands of, I would say, more experienced players. I mean, I want to see Sunset Lover, maybe even I want to see Rosa with the Kimi because I've never seen him play Kimi, so it would be an interesting choice. But other than that, maybe the Harley or the Yisunshin on gold a little bit more.
Yes, and we had a little bit of a taste of that in the second series that you yourself casted, and it wasn't going so well for RX. In the end, he made it work, and he was able to dodge that crucial engage of Yuzong, and that's how Foot secured their win. But yeah, I would definitely be down for that. Godlane YSS is definitely one of the very fun picks to look at in competitive. But man, like, I don't think we should do your work as you and Scared did, where you try to predict the world draft based on one pick. I think let's not make our work this hard. Let's wait for the draft for a little bit, right? But before we hop into that, I remember you mentioning that you feel like this meta is too quick and you would really like to bring out the slower gameplay. What do you think would need to change in order to be able to play like that?
Probably that you need to nerf the assassin changers buff the tanks again, but right now I think I disagree with myself in the past, but let's see. Dangerous Grass is gonna be the map randomly chosen.
Yes.
So it's gonna be maybe affecting the draft more or less, but from what I spoke to some pro players, is not really, as we are gonna be introduced to the players yet again, and the coaches, Coach Goldstar for the side of Team Spirit and Osprey for the side of Versatile. I mean, I think we're gonna see the usual suspects as we've seen any other games. The Freya, the Sora, the Valentina, the Jukshin, these type of heroes, maybe even the Phobius because he's so strong. And as well, we're seeing an intruder on Team Spirit's side.
He is there, he is there.
Pago has been here all day, every day. He's been taking lords, been taking turtles.
He was. Funny you mention it, because I also did. I think we should make like a quick giveaway in the chat for people who find Pagu in every spot that he was in throughout this full stream. And if someone has all that and he sends it to us on the Discord, he should win something. I think that should be like a secret giveaway. But we leave it to the admins. Right now, let's focus. Guinevere being banned, so they believe that she can be quite deadly. But in the last series, she was on the XP against Phevos, which, well, you weren't really happy about it. I wasn't happy about it either. I don't think it was the best fit. But, well, it won't be able to be picked up by either of the teams. Are you expecting Valentina ban, or are you not, Zakot?
Well, I mean, I see that I believe Team Spirit is gonna try to take the Leomord because they're gonna ban the Eve, and I think Virtus Pro is gonna say Versatile is maybe gonna ban out Yisunshin, because I know Zarego is really likes that hero. He can be really flexible, and as well, they could potentially deny another gold lane hot swap. I mean, he can be flexible so much because you can put Yisunshin on the gold, you can put him on the jungle. And he's gonna do well on both of those roles. And as well, the Freya is still open, so maybe she's gonna get banned. Really hard to look at because there are so many great heroes left open. Warren. I keep confusing you. I mean, Warren is such a nice guy, but scared as well. I've been casting with him such an insane series, so I'm still a little bit left with trauma after it.
Well, after I start dropping some One Piece references, we will make the pretend fool. Oh, Valentina being locked in for Sunset Lover, but she has 0% win rate so far. Well, let's see if they can change that.
Like about 0% right there is the Marcel getting picked up by AFK and Justinian going on with the Hardy, which has 100% win rate, all done by the hands of the NZ, but still what's left open, it's the Freya. No one really seems to go back for it, or maybe even we could go for the Phobia, which is great against the Harley, good against the Marcel. You can tank, you can front, you can jump, you can do about every single thing with that hero.
I would be all out for that. I think Freya might be a little bit dangerous, because Harley can burst you down, Marcel will stop you in your tracks. I think Freya might work a little bit better for Versatile. Alright, well, I take it back. They are locking it in, so they definitely see it much differently. And with Lapu on top, Kid Bomba, show me the Lapu.
Yeah, I believe he will after. I think the enemies should take the Phobius, or maybe even take the Uranus. But they're gonna lock in the man carrying the Monolith with a 7% rate with 6 picks. He has been picked in every single game of this SPL so far. I mean, even now, he got picked in the first game of the second. I mean, actually the last series, because I was thinking, man, I was gonna play today, but I keep forgetting that they're gonna play tomorrow, which is a little bit unfortunate because I want to see them play as well. Mio, my goat, one of our fellow casters as well, play against Falcons.
Don't worry, Zakota, we will see them, but let's leave it to tomorrow. Right now, let's focus on this. We are approaching the second part of the draft, which of course comes with 4 more bans. Fred is one of them, makes a lot of sense. He can take all the damage from Harley and then smack you right back with the damage he took. So of course, absolutely reasonable. What do you feel like? What do you feel like should be going out?
They need to ban out golds for the team from Team Spirit. They need to ban out another gold laner, maybe ban out a carry, deny the burst. If not, if they want to take maybe the Freya on the jungle for myself, but I believe otherwise, I mean, I'd be none the wiser if they do for it. But as well, maybe the Baksha is gonna get banned out because it goes pretty well against the Phobius, against the Marcel as well. Harley is gonna be doing damage either way. It doesn't matter what you play against him, he's gonna be poking in and out. And the Kalea is the one gonna get out the door, which leaves Sao with one of his most signature picks, the Hilda and the Khalid, left open. Zaytian is gonna get banned out, leaving Kodiak and March to decide what they're gonna take. Maybe the carry and carry Gord? Maybe?
Gary and Gord. No, it's Moscow actually. I think I know why they decided to go for Moscow. He is probably one of the best marksmen capable of self-peels, I feel like.
I think every every marksman right now with the Trinity build can do peeling, can do healing. And Moscow has a pretty good useful ult because
but he has the spear. Yeah, he has the spear. Yeah.
Better rotation. But right now, let's see what Team Spirit is going to go for. The Yuzun has been banned out. The Suyu is still left open. It does pretty well against the Hardy. Depending on how well you do in the game with the Snowball. But are we going to see the Suyu and the Hilda? Come on, give it to me, Sao. Give me that Hilda pick. It's going to be it's a Hylos. It's a good pick, of course.
He has an axe too, Loki. It's an axe, so you were kind of right.
Fair enough.
Is it an axe? I'm not even sure. Feels like.
What is Koji gonna take here?
The team comp for Team Spirit is completed. Oh, and for Verzo too.
The Lilia.
It's Lilia. Ooh, alrighty.
I don't know if I like the Lilia here.
You don't?
I don't know about it. I mean, so you can go for a level 3 gang, even level 2 with the Valentina and the Hylos on the mid side. They have the Revitalizing as well. The Dark Forces coming from Valentina are going to be pretty humongous because you can choose one them out. Because they have the Marcel on the mid. Marcel's going to have to play aggressive. And Team Spirit can punish the playstyle.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But at the same time, if it doesn't completely grow out of proportion the lead on the side of Team Spirit in the early game, then you have the Lilia's ultimate. So she can, in a sense, soak up some damage that comes from Sunset Lover, Kid Bomba, Hiko, and Zaur, and then use the shoes, heal back up, and your composition is much more tanky compared to anything else if you have 3 ranged. Any 3 ranged would be much less tanky than what you have. Same thing kinda goes for Moscow because he goes to the Trinity build. Harley is probably the only one who is just squishy and there is no way around it. But yeah, Team Spirit definitely super aggressive. What I really like from Verzo is that they went for the Moscow after they saw that the composition of Team Spirit is kind of low range, and that's where Moscow excels at. He doesn't want to get outranged. He wants to have his opponents with such a small range as they physically can have, and this team fits the bill. Well, we go into the Land of Dawn. Zakota, what are the team comps? Who has a better one?
I believe that Team Spirit is going to have the advantage with the Freya because she's such a strong hero, even after the nerf she's received. But right now, we missed a little bit of the early game, but Sao is going to get his level 2 before AFK, and they're going to get basically the same time, but okay. Just looking for a small fight here, 1 minute into the game. Not much going on. You cannot tell much. Sao's going to be fine. He's a walking health bar after all. And right now, the Hard is going to look for that level 4 advantage as Castle is going to poke out Kid Bomba. It's going to be a difficult one to call. I mean, right here, we're going to see early push for Barracks by Kid Bomba. Also, a good freeze coming in from March. As we are going to get our predictions brought to you and powered by Runestone. And of course, I'm not there yet again, but most of the predictions are aiming towards Team Spirit taking the win by a sweep. Besides, Destroyer has a little bit more information on the region, who has voted it's going to be a full best of 3, with one game going to Versatile as Justinian finally picks up his level 4.
Zakota, since you are not really there, come on, give us your prediction.
It was 2-0 for... Actually, it was 2-1 for Team Spirit yet again. But right now, Super Oki is going to try to go...
Super Oki is trying to make it out of harm's way. Yeah, he should be fine, but he burned his ultimate. He's going to heal himself.
Doesn't matter, he's going to get it back in a few seconds. I mean, it's 24 seconds in the early game. As Hiko is going to be doing for a turtle fight. I mean, he cannot really contest it. The Moscow is going to have to stay on lane. That's the beauty of the fighter and Ghost. They can rotate towards the turtle.
He could spear if he wants to. There is Savo leading the charge. Nah, yeah, I don't think it's a contest. You give it.
The SOD was there. It was almost taking the turtle, but still not enough to do much. And right now, we might see a gang coming from Justinian on the bot side.
Ooh, there's a lane shaker. Razzo Castle needed to flicker, but he's fine now. AFK just farming those stuns. Harley with a jungle steal, actually.
That's the best trade you could have gotten. Maybe if the paths were a little bit faster at spawning, he could have gotten that as well. But he's gonna just... He's not gonna try to buy it, you know, out of his reach. He's gonna try to go for safe. And Verso AFK is gonna be making down his mark, stunning them down. The golden hour is still not in his hands as Kodiak is gonna be pretty lowish, be forced to recall. Maybe Valentina's gonna try to go for an execute. Not close enough.
Like it.
Oh, AFK is there. The golden hour still not in his hands.
AFK. Oh, March? Nah. He's just trying to make it annoying. Corrosion site on Freya completed. Ooh, Kid Bomber. He was too deep. Nah, he's alright.
But you know what's also fine? That MSC Season 2 is gonna give a chance to one team from Europe to go at EWC on April 10th, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, that truly is fine. That's quite a fine deal, I have to say myself, man. 38 seconds for next turtle would be a fine deal as well if Team Spirit can get it in their pockets. But Versatile might have something to say about it.
You know something, Warren? 4 minutes in, no first blood yet, as Hiko is going to cut the wave to rotate towards the turtle, maybe even try to go for an early invade on that blue buff. But knowing Justinian, he might go for a pickoff. I mean, it's so good as Lapu Lapu finally builds up that Forex. He combines those items together, forces them himself. Yes, Kid Bomba might be the greatest player of all time from Europe. I'm a little bit biased, but right now, 3 seconds, the next turtle objective. An advantage would still go to Team Spirit, but right now, I think March is gonna rotate towards that objective as well, as Hiko is gonna play extremely safe. Zaur is gonna take that turtle with no contest.
You see the knowledge. You see the knowledge in Hiko. He knew that there is something cooking up for him.
So he's not scared. He's gonna go for it. He has that Valkyrie's Descent, he can go in, he can get 30% damage reduction.
Oh, there's the magic going on top of... yeah, Valentina, she's trying to keep herself alive.
She's fine.
Using the shoes that she stole from Lilia. The fight continues. Savo smacking down SOD. Yes, Savo is the kill. First blood, powered by Runestone. Brought to you by Search, of course. Verso time after 5 minutes of Slugfest. Finally, with that first blood.
Still not put that much in Team Spirit's economy as it's at 500 gold, and Justinian is not gonna be able to defend that top tier 3 turret as Kid Bomba is just a walking tank. He is the shield. He might be Lapu Lapu actually.
Ooh.
A possible invade. Zorego is almost gets that buff down, but still it was not quite low enough as Kid Bomba is gonna need some of that deadly magic. I mean, right now, no golden hour for AFK as Super Hiko is gonna go for a fight. Oh no, Warren!
March trying to go for Savo, but Savo is quite tanky. That wasn't the focus of the tower, so not really anything. I have to say, Team Spirit so far, their macro is immaculate.
No comments on that one, Warren. I'm just
Terrified,
waiting to see
AFK.
a little bit of... Oh, AFK.
AFK.
Golden hour.
He needed to use his ult to keep himself out of harm's way. March.
Oh,
March.
Kiko.
Oh, Valkyrie. There is. Nah. He is.
SOD
Oh,
connects.
SOD. He will try to go for it. Savo. He is body blocking. So Pro Oak trying to run away. AFK. No, they cannot chase furthermore. And Turtle is spawning as Justinian gets killed by Kid Bomba. Yeah, we were all waiting for something epic from him. And here he goes. One kill.
The GOAT.
Perfectly timed.
A 2000 gold lead, 2 turret advantage for side of Team Spirit, as well as 3 turtles slain out by Zaur Egoist. And right now, it's gonna be a pretty painful game for Versatile. Really hard to go back into this, as AFK finally picks up his Thunderbolt just to slow them down, so he can catch them in the golden hour. Talking about the golden hour, it's not active right now, as Kodiak picks up those black shoes just to go back and forth. And Warren, it's gonna be a hard one.
So far it is. So far it is. 2,700. I see a lot of that Boars Gaming identity, DNA, but of course, Boars Gaming, they just took it and tried to make it their own. They took it from Team Spirit. Now we know where it all began. Because I see this exact gameplay right here.
Indeed you do, but we're gonna see a glorious pathway going down just to slow them
AFK.
up.
Nah, it's just
No
a purple
golden
steal. I don't think you have an answer to that. Golden Staff, though, completed for March, but he cannot really get on the split push. Because if he meets Kid Bomba there, he's probably gonna die. If he goes bot, well, we know who's gonna kill him. It's hard.
Warren, you know what I'm thinking? Who is gonna combo out with Marcel with the golden hour? There is not really that many
Harley,
people.
Loki.
Not really. Harley can use the poker trick and that's about it. Moscow can use the SOD and that's about it as well. But who else is there? Maybe Lilia trying to play some bombs on, but I don't know if they explode or not. That's gonna be the most interesting part to see. It's a combo I thought, but I never seen in perspective. As Sawa is gonna go in, gets caught out. Frozen Glorious Puppet goes down. Kid Bomba is gonna go in the
Kid
Vegas fighter.
Bomba, he is there. There is the golden hour. Landshaker misses, mistimed. There's AFK, Castle is leading the charge. Oh, Justinian trying to go for Zor. So, okay, might be in trouble. This Freya, nah, she jumps out and keeping her flicker. No more available ultimate to this Lapu. They both retreat. It's still 1-1. I know Team Spirit are leading by 3,400, but this game, it feels so even. It feels like it can go wherever.
It does. I mean, right now, it's still a huge lead for Team Spirit. It's basically an item and a half. And right now, it's talking about one item I have. Zaur Ego is going to complete his 3rd item of the game as Kid Bomba is going to build his pants, trying to go for the Justice Pauldron just to soak up damage of the Moscow. And quick taking a look at the items. We don't see anything other than
2,000.
Yeah, it's a huge gap.
Damn, Kid
That's why
Bomba.
he's the GOAT.
He's so
Bomba!
raging right now. He is gonna smack his opponents with his wallet. He is trying to raging slash his way through the team fight.
SOD connects!
Will be the first SOD. There is the magical shoes, black shoes keeping him alive, but he flickers out. Castle, he is maybe in the thick of it, but he's there alone, trying to heal himself. Oh, Egoist, he died. Poker tricks are there to cause a lot of damage, and it's Sawo next on the chopping block. Double kill for Justinian. Verso time. The punchback. Oh, they continue. The fight continues. Terrified on Castle. Castle is still alive. Kid Bomba is trying to make a play happen. But no, he gets caught in the golden hour. But I don't think he would have been... Oh, Landshaker actually...
Is he gonna sustain it all?
Oh my god! Kid Bomba, no way! Making a clutch trade in such a moment. 1v4.
Indeed, mega kill on the other hand for Justinian, going from a negative KJ to a positive one, as the Lord is going to be marching down on the bot side. Not really getting anything out of it besides some of the gold. But look right now on the top left side, it's only 500 from 3,000 gold. Shutting down Kid Bomba was one of the best play coming in from Versatile, but right now Justinian is going to be the main target of the fights. As we're going to see Sawa trying to target down AFK. Kodiak is going to be there to support him as well. It's going to be a really tough game.
You need to deal. You need to deal with Justinian. If you don't deal with him, oh, you will have a tough time. Well, you should definitely consider joining the Fit Club so you can deal with some Harleys in your games, because, you know, stronger muscles, faster hands, that's what they say.
Maybe. I don't know about that one. You could maybe misclick on a button. But talking about misclicking right now, that's all it could do to lead to a bad team fight, as the teams are even Stevens. The jungles are basically the same. They are farmed up, ready to rock and roll for a fight. This is looking like a completely new type of beast, as Kid Bomba is gonna be ready to go for a fight. Justice Squadron finally picked up to slow down the damage of Moscow, as March is gonna be one of the most dangerous people on the side of Versatile. 50 seconds, the next Lord. Not much happening, of course. It's the downtime, the most crucial time of the game. One pick off here could mean one loss, as Kojak is going to use those black shoes. Oh,
Black
Dark
shoes
Wave.
have been used, and Bravest Fighter trying to zone them off, waiting for that Raging Slash. Actually, not really hitting much targets. Glorious Puff away, keeping them apart. Castle is gonna poke a little bit. Did he get the tower? I think, nah. I think the tower has been already done with.
It has been done for a couple of minutes now, but Justinian is the one who took that tower on the top side, giving
He did.
Verso just a little bit more breathing room, as the Lord is going to be spawning up in 11 seconds. Right now, Kojak is going to get poked out. He has the black shoes yet again. Justinian is going to be trying to wait for a pick of maybe trying to catch Kid Bomba out. The magic is there.
Kid Bomba! He is getting jumped! There's Justinian needing to jump out from the Land Shaker, so he will not be able to get the kill. But his team is already starting. No, not really his team, it's Onik. It's Oki. We're starting it up. He still has the Valkyrie state. Not really using it yet. Oh, tower has been dealt with. On one side of the map. Lord Dance is started. Savo. Justinian is moving in. Holy Crystal completed. March! No, not really hitting that stun. Malefic Gun for March. Justinian, half HP. Ooh, that's a bad burst. Glorious Pathway trying to separate the 514,000 Lord. Who's gonna get it? Kid Bomba trying to buy his jungler some time, and hits was just enough. They got the Lord. And now the fight continues. Everyone is in the thick of it. And there is Okik running out with the Valkyrie state. Varso March is still alive. Oh, there's the stand on Kojik. March, yes. He almost killed enemy mid, but he could not. There was the black shoes. Justinian, he's big in there. Deadly Magic, yes. Pick up another unstoppable, and there is Okik trying to maybe dance around and force them away from the mid lane tower at least. Yes, there's the ult, but March will push him away.
Indeed, it is. Our Egoist went down, but he went down fighting, as they're gonna try to take that mid tier 3 turret. Kid Bomba is there. He has the Bravest Fighter to just get out of it, but he gets cut out by Justinian. Scare!
Oh,
Warren!
Kid Bomba, that was too deep, my dude. You played yourself.
What a play, but Eco is gonna try to poke down Justinian, but he's gonna get basic attacked, just forcing him to go back as much as possible. We can see how much the Harley is an issue.
Ooh, it messed. You think he would go for it if it connected?
Maybe, maybe not, but look how close Sunset Lover was. He was just 2 dashes away, and that's all Valentina needs. Plus, on top of that, you have the flicker, so you can punish him if he goes too far deep. But look at the positioning coming from Savo. Just waiting for someone to show the map so he can hold them down. And right now, it's going to be 5 members of Versatile on the red buff, just trying to secure it for that extra penetration for the Harley, because they definitely need it against the Hylos.
Hylos was just with his back feet outside of the bush, so he kind of leaked the plan. His bottom was outside of the bush, so probably it will not work out. Maybe later. Oh, Kojik with the Ice Queen went.
Indeed, it is almost 1 minute to the next Lord. Team Spirit claimed 2 of them so far. Will Versatile turn it around and take it this time for themselves, as Justinian finishes up his full build, getting a little bit of extra movement speed as soon as his Queen Wings break. Maybe better said, Blood Wings. And right now, Kid Bomba is going to be looking for a pick-off as Sao against a Dominance Ice.
Yes, rightfully you mentioned Dominance Ice, but I think there is a bigger fish to fry. March has his bent of nature. Ooh, Kojik. Black shoes.
Indeed, they are. The shoes are very black. He just been setting in too much negative aura, as right now Justinian is going to be clearing up one of the minions on top side, making the wave a little bit art defend, as Kid is gonna do the same on opposite side. Just gonna do some little opposite laning, trying to make the enemies go out of their comfort. Asawa is
Sabo,
caught
he
out.
went too deep. Glorious pathway to keep himself alive. But this is a big cooldown that you will be lacking for this potential Lord fight that will be coming right up.
It should be fine. I'm gonna see the freeze coming in from the side of Team Spirit, close their base, not that far away. One mistake could lead them to getting endless
Koji got terrified, but there's a stun! March! He is right on the money. He got the pick off, and now Verso Time can go for the Lord.
Indeed, they can, as March is there, meting him down, throwing his spears. Asawa's gonna get
Sabo.
targeted next.
Sabo,
Golden
that's
hour.
too hungry. Golden hour on their face to keep them in place. There is March. Verso is rolling as an avalanche over their opponents. There is the SOD on Zor, and he gets smacked to the wall. He cannot move. He is pinned like a buck in a book. He couldn't do anything at all. 13 kills to Verso Time. And man, people, the time towers must call us crazy. Because 10 minutes ago we were saying that Team Spirit has it in the bag, and now look at this. Verso Time possibly could be trying to look to close this one out. It's just Sunset Lover trying to defend his base. Oh, there's Justinian. They are chasing him out. Oh, can he do it? I'm not quite sure. Deadly Magic, new wave coming in. 8 seconds on Hiko. Can he do it? I think he's done it. Maybe he overfarmed enough. Maybe they were too scared. But his base crystal is still alive.
Well, the base crystal right now, the Lord is gonna be the one getting taken down to march down straight the mid to possibly the demise of Team Spirit, as right now Verso Time are looking monstrous. As AFK picks up his chassis problem just to sustain some of the damage coming in from Zaur, and as well to mitigate some from Hiko slowing him down. Just at the end of the day, he lowers their DPS output.
Indeed, indeed. But right now, 5,000 guild lead for Verso Time, which doesn't necessarily mean that much for your carries. Meaning Hiko, meaning Zara Egoist. Probably they are having their full items, but it means something for Savo, it means something for Kid Bomba, who still don't have their full builds. As Lord marches down, there is Hiko moving in. Black Shoes keeping them alive. No.
SOD!
Got SOD blocked by the Golden Hour. Oh, it messes. That's so unfortunate. It's still 4v5. I don't know if you want to chase AFK. It's a different idea. He goes in. Hiko needs to run, but fellows, he went too deep. There's March. He is the powerhouse. Trinity completed. He is strong as he can be. But it doesn't matter because Castle, he went too deep. And Team Spirit are successful with their defense.
Indeed, he did. Punisher tried to go and punish the member of Team Spirit, but I don't know that he couldn't do much. As right now we're looking at another third round from Team Spirit defending the lore, getting a kill. But right now, look at the goal lead from Verso Time. 6,000 gold, 20 minutes in, 5 to 14, 9 kill difference between these two teams. And right now, Justinian is completely owning the game. Same with March.
He should have so much gold that he should be able to swap pretty freely. Oh, he might get caught. Immortality is still available. Valkyrie State moving in. There is AFK keeping him alive. Landshaker, no. Kojic needed to flicker. A Golden Hour completely missing. Not really hitting anything. But Verso Time defending successfully their lives.
Indeed, they do, but right now it's an even Stevens game. Hiko does not have the Valkyrie defense. Kid Bomba does not have the bravest fighter. Yet on the side of Versus Time, they have most of their skills up and ready to go. Less than a minute for the next Lord objective. 20 minutes locked in on the clock. As right now we're gonna see Athena Shield picked up. Just that extra bit of defense is gonna be doing wonders, especially Sunset Lover is doing so much to Castle. And right now, the gameplay might be to try to steal away the Golden Hour.
Oh, March with the 1v1 against Valentina. She has black shoes, so she will keep herself alive for a bit. But it's not enough. Justinian with a godlike Castle moves in. He wants more. He wants our Egoist. Can he get him? He has the mark. Can he hit another mark? He flickers.
Castle
He
gets
him! Immortality swap. He is still alive, but Castle, he is ready. No, he cannot finish him off. Egoist, he gets killed anyway, because there was the poker trick. Deadly Magic. Golden Hour on top of their face to kind of pause the fight. Kid Bomba is there. He is land shaking his way, but is it not enough? I don't think it is. There is Hiko who is on the run. Savo, he got killed. It's just 2 against 4 against 5. I think it's done. Base crystal explodes as Verso Time make it back from such a one-sided early game.
Indeed, they do. Versatime is gonna take the first game out of this best of 3 series. Warren, what a game! It's a repeat of the game between Aurora and FUT. They had the early game, they were dominating the mid game, and in the late game, they completely turned it around. So it might be a carbon copy of what happened between Aurora and between Good Esports right now. I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen in game 2, but before that, Warren, what do you think about this game? Did you predict it would go this way?
I mean, I definitely did not. I went for the 2-0 straight up. So this is not really up my alley. I'm quite surprised, but I'm all out for it. AFK with the MVP, he was the constant threat. He was always flying in, never dying, always stunning up. I don't know how many Thunderbolt stacks he had, but I believe it had to be quite a lot. Justinian, he would possibly be the second for the MVP, but well, this time Roamer gets it. You know, let Roamers have some love, they definitely deserve it. They usually are kind of the hidden guardians, the hidden MVPs, so why not give it to AFK? He deserved it for that one. Some of the golden hours, wasn't really a fan, but the passive uses, the initiations, the protections, he was there, right where he needed to be. Sakota, walk me through the items. Do you see something wrong? Do you see some build paths that were not really followed accordingly?
Everything looks normal. Maybe the magic one for Moscow is a little bit out of the picture, but I think he was trying to build a Winter Crown just to maybe try to go for a taunt. Right here, right now, I don't see anything out of the ordinary, Warren. I mean, the goal difference and the first blood, that's when the game turned around, but Team Spirit was still getting the objectives down to the pound. After that, Versatime was just getting a little bit more fed on the side lanes.
Also, when we are at it, we should do our due diligence and wish happy birthday to March from Versatime. He has birthday today, so happy birthday, my dude. What a first game this was. But before he blows his candles, they still need to finish this BO3.
Indeed, so Black March's birthday is today. I believe he is at the age of 21, if I'm not mistaken. So again, happy birthday from the entire Surge team. Happy birthday from the productions. We wish you possibly a win for your birthday. Maybe this is what you wished for. But right now, Warren, it could be the deciding factor. It is indeed match point. It's 1 point towards Versatime. Nil for Team Spirit.
Well, I feel like he will soon enough find out if his birthday wish was to win this BO3. Because it looked like there was some divine power pushing them through all the obstacles. Hit Bomba, he tried to fight back, he has been smacked down. The rest tried to fight back, they were smacked down. Zargois tried to play, he was smacked down. Versatime, he looked locked and loaded. After they got rolling, it was their game.
It's a really difficult game for Team Spirit to play, especially with the Harley on the loose. He was getting in and out, he was pushing silence, he was not contesting objective because he didn't really need to. He was winning out outside of that box. But right now, Warren, I mean, I'm really shocked. I mean, I was not expecting Team Spirit to go down. I mean, it was not easy for them to go down, but they did go down. I mean, they took the big bad dragon down, but they still have 2 more possible games to redeem themselves. But I don't know, it's not looking pretty.
It looked like there is a little bit of chaos in the camp of Team Spirit. Whereas Verzo, once they got rolling, they all looked on point. But what I felt from Team Spirit was a little bit of a disarrangement. They were not really working as efficiently together as you would really like them. So I felt like that's where the problem was. I wouldn't necessarily call it a draft diff. Or would you, Zakota?
Well, it was not a draft div. I believe it was just a matter of that they have the better heroes for the side of Versatime. The Harley is, I think, the best jungle right now. It's comparable to Yisun Shield before the nerfs. That's what people are saying. Most people, because his ultimate is doing so much. He has so much mobility. he has a ton of damage as well, and he can split push without any restrictions because as his poker trick is gonna get his passive stacks up, and that's gonna allow him to attack faster and faster. And some people we saw in game, I believe number 2, when Waki picked up Harley, he went with a pretty weird build for most people, but he went with Feather of Heaven, Sterilium Sight, and 10 Demon Hunter Sword just to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And that's what the Harley is so great because he can go with so many volatile builds. Right now we saw Justinian with the Lightning Truncheon build, that AoE burst full damage coming from the Deadly Magic. But it could go both ways. It's some people right now, I mean, I see them a lot picking up the Lolita to try to counter the Harley, but I don't think it's worth it just to counter one hero, Warren.
I mean, it's really hard. Honestly, I feel like to his kit, there's not really that many counters. You can have Favus who can try to jump on top of him because he will have his passive, but still it's kind of tricky. He can dodge your stun. If he dodges your stun, he can dodge everything else probably. You can only hit him with your passive. That's like kind of guaranteed, but he needs to be close enough. I don't know, like probably only hero I would really feel like can cancel Harley would be Kaja. And only if he has Flicker. If he doesn't,
a Kaja, Kalea, a Chu, these 2 heroes, or 3,
these three,
yeah, they would be better, but in a perfect world would they get picked because it's not always.
Kalia was banned.
Yeah, Kalea was banned. Kaja, it's really hard to play in the draft, especially versus Marcel, because as people know, and I think as most viewers and you know, Marcel is an anti-dive support. As soon as you get close to him, you just get in his presence, he's gonna stun, he's gonna take a picture of you, make you stun, and he has the golden hour, which can also make you stun as a Kaja if you get got out or red out. You can put a golden hour and you can just save your teammate. And it's really hard to play against Marcel. I mean, this is the best one I've seen for now, but you know, who knows what's gonna happen in game number 2.
Who knows what's gonna happen in game number 2? Well,
Someone's talking about you, Warren. Someone is mentioning your name. Maybe it's the viewers in the chat.
I think so. I think so.
Indeed so, but right now we're getting ready, the players are getting ready, as we're gonna get into today's games. Yet again, we're gonna take a quick look at the schedule. We had Extremely Slave versus Boros Gaming, where Extremely Slave took the win. Aurora Gaming versus Foot Esports, where Aurora took the win 2-1, 2-1. And right now, Team Spirit versus Versatime, where Versatime takes the first win of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be an amazing day. But what else can we say about it? There's not that much we didn't talk about. I mean, it was a great game coming from Team Spirit, but I think they just overextended for a couple of moments, but they got punished. And that's where Versatime thrived. They didn't go for objectives, they went only for the big fights, and in the fights they thrived because the Lilia was having the black shoes. She was the main target for the Suyu because she was so immobile, but as soon as they got popped, she was playing safe. And after that, the Valentina couldn't do really much against that because the Golden Hour was denying her a possible engage, and I mean, as well with the Hylos. So it's gonna be a really difficult game. Nonetheless, Warren, you're back on the screen. What else do you have to add?
I mean, I feel like you captured it perfectly. Everything was mentioned. It's the gorilla against the dragon, and man, what we mentioned came to fruition. It's a baby dragon. He needs to grow up. Let's see if he can do it in the time between the draft of the first game and the game itself and the second draft, because we have some time. We are still waiting. Maybe the dragon is growing. He is getting well fed, and you know, maybe he's going to be as big as Balion. Balion? I don't know what's the name of the dragon, but just the big black dragon from Game of Thrones, right? Probably
the big
people
black
watching.
what? I'm sorry.
the big dragon which has black color. Yes, that dragon.
Also, you're strong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yu Zhong. Yeah, that's exactly why, man. Well.
You're too old for this, Warren, Mr. Warren. You're too many pop cultures for today's games, but we're having a bit of a delay. There have been some issues with the timings, and right now we're gonna try to fix that. So we're gonna, you know, just keep you guys updated We're gonna talk about some other things. I mean, today is gonna be a great day, but what about tomorrow? What do you think is gonna happen tomorrow? Who do you think is gonna win between the teams from MENA? Do you think it's gonna be Axe Okami, or do you think it's gonna be Falcons? So, some of the few reigning champions of the season.
I feel like ex Okami will have a very hard quest in front of them if they wish to beat Falcons, which, as I know Mio, they definitely wish to do so. So that will be hard. That will be hard thing to tackle. But after today, even though today is not finished yet, honestly, anything can happen. We saw Boars getting beat down in the first. We saw Food Esports still in one game, even though it was just one game. But we still saw them stealing it away from Aurora. And right now, well, we saw Team Spirit getting stolen their own game.
Indeed, we did. But right now, let's take a quick look at March. We're in the background of March. We're having him in the background. He's
With
watching us
Arby.
live with a delay.
OVR.
Maybe he's always giving him a shout out for his birthday again. Huge shout out, happy birthday, March from the Surge Europe team. And right now, let's get into game number 2. It's match point, Versatile at advantage. The map is gonna be Flying Cloud, the first one of the day. Let's see what's gonna happen. I can't wait to get into the draft, as we are gonna head straight into it again. We're gonna have on the blue side Team Spirit, on the red side Versatile. The coach is gonna be Coalstar and Osprey, as we know, as we love them dearly. And right now, let's see what the bans are gonna be. Are they gonna be the usual suspects we see on a day-to-day basis? Are there gonna be something more out of the ordinary? Remember, we're gonna see the Harley right now getting pushed back by Justinian. Or maybe even we're gonna see the Lapu getting banned out here. It's gonna be an interesting one to see for the day, but I don't know what to say. So, the Harley is gonna get banned out. It's a respect that Justinian did an amazing job. He was completely controlling the game. He was the admin lobby in that scenario, and the Juxian is gonna get banned out. One of the most normal bans because of the Lantern Flare. She has just so much mobility. Her Lantern can be so very annoying. And what else is there for Team Spirit to ban? Maybe they try to go for a ban on the Kaja, and they try to go, or maybe even ban the Kalea and go for a Leomord, or maybe even a Yisun Shin. But I think Time is gonna figure it out, and they're gonna ban out the Guinevere. Very interesting. And the Sora as well is gonna get taken off the map, off the board. Are we gonna see Team Spirit ban out the Freya, or are they gonna keep it for themselves yet again? Hiko did a great job with her, but still, Time just punished. They just kept punishing and punishing and punishing, back and forth and back and forth, and it couldn't be even better. And right now, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be an amazing series. The bans are gonna be a mystery because this is such a high level of gameplay. Again, it's gonna be insane. Let's see the third and final ban for the first ban series. I believe it's gonna be the Grok. The Marcel, again, another respect, and AFK was doing such an amazing job with that hero. He was completely owning the lobby as well. Him and Justinian were just completely carrying Warren.
They are. They are, and he is. That's for sure. And Coalstar, he is a good coach at that, because he realized immediately after the first one, Arlie will be problematic. We don't want to give them Marcel as well. Let's switch things up. Team Spirit locking in that blue side once more, but with a different draft, with a different approach.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for a win. Let's make it a best of 3 series war, and let's make it a full one for the day. Because as I mentioned, for the 90th billionth time of the night, Versatile have the advantage. It's match point, ladies and gentlemen, as the Baksh is gonna get banned out. What is the next choice for Team Spirit? I mean, the Freya's open, Leomord, Yisun Shin as well. What else is there? I mean, the Fred? Possibly for Zaur?
Right,
Even
this
the
high up
Phobios.
in the draft? Do we think?
Maybe it's all possible.
Are there not other picks you want to prio?
I It's really difficult. As the
Yeah,
Valentina is
it's
gonna get picked up. Interesting choice.
so far she has this win rate. 0. She has
Nil.
a
I think.
0%.
I think Samsung also changed that. Maybe for better or for worse. But, it's gonna be difficult. She's such a hard hero to play, but then again, it's a good hero.
But you are kind of depending on your opponents playing into your hand, because you want some ultimates that you can steal. You want them usually to be not so high range, because that could also be problematic for you. You want to be able to reach them. Right, Suyo? How does it work with Suyo? She steals his whole kit, right? If she steals
Yes,
the ult. Yeah.
she steals her entire kit, and Castle is gonna take the focus as well, and that's another hero we have seen for the entire day today. Again, Castle is gonna pick it up. 71% win rate, 7 games peak. I believe it's only lost 3 games by my calculation, or 2. I think it's 2 games.
I think 2, yeah. Someone
can't
has
do
to
math
fact
with
check
that.
that, but I think it's 2, yeah.
I believe it's 2. I mean, we cannot do math with casters after all, but Stava's gonna go again with a little horsey, which has 24% win rate, so only one out of 3. Out of 4 actually. And Leomord, I haven't seen that picture in so long. It's the old, before rework Leomord, the old Barbiel. What a throwback. And what is gonna be the next pick for Team Verso time? I'm expecting to see the Grok, the Kalea, maybe even take out the mid right here, Zetian. Even a Kimi
maybe
would be
mid.
great.
Yeah, maybe mid, because if you don't take mid, they can ban it out. And you can then ban out XP laners. Or gold lane, because you pick before them. Yeah, it's
Kimi!
mid. You were right on the money,
I
Zakota.
am too good for this. I am too much, for that. Hire me,
Yours.
contact me, Team Spirit versus time. I'll be the best analyst, of course. But Alice is gonna get banned out again. Maybe we're gonna see the Esmeralda for Kid this time. I mean, she's a great hero. She can maybe possibly even counter him because he gets shields. She still shields. It's this whole thing going on. But right now, the glue is gonna get banned out. It's the same story as the game versus Aurora. They had the glue, they only banned it because it can kind of counter the Hylos, and as well it can counter the Leomord. You can just go with the glue, grab, and boom, boom. You're not on the horse, Hylos is not in his glorious way. But right now, the last ban for Verso time is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, let's see, carry. Let's see the carry. 100 points for carry?
I don't think so. I don't think carry is so deadly to them, but maybe just because the hero itself is good. Maybe.
The carry or the Harif, I think.
I think Harit would make more sense if their team comp, because I feel like carry you. Alright, we were wrong completely. It's YSS. It's YSS. We cannot forget that he can be utilized on the gold lane, and Hiko, he is one of those players that you don't really want to give it to, because he is gonna use that bow and sword to good use. Last ban for Team Spirit. They are probably going to attack the Rome, or maybe gold lane. But with gold lane, they are kind of hitting their own. I think Rome would be better choice.
I guess the
Okay.
Rome or yeah, I mean the Moscow. March did so much work with it. I mean, maybe it's someone else's birthday from Team Spirit, but we're never gonna know about it. But right now they're gonna lock in that Cloud, which is an amazing pick versus Hylos. But then again, Hylos reduced attack speed, and after he gets a Chassis Pauldron, he's gonna be completely sometimes singling out Cloud.
You probably will, because you don't go for Favos, you probably don't go for Suyo, so let's wait for the last pick. But that would be a roamer, so probably you don't go for that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think you are correct that he will have the cloth in his target
There's the
sites.
Harif. What is Kid gonna take? Yu Zhong? Lapu.
Is the Lapu. You mentioned it before, he does so well into Favos, because Favos cannot really kill him. He can also kill Favos if there is an opportunity given, of course, before Favos tanks himself up too much.
Kalea or Kaja, Warren?
Kalia or Kaja, that's a I would like Kaja more, probably. I feel
I
like...
disagree. I think the Kalea is gonna be better because you can heal on lane, and it's gonna be the Kufra. Hold on, you're gonna get me out of my chair. It's gonna block out the dashes of Leomord because, as we know, each attack on top of Barbell is considered a dash. Lapu Lapu also has a few dashes of his own, but most of all, Harif is gonna get countered. But basically, every single member of Team Spirit, besides the Hylos, is gonna get a pretty hard time. As we take a quick look at the players, ladies and gentlemen, at the top. Search Pro League Emea Season 1. These are the playoffs, single eliminations. And right now, it's a best of 3 series where Versatime have the advantage. It's match point.
They have it, but can they work on it? Can they use it? They have the token, they have the golden ticket to make it out from their home turf, you could say. To match out against the others, not just against their, you know, neighbors.
It's gonna be a really hard one for me, Warren, because they're really good. Both of these teams are extremely strong. But right now, if I were to vote on a draft, I think Versatime won it. As the biggest glazer of Team Spirit, I think Versatime, just with that Kufra pick, it's pretty unexpected. As we're gonna transition into the game, ladies and gentlemen, the map is going to be, I believe, it's gonna be the Clouds. As we're gonna see a pretty good mid fight, as Sao is gonna just be getting bounced upon from AFK. And right now it's gonna be a hard match because right now Kid Bomba is gonna get poked out a ton. So it's the same with Hiko. We're gonna go for the same game plan. And right now we're gonna see the predictions powered by Runestone.
I'm wrong. Absolutely wrong. But Kronos could be still right, Scaredead could be still right, and Destroyer could still make it as well. But me and Alice, well, we are in the dumpster with our predictions for this one.
Indeed, so I might be true as well, but right now, to quick look at Emblem, tells us nothing is really out of the ordinary. 1v1 Emblem for Claude, usually you see him with the Festival of Blood, but it's a little bit better against that. But
Sao, he gets picked off. And the Frostbot, powered by Runestone, goes to Versatime. Wasn't it like that even in the last one? I think it was.
Yeah, but it was 5 minutes in, and right now we're gonna see a pretty good invade coming from
the
Sao.
ball is bouncing, but is fast enough? I'm not
Flicker.
sure. He needed to flicker. And the horse will tell his goodbyes.
The horse?
Yeah, the horse. He said goodbye to Kufra because Kufra needed to leave.
I don't know about that one. Maybe the horse likes Kufra, but I don't know. I'm not the horse, nor will I ever be one. But right now the turtle has spawned 2 minutes in. The first blood went to Versatime, powered by Runestone, as we know. And the gold advantage is already about 500, so that's a kill. But it's gonna be evened out. Azar Ego is gonna be level 5 on the first objective.
Oh, he has been farming good. But Sao, just level 3. Mid lane also not level 4 even. Oh, there is Hiko. And Claude is joining as well. 7,000 on the turtle. Castle, he is going in. He doesn't care. There is Barbell. Oh, yes, the turtle goes in their hands and Justinian has been smacked down. Castle is next on the chopping block. I don't think he can live, but maybe he has a different idea. No, well, actually, yeah, he is still alive. He is bonking his way around and he was able to trade himself for the jungler. Castle, he has been a pretty well-built castle, I have to say, because those walls, they're very not
The Punisher is doing his ways. And right now, a quick look at the teamfight participation: 100% from Kid Bomba, 50% from Castle. But it's gonna be a really hard match because already Zarego is ahead, not by a ton, but still it's a pretty huge margin. And right now, Kodiak could have gotten 2 kills on that fight on the top side, on that turtle pit. But still, Hiko is gonna go for a pretty nice lane freeze pretty early on, just denying a ton of gold from March. And Kodiak just is gonna have no issues as they're gonna go for a rotate towards the top side. I know Justinian is not showing on the map. AFK as well is missing, so they're wondering where they could be. But they're gonna go reversal and go for a push on the mid side. Justinian got spotted out, AFK as well. But
Don't face check it.
Yeah, Kid and Sansa are still hidden.
Yeah, if AFK went for the face check before Kit went out, ooh, that could have been nasty. Maybe Flicker burned.
Maybe. But right now, 30 seconds are next Lord objective. So March is gonna do a little bit of stealing from Zorego's pockets. But not much. AFK is gonna try to jump in with the Tyrants. Not much they can do. It's gonna be a pretty dead end early game. Advantage again. It's 500 for Team Spirit, also for Versal time. But right now, I don't think it's that much. It's pretty minimal.
Ooh, glowing wand. The anti-heal is there, so Castle cannot do his crazy stuff anymore. Or at least not for some time before he gets maybe Oracle, maybe something on top of that.
He needs a few more items to sustain the damage coming from Zaregos, but we're gonna see
Oh,
Barbie come
AFK,
into
he
play.
is getting targeted, and there is the ball to keep their dashes. AFK flickering out. Zarago is going maybe too deep. No, because AFK went kind of back. Not the smartest decision, and he dies. Wait, was he pulled by Sunset Lover? That was it, right? He got pulled.
I think yes.
Yeah, he got pulled. I was like, why did he go back? Yeah, he was pulled.
I don't think it was by choice, but right now Zaregos is gonna take second turtle of the game. Just a pretty clean game coming from Team Spirit. Yet again, the early game is unmatched. They got a little bit of punishment, but right now, Kid Bomba is doing wonders on the top side.
Yeah, I was like, whose ultimate is Valentina gonna steal? But well, there's my answer. Kufras sounds good.
Kufra's ultimate, Kimi's ultimate, even Fovi's ultimate at some points would be great. But right now we're gonna see Corrosion's side bot up by the
1v2? Hiko doesn't care. Yeah, he got his Purify burned, but he stood his ground.
Hiko Mania back at it again. Let's see him getting riled up. Just a scare factor coming from the Valentina, but right now the Phantom goes through, catches down Verso Castle, but not enough to do anything. He just runs under his turret. We're gonna see the breakfast starter getting used by Kid Bomba. The Flicker is still available. The Land Shaker was indeed used to try to take someone down, but AFK is gonna take.
He is gonna stun him to the wall, but there is Sawo who will keep himself alive.
Revitalize! Hicomania!
Sawo with the clutch! Hicomania with the 2v2! And actually just one kill, because Savo got the other one. But I mean, Hiko is probably pretty happy about this outcome.
Indeed, he is 6 minutes in. 5 to 2, 3 kill difference, 1.7k gold as well. As our Ego is gonna clear some of that XP lane just to get that level advantage. As right now, I believe he is 1 level ahead of Justinian, and indeed he is 22 seconds the next Lord / Turtle. But right now, we could be having a bot fight. The members of Team Spirit are marching down towards the bot side. They have the clouds just in case one of them dies.
Turtle, 2 seconds.
In about 2 seconds, next season 2 is there. Indeed, it is. Make sure you join the Discord so you can catch it live from April 10th. We're going to be starting a season. The first place is going to have an EWC ticket, MSC 2026.
The golden ticket to the eSport factory. Barbell soloing the turtle. Oh, there's a fight, 5v4. I don't think you want to take it, but they decide against it. Castle, he got destroyed. That's the glowing wand power. And can they chase more? No, wait. Maybe they can. Valentina in the bushes. Ojik forcing him away. Valentina, she's fine.
Not Tyrant's Revenge, but at the end of the spectrum, we're going to see the Leomore pushing the top side. Justinian is going to try to maybe correct his way. He's going to use the Retribution, just take the little ones down faster. He's gonna get there in time to defend. This is gonna be a pretty huge responsibility for Justinian because he's so far behind us. AFK is gonna charge. Landshaker connects.
Landshaker with the passive, but no, Kid Bomba has to get out. Oh, he gets pulled back in. Landshaker, he gets destroyed. One shot it, even Kojik with a kill in his hands. Demon Hunter sword for March. There's the 1v1. Actually, make it 1v3. Flicker in his face, and Zaur Egoist has been too egotistical to try to walk into this place of the map.
Indeed, they might have been, but right now still a 2000 gold lead, favor towards Team Spirit, 2 kill difference as well. 3 turtles, and the turrets are pretty even Stevens. On the both sides, the marksmen have did their due diligence. And right now, 45 seconds, the next Lord objective as Team Spirit's Sunset Lover is gonna grab that demonic force just to chase them down and just hit them over the head with the monolith.
Kid Bomba using assault. It's kind of low cooldown, so he will have it eventually. No problem. Though there are 3 important cooldowns that are missing for Versatile for this Lord. That is Flicker number 1, Flicker number 2, and Flicker number 3. 3 flickers missing, whereas for Team Spirit, they will have all of theirs and the time of the spawn, because Kid Bomba, he will have his pretty soon, so that's not an issue for them.
Talking about having pretty soon the top turret is gonna fall down for Team Spirit. They're gonna be breaking down the walls. This castle is built like a fortress, and right now, only 10 stacks of Sky before the 1 kill he got, the stacks he kept, and right now just going first down the Lord. Super Hiko is there with our Egoist on the Raul.
They are
Bomba
giving
gonna
it.
go.
Kid Bomba
Yeah.
trying to make some
Oh!
space. Castle, he's getting targeted. AFK pulling them back in, but it's Salvo. It's not the target you want to focus. AFK will die for his actions. Killing spree for Hiko.
Indeed, it is. Hiko looks like a completely new person. Putting him on Harit might have been the best choice Team Spirit made so far in this series. The Frey was doing well, but not well enough to secure their first win ever at SEL. And right now, gonna see a pretty good mid fight. Oh, Landshaker connects. No, it doesn't.
Justinian, no, he gets destroyed. One shot it even. And it's suddenly one more kill into the piggy bank of Team Spirit.
Indeed, it is. It's a 3,365 gold difference between these two teams. 4 kill difference. And as well, the turrets are even, the turtles are not. The Lord is being marching down on the top side. It's gonna charge at the tier 2 turret as Kid Bomba's gonna get picked off.
Oh, he is getting 1v3'd. He gets immobilized. He can't move. No, he gets killed. Divine Glaive completed for the mid laner, so he's gonna shred even more. AFK tanking it all up. And there is the Kimi hidden under the tower. 1v1. No, she dies. Claude. Blazing Duet trying to go for the purified Hiko. But Hiko, he gets jumped by Castle. Can he be kept alive? Yes, I think he can. I don't feel Castle has enough of a punch to finish the quest he had in front of him.
The Punisher got punished at the hands of his own teammates' ultimate, but right now, the Lord has been spawning in 85 seconds. They still have some enhanced minions. They could take advantage of them, but right now, Star Ego is not looking that far behind. Neither is Justinian, so they could go for the next Lord fight, as it's gonna be a pretty even game. This is getting to that point in the game where sometimes gold doesn't matter, but look how much level difference between the gold laners Hiko has.
Oh, there is the bravest fighter going for Justinian. But yeah, it's a low cooldown for a low cooldown. AFK, he is in the thick of it. Oh, one shot on March. He got destroyed. Salvo for that, being traded marksman for a roamer. I don't think that's a good trade. That's not a good business deal. Team Spirit got it off pretty easy. Castle getting pulled back in or jumping himself in. I'm not quite sure. Though 4v4, but you are missing the marksman.
Talk about missing marksman, they're missing one inhibitor on the top side as well, as 34 seconds will pass pretty fast, and the Lord will spawn as Phantoms goes through from Zaur Egoist, trying to secure some of that tower damage, but right now it's not gonna be enough, as they're gonna be defending, pulling them close. Kufra using his Tyrant's Revenge just to push them even more inside the base of Versatile, just so they can finish it easier. Bloodwings purchased up by Castle, never mind, purchased up by Justinian. The Lord less than 5 seconds right now on the clock. 13 minutes in, it's gonna be a pretty even spawn.
So with the face check, AFK go in for that pick-off. Can they one-shot? Yes, they can. Kid Bomba couldn't even hold. There's Castle in the thick of it. There is March jumping out. BMI keeping him alive. AFK, no. They are getting more. Oh, Hiko, he got killed. Double kill for Kojic. He is shredding them all up. It's the Divine Glaive. I'm telling you, man. It's Divine Judgment time for Team Spirit.
As soon as Koya gets up and alive, he is gonna be steamrolling the entire side of Team Spirit, as we're gonna be bursting down the Lord. But right now, are they gonna try to contest it? But right now, the Fit Club is what's about contesting. Look at those minions, because they join the Fit Club, they're gonna be pushing some of the minions at Team Spirit's Verso base is gonna spawn. Wow, what a confusing thing I said. But right now, make sure to join
Zakota, the
because there are
real
so many
question
rewards.
is, Zakota, the real question is how many minions you can bench. How many minions you can bench?
It depends. I mean, what kind of minions? The card minions, I could probably do 2 because I don't know how heavy they are. Maybe the mage minions, I could do 6. I'd say 6.
On
'cause they look
each
pretty common.
side or 6 altogether?
6 altogether. On each side would be kind of crazy because let's say they weight about, I don't know, 25 kgs.
20
Even
kilos.
that-
Yeah, I think they look like they could weigh 20 kilos. But right now, let's talk about Castle, because I'm not sure if he is all about that weight, because he is all about that engage. Glorious Pathway making the escape for Team Spirit as they will try to defend against this Lord marching on the top side.
Indeed, it is, as Black March is going to be joining it on the way. And Justinia is going to be going on the bot side, trying to maybe even push that mid by himself. But he's trying to just go follow the Lord. They have the Glorious Pathway soon up. They have the Xenon's Force. They have everything ready to go for a fight. Kid Bomba has everything as well. But Justinia is going to be taking down that mid turret by himself. A fight here could be detrimental.
It would be detrimental to Team Spirit. Oh, they are pulling it away. What a smart move. They are keeping the tower still alive. At least
still
for
charges.
longer. It charges. But Versotime are not able to get furthermore with this Lord.
Indeed, they count 80 seconds till a new fresh John respawns, but right now, Versotime almost took the lead for the first time in the game, and they're gonna do it with 200 gold, not that much, 1 or 2 minions would fix that up. But it's 15 minutes in, it's a 12 to 9, it's a 3 kill difference between them.
3 kill difference it is. And honestly, the gold leads at this time of the game, they don't really matter because it's 50k on both sides. I don't think it matters if you have 300 on one
Ecomania
side.
in a fight.
CFK is trying to look for something. There's Golem of Pathway. Salvo flying in. Ecomania trying to make his play. He is shielding himself up, dancing on the Xenon Force. There's AFK flickering out. Salvo, he could be dying. He's the first to die. AFK Salvo as well. It's
Double
still
kill for
Kojik. Kojik, he is shooting
Triple.
everyone. The Sky Prince is destroying. Triple kill. Can he get more? No, he can. That's the answer you get, because everyone is out from this fight now.
Indeed, it is. They only lost AFK, which right now is not such a big deal. 20 seconds, the Lord Zaur, Egoist, and Hikomania are the only ones left up and alive. We're gonna see the Immortality bot up by the Kufra, just relying himself. But look at Kojak's stacks, 74 stacks. Eco almost gets caught out. Still not enough. He has Dash, has the Purify. He can punish Kojak. He tries to go so deep. Zaur Egoist is playing a little bit too ahead of himself. He gets spotted out.
Kojik, he is the man, the myth, the legend. You need to kill him. He is the sole damage source for Versotime.
A click
Actually,
up item
I
builds.
wouldn't say he's the sole source, but the Skypiercer stacks are
source.
making it so... Yeah, the main source, exactly.
Indeed, he is, but right now, a quick look at him. Both marksmen went for the Winter Crown, trying to maybe suffer the Immortality, even the Rose Gold. Kid Bomba went for the Chassis Power to mitigate some of the damage, but right now
There
the
is the
fight comes
catch
through.
on Savo. He got destroyed, but he's still alive. There's a Glorious Pathway, terrified on
AFK.
FK. There's Castle trying to build some space and keep his teammate alive. Roamers almost traded for each other, but both still alive.
Both still alive as the Lord is going to be marching down yet again on the top side. The best side for Versotime is the top, because the minions are going to be pretty slow. They're the beefier ones, they're the enhanced minion, and it's going to chance for another wave to spawn in, so they could have another way to possibly break in the base of Team Spirit. Only 3 inhibitors and 1 tier 2 turret are ready to rock and roll. We're going to see another Winter Crown purchased up by the side of Versotime.
Traction pull misses.
Indeed,
I don't think
it's
you
still not
can-
important. It gets back so fast. They're just trying to
It
look
does.
for a Lord Charge.
Yeah, he
Even
will...
maybe a flicker from AFK, which is back.
He's
Kid
looking,
Bomba!
he's looking, he's fishing. He get Kid Bomba. Is it enough? AFK, he's bouncing in the ball. There's more, there's Castle. They get the tower. Yes, the mission has been successful. You're breaking the base apart bit by bit. 2 more Lords, and you could be looking at the finish.
Talking about the finish, they almost shut down Kojak, but right now Super Heroes ready to go for fights. Xenon Force was popped down just to clear the minions a little bit faster. 77 seconds, the next Lord. Team Spirit needs a fight here. They need to punish some members from Versotime down to maybe try to challenge a win.
Maybe. Maybe AFK tries to look for something. He is terrified. He is tanking it all out. But Kojik, he kills one. Can he kill more? Godlike. Kojik is still shooting. AFK needs to get out of the fight. He got
Double
two.
kill.
Can he get
He
more?
goes down.
Can he get three? He gets
Three.
triple. Can he get more? It's a
Maniac.
maniac. Will it be a savage? No, it's a killing spree, but it's
indeed
a
is.
savage.
The first savage of the SEL ever, as Kojak is the first to claim it. And right now, it is looking really bad for Team Spirit. It could be the end. We're gonna see them riding the clouds.
Man, what a hype ending to this BO3. What can I say, man? I'm having the exact same emotions as Hiko has. I'm looking at it and I'm like, how did they do it? How did the gorilla beat the dragon?
I mean,
How's that?
you know, Warren, no one said that Versatime is gonna sweep Team Spirit. Everyone thought Team Spirit was gonna win, but they proved us all wrong, as they're gonna take the series by a storm with a 2-0, the first 2-0 of the series, the first savage of the series. They are the trend breakers yet again. And I mean, wow, what a great deserved MVP. 13-1-3, everything was perfect for Kodiak. Full stacks, Winter Crown, everything was ready to rock and roll. He was just completely owning the game.
Zakota, you cursed it. You cursed it. You said it before this BO3. You said you want to see Kimi, that you didn't have enough of Kimi, and here you have it. Here you have it. March, when he blew those candles, he wished for a win, and that's what he got. That's what Koji gave him. 13-1-3, MVP of this BO3.
I think it was the most unexpected thing ever, scared. I mean, Warren. But right now, this is the end of day number 1 of the SEL, but not yet. As we take a quick look at the achievements, the most gold per minute is gonna be going in the hands of Justinian, the most damage for Hiko, the most damage taken for Sao, and the most assists for AFK. Only is you think AFK is gonna get the most assists, as Kim is gonna take all the kills on the map. And a quick look at the game statistics tells us that it was just a complete domination in the late game.
Yeah, it was. This game had to be so mentally hard on Hiko, because he really tried to make those crazy plays. He tried to make those turnarounds. He actually did the most damage. But Kojik had more. I wanted to say much more, but he had more formidable frontline in front of him. Or maybe a front line that was buying him a little bit more time. Or maybe a front line that was throwing a little bit more CCs. But there was something that Castle, Justinian and AFK gave to Kojik that enabled him to rise above Hiko and carry his team to victory. And unfortunately for Hiko, that was the story of this second game.
It indeed was. They tried their best to take the crown back. The early game was looking bright, but at the end of the day, the mighty apes are gonna take all over. First time is gonna take the win, and we got a bit of an information in our heads, telepathically said by our producers. We're gonna wait for an interview from a very special person, the first of its kind, actually, the first ever person to do this. I'm not gonna mention it yet. You guys are gonna be the ones who actually see it, but I cannot wait for the interview, Warren.
Oh, I can't myself. This day is full of surprises, full of premieres for me. First, it was that I saw Force Gaming getting beaten. That was a surprise. Then I saw Aurora play firsthand. That was a premiere. Then we have Verso time against Spirit, and that was a premiere and a surprise in a same package. And now we have another premiere for me, and I think maybe for you as well, Zakota, because we will be having this so special interview. Looking forward to it. But before we hop into that, let's talk about the bracket. Zakota, walk me through today, and what can we expect tomorrow?
I mean, you are here for the first game between Extremely Slay and Boris Gaming. We saw how that played out. The people who got represented is going to be Extremely Slay, and Aurora Gaming is going to beat their opponent, who had a grueling match against Foot Esports. And right now, Versatime went for the first sweep of the entire playoffs against one of the best teams in the world. Team Spirit fell down with 0 wins. I cannot say anything, but I'm excited about tomorrow, Warren, because Falcons are gonna play Okami X Axis. So that's gonna be another game for the books. Only the best of the best here on For Surge. So make sure you guys like, share, subscribe, join the Discord, follow us on Instagram as there are weekly giveaways, and make sure you join the Surge Fit Club to get in shape and win rewards while doing so.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like Verzo time, they're hitting the gym, man. Because this gorilla, it's been beefed up.
Indeed, we can. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen, as right now, in a few seconds, we are gonna go live. Just waiting for the right moment.
Oh yeah, we waiting for the call.
I really can't wait. I have some really spicy questions to ask Warren, but first I'm gonna let you ask some of them. It's gonna be amazing. I cannot wait to introduce this person to the stream, but I'm gonna give you the regal way of doing it, because today, Warren, I think I talked a little bit too much, so I'm giving you some space about it as well. But it's gonna be insane.
Well. I mean, today was a wonderful day, and it's just kind of highlighting what more can we expect from the rest. Tomorrow, the Sunday, this weekend is going to be action-packed. We are so happy you are watching, and definitely don't go anywhere, because in a soonly enough fashion, we will be having a very special interview, as we mentioned.
Interviewee, I cannot wait to introduce him, Warren, or maybe better yet, I bet you cannot wait to introduce him.
Well. Yeah, I think we are having some technical difficulties with the voice.
Warren, it's gonna be a great one. What's gonna happen?
Right, yeah. Well, I believe it should be on the right way, on the right path, and we should be moving forward with it.
It's gonna be a pretty good day, because we've been so tired. We're gonna give our staff a little bit of a time to figure things out. We're not going anywhere. We're just gonna figure it out. No breaks, no nothing. And I cannot wait. I really cannot wait. What's gonna happen, Warren? What's gonna happen?
I think everything can be settled.
Indeed, we can. But Warren, I cannot introduce him. I'm really hyped up about it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Dun 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 dun. And then
Yeah, I think we will be moving forward with it.
So Warren, do you have anything other to add?
Well, I have some questions in my head. Do you?
Just a few.
Just a few.
Just a few.
And close out the evening. What time do you have, Dakota? Is it
For
23?
me, it's 12 in the morning.
12. Ooh.
12 in the night, actually, not in the morning. It would be a little bit crazy.
12 in the night. Well. Well, everything has been settled. Sorry for some roadblocks on the head, but right now it's all ready, and we would love to welcome our lovely interview with Osprey from Verzo Time. Hello, Osprey, and congratulations on beating Team Spirit in a fashion of 2-0.
Hello guys, thank you very much for this. Like, we knew it's gonna be a hard game, but it was kind of smooth for us, I think.
The second game definitely looked a little bit smoother than the first. The first, I think you had to be shaking a little bit in the first game. That was, or was it everything according to plan, even in the first one?
No, actually, game one was more comfortable for us than game two, to be honest. Like, we knew we can just avoid the first objectives because we are kind of weaker on them, because we have 2 marksmen versus 0 marksmen, so we can just like avoid this and then just scale it up. Because it's very hard to push with the enemy draft. It's just about we will win the fights, but if we are not gonna to fight, like what's going to happen? So yeah.
Thank you for the analysis. It definitely looked like it. Now that you walk us through it, it all connects. What are well? It was a smooth sailing, but when you woken up today in the morning, did you expect this result, or did you expect it will be like a full BO3 at least?
No, actually, like, we don't think about this much, because like we just understand if you're gonna play our game, we can win. If not, like if you're gonna be shaky, if you're gonna think too much, no, it's gonna be very hard. So that's why we decided to just, you know, chill it out, just do some other games for a relax, and then just go into the series with a fresh mind. Since it's just 1 series per day, it's kind of easy for this.
All right. Well, Zakota, to your questions.
Thank you, Warren. Osprey, you are a coach for Verso Time for some time, I believe, since season 4 of MCC.
I mean, season 5, actually. Like, season 4, it was like kind of freelance stuff. Season 5, full time, yeah.
But before you have coached, I believe, Aurora Gaming, Fireflux Esports in the previous time.
Yes.
You could be facing them in the grand final. Do you think you would be drafting well against them, or do you think it's going to be different?
Well, they changed their drafter, Artelsev. He left. They got new drafter right now, so it's gonna be different than usual, because I know how he thinks, he knows how I think. But right now with the new drafter, I don't know what's gonna I have to expect, because I don't know how the quality of the drafts is, because we rarely play versus them. So we will see. Like, I'm just looking for the new challenge in the drafts, and that's it, kind of.
But other than that, are you excited to fight against them? You coach them, you know how they are as characters, and right now you have, I believe, one of the best teams in all of the regions. And right now you're going to be facing against some of the Titans from Turkey, the previous champions. They did extremely well in M Series, and right now you're probably facing them in Surge Pro League.
We'll see. We will see, because like I'm looking forward to it, of course, because I really like those players, those guys. I spent with them like 2 years, and I like still talk to them every day if they need something. Like, we're on the good terms. We never like had, you know, bad breakup. It's just like our paths have been like, you know, tied out. So that's why we decided, like, if we play each other, we always like hang out, because even when we played them on the other international tournaments before, we always like, okay, guys, let's have this, and that's fine. Like, we have good relationship with each other.
Also, another question, if you don't mind, do you think a coach improves the team a lot, or do you think it's depending on the players if they want to learn?
Of course, it's depending on the players. Like, if I have players who doesn't want to learn, I cannot do anything, because like it's like this. But I've spent like, I don't know, 2 years developing this team, changing players here and there, just to get the players right for the position and right for the ability to be able to learn things. And that's why we are able to develop this much for the last, I don't know, half a year, I think, since we started to get actually like decent result, I would say, in the world stage as well. So we will see how it's going to end up, but it's always on the players. If the players really want to get better, we will always help. If the player thinks he's the best in the world, not even the best coach in the world can help.
All right. Well, I would throw a couple more questions your way, a little bit on a different note. It has been talked about in the Mlbb community that the item swapping will be made easier. Did you catch that? And what do you think about it if you caught that?
I think it's casual change for the game, for attracting some new players, or maybe getting this mechanic for the new players to actually understand it more, so I can actually change items during the team fight. But for the players, it was always the like show the skill of the individual player. Like, can you do the like double rebuy, triple rebuy, and stuff? But we will see how it will actually affect the game, because right now you still can have a timer like during the revive or something like this when you can catch player off guard. Right now it's going to be very, very hard, and that might change game in ways we don't know right now.
All right. Zakota, you wanted to go for?
Indeed, I have one question left from me. Osprey, tomorrow is going to be the games against MENA teams. Who do you think is going to win, Falcons or Okami X Axe? Who do you think is going to take the win in that series?
Honestly, I think it's going to be Team Falcons, because they're just very good for their region, and we also like used to practice versus them as well, and I think they're just a better team, and we're looking forward to see either Falcons or Okami, of course, in the semifinals, but I honestly think it's going to be Team Falcons.
And as well, between Slay and Aurora Esports, who do you think is going to be there the champion or the winner?
I mean, it's going to be Aurora Gaming, not going to lie. The Europe region is new and developing, and I understand there is like a lot of promising players, like for example Kingsta from Extreme Display. He was like an MCC for a little bit, so he already knows how to be on the professional scene. But at this moment of time, they don't have this experience of like performing on the top level that Aurora Gaming has right now.
Right. Well, Zakota, I will have a last question if you don't have anything else.
Nothing else besides that. We, the Surge team, I know you're the coach, you speak to Black March a lot, so we wish him a happy birthday. Today, I believe he reached the age of 21. So I think this was his birthday wish to beat Team Spirit in Surge Pro League. But again, we wish him a happy birthday from the Surge Pro team and as well from every single viewer on the chat. So I wish you could maybe just say that to him, so we know we get that peace of mind, because maybe he's not going to watch the stream back, but it would be greatly appreciated. Osprey.
Thanks. I will pass it to him, of course.
Right. Well, Osprey, since we have your big brain here and your well of knowledge, I would like to look into that well of knowledge a little bit, because Favos, he has been a staple of this meta right now. I know probably you don't want to leak if you have a secret weapon against it, but is there something you could maybe say how to play against him, or like how is the team supposed to shut him down? Because we saw you utilize him very well, even though he has been playing against Lapu, which, as many people mention, is a hero that can deal with him in the lane as well as can do a lot in the team fights too. So is there something that you would play against Fabos, or is there a specific playstyle?
More it's about the drafting phase, of course. Like you can play around him, He's very strong, but like even his lanes are like 50-50 or 60-40 towards his or the other side. Like it's very volatile. But you can play on draft around him, because Fabio's specialty is the team fights, and you have to play around it, not around the laning phase in this scenario. Like since it's 50-50 lanes, it's like, I mean, there are ways. I'm just not gonna tell them, you know.
All right, we will see them. All right, that's what we got from Osprey. Well, Osprey, thank you for your time. Zakota, you have any questions?
No other questions. I'm gonna let him go celebrate with his team. We also had a really long day with our team as well from the Surge side. So again, thank you, Osprey, for giving us this great interview. And aside to your knowledge, again, we wish you guys good luck tomorrow against the winner between Falcon and X Okami. And do you have anything else to add, Warren?
Well, just congratulate on their victory, as you rightfully mentioned, and best of luck into the rest of the tournament. And once again, thanks for your time, Osprey, and thanks for sharing some knowledge with us.
Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot for staying this late for us.
Well, Zakota, that's it for today. But shouldn't we say something before we go off? I feel like there is something to be said.
I have no other thing besides to thank the restreamers as well as the people who moderating the chat. Also, we want to we thank our sponsor Runestone, Without them, we wouldn't have these really cool graphics sometimes as well. And as well, sometimes we get some new things, but we're not going to mention them here. Maybe we're going to make a more in-depth video on YouTube for it. But right now, Warren, for me, I think I've said enough for the entire day. We thank Scare Yet for being with here till almost the end of the day. Great casting with him, and as well great casting with you. But it's not going to be the last day. There's going to be 2 more days after this one. Tomorrow is going to be, I believe, after Sokami and the 2 semifinals, and then tomorrow is going to be the big grand final and the 3rd place game.
On Sunday,
well,
yes.
I'm so excited, Warren. I mean, I cannot wait for it. I'm just shaking with excitement. It's going to be an amazing day.
Oh, it will be absolutely so. But the last thing that has to be said before we go off is subscribe, follow us so you don't miss any of this extravaganza, because that's something that Busquets say, and he is not here, so I have to do it for him. We hope you enjoyed today's broadcast, brought to you by Surge, and of course by our partners, as Zakota mentioned, Runestone. And well, we will gladly see you tomorrow. And for today, good night and sleep well.
But before that, Warren, we're going to take a quick look at tomorrow's schedule. We forgot to mention that one.
No way.
We forgot it. We're just so sleepy, guys. We apologize. But tomorrow we're going to have Team Falcon versus Akisokami. And the decided team is going to play against Versatime. And then the last game of the day is going to be Aurora Gaming versus Extremely Safe, the European champions going against the Turkish champions for SPL. And after that, we're going to see who's going to end up in the finals and who's going to up in the 3rd place fight.
Oh, yes. I mean, if today was stacked, just imagine today, but more games. That's basically tomorrow.
Well, it's the same game.
We have 1 BO3 and 2 BO5s. Today, but better. So be here
I guess,
tomorrow.
Yeah. Indeed, so be back tomorrow, but today, me, Warren, and Scared, and the rest of the team are gonna be heading to a pretty good nap. We thank you guys for watching. I was Zakota, joined by Warren, for this beautiful final game of the day between Versatime and Team Spirit. We're gonna be signing out. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, share, join the Discord, follow us on Instagrams. You might win some prizes. Giveaways are always a thing in our Search chat and as well on the Instagram page. The Search Fit Club is also there with some prizes for the taking. But we're going to be signing out. Thank you guys for watching.